going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing day wherever you are, whatever time of day it is, morning, noon, evening. It is Thirsty Thursday, the 5th of March, 2026. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could it be a brain in a jar somewhere? Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a shell, in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, that's right. YouTube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life. Or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous, singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. No, I didn't realize, Ari. I didn't realize it was AI until just now. I thought it was like a weird city pop producer that was like, I'm gonna get views on YouTube by doing covers of video game songs, right? And yeah, just scroll down and it's like, the first thing is like FAQ, do I use AI in my songs? And it's like this whole, yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those. But it doesn't trigger copyright because it is literally defeating the idea of copyright by reconceiving the song, re-recording, remixing the song to be a different version of itself that is thereby not subject to copyright. I wonder how does it work? Can the AI people, can they copy, if they make something with the AI, do they copyright it? Can they copyright it? It's basically little bits and bobs of other people's work, so. Cut me out of the shell. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, I don't have my straw, chat. I got boba. Okay, I got boba, and the important thing with boba is to have a giant straw to be able to suck them through, because otherwise you're just gonna drink delicious green tea, lime, and coconut water. And what would be the purpose of that, chat? Who would want to do that when you could also be drinking boba? Oh my god, that's so perfect. What the fuck, chat? I think I found my drink here. I think I found my drink. Although, like I said, goes better with a big straw. People make shitty music that is just awful strings of sound effects and release it onto the market to fuck with AI. Oh yeah, I've heard about this. What is this called? Like, is this like AI poisoning or something? What's the name for this, chat? There's a thing, right? People are doing this. Or the other thing I think people can do is release there's some way that you can release your work so that if it gets like scrubbed by an AI, it'll get fucked up too. The AI will take a lesser version of your creation, like almost like a lesser god, you know, like almost like a little worm with a lion for a head kind of dealy there, right? You got a little. I am sorry, chat. I'm way too wacky. And Professor Jiang, I think I consumed too much of his content or something, right? Poison all the AI. Art is called. In art, it's called Nightshade. I seriously don't know how, like, I mean, I understand the concept of AI, but a lot of this stuff I just do not know how it works. Like, so wait, so if you put it up on the internet so that if I see your artwork, like you posted it on Twitter, I see it and I'm like, wow, you're a great artist. That's really cool. But then the AI goes to like, you know, grab it and somehow it gets a shitty version. Oh my god, chat, did you know that in Thai there's a word for poop? I'm trying to remember what it is, but you don't just use it when you're talking about poop, which, you know, hopefully is not too much, right? You know, I mean, you can get sick, you can get very sick in Thailand, but hopefully that's not your experience. But Yeah, but when you put it in front of a word, it means like tend to do X, Y, Z. So there's like all these words, like, you know, if you tend to get jealous, right? It's like the word is like, it's like poop jealous. Like it's the literal translation of it, right? Everybody poops. Yeah, you poop jealous. If you're given to jealousy, right? You're gonna poop jealous. That would be awful, chat. I would not want to poop jealous. You know what I mean? Poop angry, poop jealous. You don't want to do that. Some asshole got an AI exhibit at MoMA. It looked like a screensaver. Oh no. And why is it green sometimes? That's because of a little thing called Billy Verdon, right? You got Billy Rubin, which is responsible for the normal color, and you got Billy Verdon. And the Billy Verdon, I think, is supposed to get like reabsorbed or something. I'm trying to remember. Is it like one of those things that comes out of the like gallbladder? Like, you know, chat, when you digest things, it's really wild. All right, I don't want to gross anybody out, but you know, obviously, you know, you chew your food with your teeth and manipulate it with your tongue and then swallow it. Use your tongue to swallow. It goes down your esophagus. There's a little sphincter there. It opens up. It lets the food out into your stomach. The stomach is like mechanically digesting it. Did you know that there's like there's like layers of muscle? Like your stomach is a multi-layer muscle machine, and it goes, you know what I mean? It like squeezes it, like it's like working it, right? It's like a washing machine. All right. And then it goes out of the, what is that one? Like the pyloric sphincter into the duodenum, right? And this is where all the magic happens, right? Because your liver is kind of like right there. Your pancreas is right there. And everything is just waiting to squirt that bolus of food that you just swallowed and partially digested into, you know, just hit it with all kinds of enzymes, right? All kinds of enzymes to break that down. I'm a biologist. Oh, you should know which sphincter. Well, it's hard to keep a track. There's a lot of sphincters. Has anybody ever counted the number of sphincters in a human body? I think there's a lot of sphincters. Like you don't even think about all the sphincters that you got. You know, I mean, like there's one sphincter that I think we all do. You know, when I say sphincter, we think of a particular sphincter, but that is just the external. You know, what is that one called? That is just the external sphincter where the sun doesn't shine, all right? There's also an internal sphincter past the external sphincter. Yeah, you got two sphincters there. And what do they do? They sphinct. That's right, they sphinct. They dilate and they dilate and they anti-dilate. What is wrong with me? A sphincter says what? Exactly. Wait, I just said it. Oh my God. You think you could get me to say what just by telling me a sphincter says what? I'm not gonna say what. What? Oh my God. Oh my God. You're not gonna trick me like that, Be Various. It's not that early in the morning. People did notice I got here early. And that was on purpose, all right? Because I got Thai class today, and just in general, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people I left behind in the earlier hours of the evening. By going on literally at, what is it, 1 o'clock? I mean, what right now, yeah, it's still past midnight on the East Coast, but it's only just barely past midnight, so I guess that's that. How have the Thai classes been? They've been really good, but it's the only thing that sucks is we don't get a lot of like review, and I find myself like not, like I learned all these useful concepts, right? But it's like remembering the useful concept. That's the trick. Ah! Oh my God. Oh my God, that beverage. I've gotten off the coffee kick a little bit, right? I feel like I'm a tea girl. I mean, you probably should balance it, right? I don't know. Most things should be balanced. But I've just been enjoying tea a lot lately. I got my tea stock out this morning to make some Thai tea, like the, you know, red tea that you're... Well, wait. when you think of Thai tea, chat, do you necessarily think of it as being really creamy? Or do you just think of like, well, you know, there's the Thai tea, and then there's the stuff that you put in the Thai tea, which could be creamy, condensed, sweet, kind of milky stuff, or it could be lime juice. It's like, I wasn't aware. I had to say to Thai tea that I was not aware of its game when because I only knew of it as like, yeah, it's like a creamy, and there's only so much of that you could eat, right? It's almost like a little meal when you get like a latte or something like that. I don't know. But a tea with lemon, I mean, as long as you're not over sweetening it, you can drink that shit all day and it is so fucking good. And I found a hack around the whole sweetening thing too. I just put a little bit of coconut water in it, right? So it's like slightly sweet, but not too sweet. And I'm really, the milky creamy tea thing, wait, something milky creamy. It's refreshing, yeah. I mean, I gotta have refreshment. Like, I'm not trying to sneak in a meal. I'm good on that. What is up, Tabula Pasta, with the 35 stream streak? That is impressive. That is impressive indeed. Yeah, no, I don't know. I get thirsty, so I gotta have. As an American person, if they want cream with their hot tea, they look at you weird. Don't ask a British person if they want cream with their tea. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, Americans, when you say tea, they're not thinking of cream, right? So, wait, in the UK, do you have to be, if you want a tea that is just like a glass of tea, and no cream, do you have to be like specify that? You have to be like tea, no cream or something? You used to serve breakfast at a hotel. I should start doing tea and drop the coffee and energy drinks. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm saying, go balanced, right? Whatever. You don't want to overdo anything. Even tea. Tea is a good thing. It has, I mean, green tea has the L-theanine in it, right? So you're getting a little bit of a different, it's not just like the caffeine jolt. Every tea has probably some L-theanine in it, but because of the processing that goes on to the tea, right? The maximum L-theanine in a tea leaf happens when you harvest the tea leaf, right? And it kind of goes down from there. And depending on how you preserve it, depending on how you process it, you're gonna have more or less of that stuff in your tea. But there's a million different things in tea that might be good for you, probably are good for you, and you got different amounts of them in different teas are good for different things. You got to try different stuff. I don't know. That's my philosophy. Even though I'm saying like this beverage I could just live off of, right? I could literally hook this shit up to an IV, pull out the needle and put it in my mouth and walk around with the IV, and just be fine, right? I would be, this would be all of my needs taken care of. Caffeine, a little bit of coconut water, and some lime. I don't know. It's really good. Tea is so complicated. I had no idea all the types of tea. Oh my god, yeah. No, tea is really complicated, right? There's a famous like flow chart. It's like a flow chart of tea that shows you that you start. Now there are different kinds of tea, right? Everything that is tea, technically we're talking about Camellia sinensis. Camellia sinensis, yeah, is the Latin name for it's a plant. It's a specific plant, but just like any plant, it's got varieties that grow in different places, and even the soil and the atmosphere have an effect. I mean, just like with wine, right? Do people talk about that with wine, the terroir? Yeah, I mean, where you grow it, how you grow it. has an effect on it. And the big deal, the thing that makes it a black tea different than a green tea, different than a white tea, different than a pu'er, is the processing of that tea. And yeah, you end up with different stuff, you know, that it like concentrates and retains from the leaf, right? So anyway, enough about tea. Yeah, all tea IV. I don't know. Coffee enema, indeed. Wait, does that work? Can anybody in chat let me, like, when you take a coffee enema, does it actually get you caffeinated? Can you caffeinate by boofing? Or what is the butt chugging? Is that what they call it? It's like a college frat thing, butt chugging. Is that even real? I mean, I know it's real, like, historically. Like, I think, like, Greeks used to, when they couldn't drink any more wine, sometimes at an orgy, they would just, like, be like, oh, I guess I'll reverse drink it. And it works, but it's very dangerous. Yeah, good point. It's very dangerous. You shouldn't do it. No one out there should do it. It's bad. It's really bad. But I was just wondering if the coffee thing, like people are talking about coffee enemas, like what's the purpose of that? It works? Wait, it gets you, like you can, like cup for cup, you can be like, you don't have to drink coffee to get your morning Joe, your morning buzz, your morning jolt. You can get it from the other end of your digestive system too. God damn it, chat. I feel like this is an Osmosis Jones stream, and it's not, because we don't want Kid Rock singing about like how he likes them underage. Okay, we don't want that, chat. We don't want to invite that evil into here. This is not an Osmosis Jones stream. This is a celebration stream, a celebration of the decoronation of the Wicked Witch of the DHS, Kristi Noem, got canned. If I was not afraid of copyrighted music, I would be playing Crab Rave right now. But I'm pretty sure they come after you, chat. That's Monster Cat, right? Oh wait, you can pay Monster Cat like a monthly subscription, I think, and they won't. No, wait, I think it's weird, right? Like, I think technically you're not like you still have to like deal with claims, maybe. Pretty sure you can butt chug. I hate saying that. I imagine something awful, chat, when I say butt chug. You know what I mean? Like, I know they're talking about, like, what do they just mean? Do they use an enema? How do they get it in there? Or like a squeeze bottle? Do I want to know? I probably don't want to know. I probably don't want to know. There's probably there's a method. They somehow squeeze it. Okay, but like when you say butt chug, it makes it sound like your butt is like drinking. It makes it sound like your butt was thirsty after a hard day at the butt, you know, gym, and you did, you know, too many squats that day, and your butt like takes the sports drink from you and just starts to chug it, you know? I guess, right? Is that how that sort of scenario would play out? I regret Googling butt chugging caffeine. Oh no, there's got to be a fetish, right? Too, maybe. Oh, of course there's got to be a fetish. Why would there not? Why would I think there would not be a fetish for something like butt chugging? Of course. But I just imagined a butt chug Olympics, chat, and it sounds very dangerous because, again, you know, people get hurt doing this. I guess, you know, people get hurt adding on to their buzz by keistering their Jack and Coke or something. I don't know how it works. You guys, yeah, Sasha G, they're grossing me out with this butt chugging thing. I'm probably the butt chugathon. FYI, Ethan did a coffee enema video reaction. Wait, what? Okay. That's not Ethan's style, though. Apparently, it's better to front chug your caffeine. What does that mean? Just normally drinking? Well, now I'm wondering if I go to like some like bacchanal society in ancient Greece, right? And I ask for a drink, right? Do I have to say a drink but for my mouth? Like, do I have to specify that if I'm among bacchanalians? Is that what are they called? No, wait, his name is different in Greek, isn't it? Dionysians. Yeah, it'd be Dionysians. Would I have to be like specifically, I would like to drink this with my mouth, please? You know, because like otherwise they're gonna give it to me in a squeeze bag. Do you think that's common, chat, at a Dionysian on Bacchanal, that you get squeeze bags of and you're like, wait, I thought I was gonna, is this the straw? And it's like, no, that's the nozzle. Okay, that's the nozzle. That's not a straw. That's not for you to drink. I thought Bacchus was, but yeah, you're right. Bacchus is Roman, Dionysius is Greek, right? So yeah, if you're going to one of those bacchanals, oh my god, chat, anything but talking about Kristi Noem, anything but talking about Ice Barbie, anything but talking about the end of a very awful era, and probably most likely the beginning of a very new, or like a very bad new era, right? Because she's not getting replaced by anyone good. But on the positive side, the Trump administration is feeling the pressure, and especially when it comes to immigration, I would straight up say that they are pivoting away from immigration, okay? Now, that doesn't mean they're not gonna keep on doing fuck shit with ICE and with CBP behind the scenes. They're probably gonna do that. They're probably going to try to do it in a quieter, more unobtrusive way that does not make headlines, but they will probably try to keep doing that. But this whole push of we're gonna invade your state and just like, scare the fuck out of everybody, put people in a situation where they're like prisoners in their own home and stuff like that. Yeah, that's not popular. And her, and it's, due to Kristi Noem. And part of this is to cover, to somehow cover that bleeding wound and Trump's popularity. But at the same time, not pivot away from, where he's changing his policy on immigration or anything like that. But yeah, she committed the fatal flaw. She made Trump look bad on TV. And she also committed the other fatal flaw when you upstage Trump. Do y'all know about this? Kristi Noem spent, I think, what was it, like 20 million Baki the Grappler, yes. The Greek god Baki. I mean, he kind of looks like, or no, his dad is like, what is the dad, Yujiro or something? There's a new Baki, isn't there? I got sidetracked again, chat. I'm not gonna take a sidestep from this. I'm gonna talk to you about Kristi Noem and her being kind of the fall guy for some of the administration's less popular policies, and also making the mistake of putting herself in an ad where she is like front and center. Like she used an ad that was supposed to be encouraging self-deportation, I think, and be like, you can come back into the country legally and we'll love to have you here. You can make your American dream, wherever you want to, as long as you do it legally, right? In that Kristi Noem twang that she's famous for. And she's like, she was like, me and President Trump, and right, there's no President Trump in the ad. This is a problem. Do you get this? Do you see where she screwed up, right? Not that she spent $220 million on an ad, but that she spent $220 million on an ad, put herself in that ad, and did not put President Trump. He got snubbed it with his own ill-gotten funds, right? Don't you mean Kristi Noem? I don't know if she's particularly crusty. I'm not trying to go after her looks or any of those other, factors that she's probably sensitive about. I just think she's a horrible thing for the country, and a horrible person, and a horrible pet owner. And I'm glad she's gone. She's being shipped kind of to Antarctica, chat. Trump has started a new thing called, it's not the Office of the Shield. I think I said, when I got up in the middle of the night, I saw that Kristi Noem was fired, and I had to, do a community post about it, right? Some of you may have seen that. Some of you may have commented on that. But I thought at the time that it was called the Office of the Shield, when in actuality, it's something, the Shield of the Americas, right? Have I got it right now? Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I believe we have some weasels. Some newly minted weasels in chat. Externalism. You just got weaseled. Neil TKG. You just got weaseled. Katarina Santelli. You just got weaseled. Beyond Gate. You just got weaseled. Miss Rachel. You just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Mullen is not much better, says Biva. I know him from campaigning to help MMA fighters only to after being elected. Supporting legislation that actively harmed fighters? Yeah, he's a BJJ guy, right? Is he a Gracie trained? Hassan was making fun of him for being 5'3" today, but I don't think it matters. You know, if somebody's good at jiu-jitsu in particular, it kind of defeats the size advantage, right? Kind of turns that on its head. But didn't he challenge, was it Sean Fain or Sean O'Brien? It was Sean Fain, right? I think he challenged Sean Fain. Yeah, thank you, Narwhal by Nature. I'm sure the 5 people that just got weaseled are grateful as well. And yeah, that gets us to 15 out of 100. But yeah, I got excited. I got up, you know, in the middle of the night. I just happened to turn on, I think it was MR or something. And yeah, that it was right when they were getting the news that Kristi Noem was going to be fired. And look, I just want to put I want to make it clear, okay? If the policy gets less bad, right? If the policy gets less harmful, it's not because of Mark Wayne Mullen. It's because Trump has failed. It's because he's been rejected, and whoever's in there is gonna have to dial the shit back, right? And a lot of it is gonna be smokes and mirrors, right? They'll still be doing fuck shit, but just at a lower volume in a less obvious place. So be on the lookout for that. But it is important that the Trump administration was forced to back off on something like this, because we haven't seen a lot of that. And honestly, chat, given the intransigence of Congress, right? Given the absolute failure to rein in Trump on anything, including war powers, right? That just went down in the Senate. The war powers bill that they were trying to actually enforce the fact that Trump can't start a war without congressional approval. But yeah, the Democrats are way too, they're ready to fund this thing, right? And so, you know, when you can't appeal to the Democrats in Congress, let alone the Republicans in Congress that you would need to really rein Trump in, when the Supreme Court is hesitant, takes a year to revoke a horrendous, deleterious, like idiotic piece of policy like his tariffs, takes a year to decide that, right? And hardly and just fails to rein him in so many ways, right? If it keeps on discovering new powers they think the executive should have, and surprise, surprise, it's under Trump. What a coincidence. You don't have the ability to use the other branches of the federal government to rein this guy in. So the only thing that's going to rein him in is pressure from the people. The only thing that's going to rein him in is unpopularity. The only thing that's going to rein him in is the visual that happens every time people fill the streets to protest a Donald Trump policy, because that image goes around the world and it shows people everywhere that this shit is not popular, right? It doesn't mean that they are gonna go easy on America, because America's really kind of reaped kind of accumulated some karma here, but it does mean that people will see that Americans are not with him on this, and also it puts that pressure, right? It weakens Trump, it weakens the administration. So that's why I think Kristi Noem, is it Kristi or Kirsty, chat? I keep on hearing people call her Kristi Noem. Is it Kirsty? Am I mispronouncing her name? I think it's Kristi. I don't know, chat. I don't know if I'm totally... Am I talking out of my ass? Do I not know what I'm talking about? I think it's Kristi, right? Did I misspell it on everything? Because I was under the impression... Yeah, Kristi. Okay, yeah, I got it right. Okay. Other people keep saying Kirsty, especially Hassan. Hassan says it both ways. Oh, he says it both ways. Okay. I mean, I hear it so much as Kirsty. That was the problem with Kamala, right? When Kamala was running and Trump and the Republicans had like kind of a psyop of always mispronouncing her name. And the idea was if anybody ever says, hey, it's pronounced Kamala, then they're like, oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't politically correct in my pronunciation, right? They can kind of pull that. But yeah, it literally like hearing it half of the time as Kamala or whatever, you know, it makes it mixes it up in your brain. Crusty. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. She is the crustiest of the gnomes. But yeah, so we got a lot to watch when it comes to Kristi Noem. There are, you know, I want to watch, you know, some of the news broadcasts on the firing. I want to take a look at maybe some commentary of the firing, and I also want to do something that I wanted to do last week, but you know, I could not sort of put it together in time. But going over the Kristi Noem, do you remember when I said it was a few streams ago? I said something like, there are a lot of things slipping through the cracks. There are a lot of things going on that aren't hitting as much as they would because Iran and World War Epstein is sucking all the oxygen out of the room, and hopefully not literally anytime soon, chat. But yeah, is figuratively sucking all the oxygen out of the room. And I was like, there's like this one thing that happened that I was thinking about, and I was like, wait, why am I not covering this? Oh yeah, Iran. I'm covering Iran. And it was the Kristi Noem hearings, right? Kristi Noem went to before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and before I think a few House committees as well, and maybe the whole full House, as well, you know, to answer for a lot of the ICE bullshit. But also, this is what exposed that commercial that actually got her fired, right? And you know, I think I remember people making a big deal about it being wasteful at the time, but because of the Trump news cycle, it's like in one ear, out the other, right? You forget about all the fucked up things the Trump administration has done, all the waste of money, right? These assholes come into the office talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, and commit waste, fraud, abuse, and fucking corruption. Drain the swamp. Oh my God. This is like swampifying the swamp. You take the swamp and you turn it into the Zerg creep. That is what Donald Trump has accomplished, all right? He has metastasized the swamp into something somehow more vile, because it is a vile place, right? Money and politics, yeah. The government's corrupt, yeah. We all know it. We've seen elections be handed to, you know, candidates who obviously did not win. You've seen the popular will of the people overturned when the Electoral College disagrees or the Supreme Court decides to step in. We know it's a swamp, but he made it into some kind of diarrhea swamp. Like, you know what I'm saying? Is that a real thing, chat? Oh no, don't look that up. Please don't Google that. Please don't Google diarrhea swamp. I'm sure, I don't know what it'll pull up, but it'll be something bad. But that's what Donald Trump's turned it into. All right. He stank the swamp. He shat the swamp. He drove Shrek and Donkey out of the swamp. The swamp is a motherfucking Superfund site at this point, okay? Trump is out there taking radioactive shits into the swamp as we speak. And so, yeah, it just exposes more of what is so blatantly corrupt, hypocritical, disingenuous, fucking evil. I don't know what to call it other than evil. And I use that word judiciously, right? I don't want to, a lot of what gets called evil is somebody with a different perspective than you. It is easy to kind of do that. People do this all the time, right? Where, the thing that they consider evil is just something they don't understand. But there is no understand. I think I do understand what Trump is doing, and he's just making corruption great again. And Kristi Noem has been a great handmaiden in that effort. Yeah, poor Shrek. Yo, Shrek's taking strays, right? I had people in my chat yesterday comparing comparing John Fetterman to Shrek, right? I can't stand that. I can't stand it at all. You can't compare Shrek to Fetterman or Fetterman to Shrek. There's no comparison. Right? Shrek is great. Shrek is love. Nom. He's making corruption traceable again? Yeah. He's making corruption abundant again. Speaking of the abundance, have we heard from Ezra Klein? You notice that as the Trump administration starts to dig its own grave, is Ezra Klein kind of going quiet, or is it just that nobody's interested in what he has to say now? Wait, does he call Fetterman a golem, or does he call Fetterman Gollum? Yeah, but it's kind of interesting, right? The people with the energy right now are the radicals. Radicals on the left. Which is a relief, because can you imagine if the Democratic Party successfully laid into that narrative that they got too wokeness is cringe, nobody wants wokeness, so we're gonna be a little bit anti-woke, right? For a while. Just till we drive all the wokies from the party. I mean, that's kind of what they were trying to do. And, I think Ezra and Derek, I always forget his partner, not his partner, but his the co-author. What's the co-author's name again? Oh yeah. Yeah, he's from a different clan of ogres. Okay, I mean, sorry, he's another. Oh wait, no, sorry. I'm sorry. The Lord of the Rings shit. All roads lead to racism or something with the freaking fantasy races, right? I can promise his legacy lives on in Governor Westmore. Oh no. Derek Thompson, yeah, that's the guy. Oh god, what was I trying to say? Okay. So I wanted to do a little housekeeping before we jump into all the Kristi Noem content. And don't worry, there'll be lots of that. I'll try to fit in some, updates on Iran as well, because I know people are anxious about that. And it's a weird thing, right? On some level, I try to, not always cover Iran, because I know there's like a need that it can be overwhelming for some people, but at the same time, it's kind of like, it's really hard to concentrate on anything else when you got something as existential as this crisis. And the stakes could not be higher. Other stupid one is Maddie Iglesias. Yes, no one cares about Klein's co-author. Yeah, we just call it Iglesias. We'll just say Iglesias co-wrote it. I mean, any stupid idea, right? It's not hard to blame on Matty Iglesias, because Matty Iglesias is the fucking stupid, and you know, talk about grifters. Like, I don't know, you know, people say, like, is Ezra Klein a grifter? I don't really know his history that much. I know he's been a blogger since forever. I know that he got big like a long time ago, and then, you know, became a journalist and wrote books and stuff. But Matty Iglesias, I do know, has been on both sides of the immigration issue in a disgusting way, right? You can find statements, blogs, I don't know, you know, quotes from Matty Iglesias, right? Saying that we need to have, I believe he said 1 billion Americans, right? Am I mixing that up? It's some ridiculous number. He wanted to increase the US population greatly through immigration, which is like a weird thing to say. Like, I believe in the freedom of movement. I believe that, you know, educational opportunities are often in other places. People should be able to go pursue their education, visit other countries, learn about other countries, right? I believe in, you know, freedom of human movement. You know, I don't believe in coming up with like government schemes to, like, I don't know, like what would you do to entice like that much immigration? But regardless, chat, it doesn't matter, because Matty Iglesias is now on the other side of the immigration issue, right? Instead of wanting like a weird number of people to randomly move to the United States of America, Matty Iglesias wants closed borders. He wants secure borders. He wants he just did the whole, you know, like with the rest of them, the whole cave-in thing, right? He went from fucking, we gotta be like fishing for immigrants. We gotta be hauling them in nets. Be just going to the rest of the world and just like be like, come on, you're coming to America, right? You know, and like, I mean, I'm guessing it has some connection with capitalism, right? He is wanting, like, for the good of, you know, the economy, for you know what I mean? That's generally like the motivation there on either way, whether he's for it or against it. But yeah, Matt Iglesias is a ridiculous ass clown, and I don't think I've even gotten I don't think I've even really scratched the surface. 1 billion Americans, yeah. Because here's my thing about immigration, okay? People should be able to fucking immigrate. And I don't think it's a big deal. What makes it a big deal is when life in a country gets ruined. And when it often gets ruined through United States foreign policy, and then you see politicians in the United States complaining about said immigration, you gotta wonder, especially when they're the fucking asshole that wrote the policy, right? That's my whole thing. That's my whole thing. I don't want people to have to immigrate. I don't want situations created where, and like, this is the easiest thing to say, peace good, war bad, right? I'm not naive to think that you can just press the peace button, but you can definitely stop pressing the war button, okay? In terms of voting, and in terms of this allowance of this fucking unitary executive that has come to the consensus of the Supreme Court just at the right time to allow the worst person that's ever been in there to just get his grimy little fingers in the guts of the United States. I'm sorry for the imagery, chat, but it's appropriate. It's appropriate. But yeah, no, this is a day of celebration. This is not a day of tears. We can take the W's. We can be happy about the fact that, you know, not so much that we think that the replacement for Kristi Noem is going to be better. I see, there I did it. I did a Kirsty. I did it. Who's Kirsty, chat? Who's the famous Kirsty? Can anybody, who am I thinking? When I say Kristi Noem, I feel like there's somebody that is named Kirsty that has like a similar name. Wait, don't forget how many building techniques that are eco-friendly from China that are banned in the US. We could have better buildings, but they'll tell you that the Chinese make their buildings from tofu. And I would, is it Kirstie Alley? Kirstie Alley? Oh wait, that sounds familiar. Is that one? Is that the only other famous Kirsty? Kristi Allen? Is that like Tim Allen's wife? Do you think Tim Allen's wife makes a complimentary sound? Like, you know how Tim Allen always goes like, You know what I'm saying? She had that fat actress reality show. It was a reality show? Wait, there was a Kristi Allen? Wait, she's dead and a Scientologist? Oh my God. Well, we shouldn't talk about her. We don't want her to curse us from Scientology hell. It was really called Fat Actress. Oh. She was on Cheers. She was in The Parent Trap. Oh, you were thinking Allie, not Allen. Okay, so it's not Tim Allen's wife. But like, yeah, I feel like she should, like, he goes like, and she should make a, like, I don't know. Is Tim Allen alive? Is his wife alive? I keep on speaking of the dead, Chad. I'm not trying to speak badly of the dead, but here I am. Here I go again. He's alive. Tim Allen is alive. Okay, good for that. Good for the Santa. Didn't he also play Santa Claus? Oh, Kirsten Cinema. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. I think Naomi Klein is the opposite of Kristi Noem, kind of, or the opposite of Naomi Wolf, who she's often confused of for some reason. She had a sitcom in the 90s called Veronica's Closet. Her first major role was as Spock's girlfriend? Oh my God, I gotta see that. I gotta see that. Oh my God, I don't like the... Let's see if we can fix this, Oh my God, chat, I don't wanna... Get the Draculito steak? For what? Unfortunately, Tim is still with us. Okay. But does his wife make a complimentary sound? Is what I want to know. Does his wife make a complimentary sound to the famous Tim Allen sound? Like, is there like a... Is that not how Tim Allen works? Maybe his wife is just annoyed by it. I don't know. I think I would be. I think I would be massively annoyed if somebody was always making that noise. Sorry, I'm just trying to fix something here. All right, that's so much better. Like, chat, let's see. Is it better? Oh, it's so much better. It's so much better. Okay, wait. Yeah, I was just, I was annoyed by how, I need to fix my scenes at some point. She was recast in a film, I think, the next film. Oh, of Star Trek? Or... When Tim Allen does a rising sound, Miss Allen, oh, she would be like, eh. He'd be like, eh. And she'd be like, eh. Kind of like that. Or is she like Marge? Does she make like a Marge? Doesn't Marge Simpson make a sound like that? Anyway, chat, I'm here to tell you about the possibility of bonus content. A possibility that we are already 15% of the way towards, okay? Bonus content is what happens when we hit 100 bonus content points before the end of the stream. And bonus content? Bonus content. That sounds like good bonus content, like buenos content. The best content, right? Bonus content comes to us only if we get from 15 that we're at now to like 100. So that's like 85 points further, right? And that's all about the bonus poll, right? Which you're voting on right now. The number decides whether we get the bonus content. The poll decides what bonus content we get. And right now, it looks like you've been choosing, most of you are choosing Shoe on Head versus Denims. That is a, I believe, a deep fried fat clip, right? So they're covering that drama. I know nothing about it, but I'd like to know more about it. What did Shoe on Head say about Denims? What did Denims say about Shoe on Head? It sounds interesting. Tied with that, right? We've got the XTYT employees spill the tea. That's a Vanguard clip. They're covering all the TYT stuff. I don't have time for all of it. So if you want to catch up together on what Emma and Francesca and Carolyn Kwan said, then we can watch that. That's in second place. Then we got burger mogging. Chat, burger mogging is a thing now. You can mog somebody with a burger somehow. Burger mogging. Imagine that, chat. Yeah, apparently the McDonald's CEO did a video, what was supposed to be like a influencer video or like a social media video. Here he's like, I always like to try the product. Here, let's get down this new burger that we've got out here. And he takes like the smallest bite in the world, and he apparently hates it. He hates it. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, right? And I think it's the Burger King CEO that's jumped on the bandwagon to burger mog him. And so he like bites into the burger, right? Because and the whole, the subtext, right? Wealthy people like CEOs generally don't eat terrible food like, McDonald's burgers, right? They generally skip that. But they're selling the burger, so they gotta say, no, I eat this too. Yeah, no, it's really great. It's Trump is like the only rich guy I know that actually eats like absolute shit. And a lot of people are, aware of this concept now with the rise of Maha, who, look at or the problem. Their problem would be like, you fry your you fry your French fries in seed oil. Not healthy. That should be beef tallow in there. We need beef tallow, right? So you got Maha that kind of looks down on that food, and then you got the groypers. And what do they do when they see McDonald's? What do they think? What do the groypers think, right? When they see all this terrible food that most people are eating, right? They think it must be the Jews. It must be because of the Jew, right? There was, who was it that was like reacting to a Pop-Tart? He got offended by a Pop-Tart and he called it goy slop, which then that's the word that, oh my God, we did cover the Anna freak out over, like she wants to use the word goy slop. She doesn't see what's wrong with it. She sounds like a groyper, Anna Kasparian. And look, she is playing to her audience. There's a segment of her audience that types with one hand, okay? And they tend to be groypers, right? That they thirst for Anna. They thirst for Anna. So there we go. She's gone with her fandom. Her biggest fans out there, chat. Anyway, yeah, Shoe on Head and XTYT employee Spill the Tea is tied in first at 32%, and yeah, Professor Jiang Rabbit Hole and Burger Mogging are tied in second at 18%. Professor Jiang, if you did not watch the my 9-hour marathon deep dive into this guy from a few days ago, he is a content creator, YouTuber, and a professor who I think teaches classes in Beijing University. And also films the classes, and these classes are getting like millions of views, right? The last few classes have been him going off on the situation in Iran and what he predicts will happen. His channel is called Predictive History. He has made some predictions that have come true. People give him what I think is like too much credit for that. I do think he's a good, prognosticator in geopolitics, but when you get into like his whole like belief pyramid, it gets wacky. It gets really wacky really quick. And for that reason, right, for incorporating spirituality and literature with history and world events, right, he's being called the Jordan Peterson of the left, but we're not entirely sure how left he is, right? Just that he's, anti, U.S. hegemony, kind of, right? So he's an interesting rabbit hole to dive into. We got into some of it. He's put out a new video today called The Study. I think it's like The Study. It's from his game theory course. It's something about like the asymmetry, right? The asymmetry between the United States, Israel, and Iran. Iran having, much less resources, much less technology. But what do they have? They have the terrain and they have the will to fight, given that this is an existential, kind of situation for them. And as well as a lot of things that might make, the difference, like the fact that they're spending so much less on their drones that are taking out, U.S. installations, taking out potentially oil fields, potentially desalination plants, and these things are incredibly cheap for them. And the interceptors that the U.S. and Israel are using to try to intercept them are not so cheap. So yeah, talking about how even though we got this massive asymmetric situation with the global hegemon and its top ally on one side, and a small country that's been under sanctions for years, or small, relatively small, that's been under sanctions for years, and that, even though that he's still predicting that the odds are in Iran's favor. So, interesting guy. Don't agree with a lot of what he says. Hassan hates this guy now, by the way. We watched Hassan's reaction to him, and he's just like, and I don't think he gave a theory where he thought that Iran might try to kind of like, I don't know, unite the Arab world in some way. Now, if you're talking about like, reconstituting the caliphate, and then that would be the Shia nation and all the Sunni nations would get in line. That is crazy, right? That is something kind of like what Glenn Beck said, right? Some of Glenn Beck's analysis was deficient of the idea that Sunnis and Shia do not usually, get along. They're usually not on the same side of military conflict. So, Hassan kind of laughed at that, and then mentioned that, yeah, he's into talking about he sometimes like just throws in, okay, there's an organization called the Illuminati, right? And they start up in this year, and people say the Illuminati's not very, not around anymore. I don't know. He just goes into this whole, thing, right? So that's Professor Jiang. I'm trying to go through the content for you to just let you know what you're voting for so you can decide better what you want to vote for. Unfortunately, you can't take your vote back, but 44 of you have voted so far. Make sure to get your vote in if you haven't already. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to jump on over to YouTube, youtube.com/nocommentchick, and you can place your vote along with everybody else. Make sure to leave a like while you're doing that, because honestly, chat, I subsist on likes. I know I said I subsist on green tea with lemon, with lime and boba, but I really subsist on your likes more than anything else. So I'd really appreciate it if people would like the stream. It helps me out a lot. Okay, so like I said, this is the number that dictates whether we get any of this bonus content. Your votes dictate which bonus content that we get, right? This number goes up. Oh, I gotta change. Sorry. Let's okay. Boom, take that back down to 0. All right, so this number goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick or on patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me on Twitch, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. You just hook your Amazon account, if you have Twitch, up to your Twitch account, and you'll get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you'll get all the emotes. You'll be able to rewind it. Membership has its privileges. A sub costs $6, which it's a lot of money. It's like twice as much as a YouTube membership, right? But if you cannot afford one and do not have Prime, fear not, right? If you're in here chatting, having good takes for long enough, there's some chance that you'll be gifted a sub. That can happen, that does happen, and it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat on Twitch. So there we go. I think I've covered all my bases with that. 15 plus for T-Spill. Gotcha. Thank you, Narwhal, for helping me illustrate my next point. Oh god, I gotta edit that. This is like the same document, chat. It's the same document I use every time. Be Various just resubscribed with a Prime. Burger mogging and cheese maxing. Oh my god. Now you're making me want, I don't know, vegan cheese? I don't think I like vegan cheese, though. I don't think I really like any cheese. But no, it's hard to find good vegan cheese. That's the thing, right? I think that's the thing. But anyway, god, you got now I'm like hungry. You just reminded me food was a thing. But yeah, thank you for the Prime, Be Various. And here we go. So yeah, Narwhal just said 15 plus for T-Spill, please. So you can do just like Narwhal is doing if you want to. When you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, which of these, 4 topics you want to see come out the other end of the vending machine as bonus content if we get to 100. And I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, just like I did right here. And that, at the end of the day, those numbers get added to the poll. Now, some of you might be looking at that and being like, that sounds like money in politics, right? That sounds like people can kind of buy the vote. They can affect the vote, but yeah, I don't know. Can they outright buy it? I mean, I guess if they have enough money, they could outright buy it. But that's why Vox Populi exists, because some people don't like that idea, and they want the poll, they want the vote to be the vote. And Vox Populi is like your anti-influence, like it makes it lessens the influence of all of the donos on the topics, right? It just, it takes all that down by whatever percentage, by whatever you donate. So it's pretty powerful, and yeah, it can just send the vote back to the voters. So make sure to get your votes in. And make sure to let me know in the chat if you do a super chat, super sticker, if you got yourself a membership, give yourself a gift of membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, that you can let me know which of these topics you want to see, including like Vox Populi. If you're like, I just like want the vote, that's what I want, whatever they're voting for, right? I'll have what they're having. Vox Populi, that's how you accomplish that. And it's a very powerful game mechanic when it's used right. So there we go, chat. I think I've said all I need to say. I did mention my Patreons, and I'd like to shout out my Patreons at the beginning and ending of each stream. Since we're at the beginning of the stream right now, let me do that before my mouth goes completely dry. It's important that I shout you out before my mouth gets dry. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moinoip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I think it's time to get into Kristi Noem. What do people call her? Crusty Gnome? Thirsty Gnome? I mean, she is kind of thirsty. We'll get into, there's so many aspects to this, right? There's the Lewandowski. Yeah, she was having an affair with Lewandowski, supposedly, apparently, possibly. There's so much, like, Kirsty's got, what is it that they say? Like a person that's got a lot going on. She got too much going on. She seems to have too much going on, and it's crazy. It's not sustain. Nothing about this is sustainable. What should we start with, though? I guess just the facts, maybe? Okay, let's check out CNN, the newly acquired Trump network, CNN.
Breaking news into CNN.
I don't know what to expect here, chat, but yeah, you're right, Narwhal. We are at 18%, not 15%. Let's change that. Boom, we're at 18%. Nice. Okay. And let's change this and take a look at what's going on CNN.
CNN. Kristi Noem is out as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. We have a team of reporters on this. Let's start with Kristen Holmes at the White House. Kristen, it was, what, like 10 minutes ago that you were reporting that her job was in jeopardy, and now it's official.
Yep, President Trump has announced that he has fired the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. This is the first cabinet position that he has fired during his second term. Of course, the only other high-profile ouster we've had like this was when Mike Walz served as the head of the National Security Council. He was the National Security Advisor. So President Trump just posted this on Truth Social. He said, "I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st, 2026. And Boris, just so you know, this is one of the names that we had heard he was floating in these conversations he was having with lawmakers on Capitol Hill. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border."
I wanted to mention, because I almost forgot this. I've been getting I covered Adam Friedland talking to Gavin Newsom last night, and just like, you know, kind of an interesting interview, right? Because in spite of the fact that Adam did not, you know, call him names, make fun of him. I mean, maybe he did make fun of him a little bit, right? But he was fairly nice to Gavin Newsom, right? He was also, you know, pretty expertly exposing Newsom's shortcomings. And that, you know, that interview did not go well for him. Now, that being said, I don't think a lot of people at Adam's audience were going to vote for Newsom anyway. But Newsom must have come on, right? Here's the calculation, chat. And you'll see this sometimes, right? Somebody goes into a hostile environment, especially a politician, or even a streamer, you could see this, right? Because they know that their approval from that audience is at like 0. So there's no, they can't go down. They think they can't go down from that, right? Now with a streamer, you know, you can like attract haters and harassers and you know, weirdos and stuff like that. You know, if you make another person's audience like really mad. But for a politician, there's kind of like no downside, right? If you're Gavin and you are gonna talk in front of Adam's audience, his audience is full of people that are pretty skeptical. Skeptical? Yeah, skeptical. Why does that sound like testicle when I say it? Anyway, skeptical of Gavin Newsom's like sincerity and you know, his progressiveness, right? You know, you could only go up from there. So that's why Gavin, you know, probably agreed to do it. And like I said, the fact that Adam walks a tightrope. But here's what happened that I wasn't expecting, right? We didn't get a lot of viewers at the time for whatever reason. Maybe it's different content than I normally do. You know, maybe, I don't know, right? But we did get comments from Newsom chuds, from fans of Gavin. The Gavin gang was out in full effect. I don't know if this is like some kind of bot situation, but I thought I should mention that to you because I know that a lot of people missed the VOD from last night and might be interested in it. And if you do go over there, be sure to like let them know, right? Because I mean, it's cringe. I don't want to get in there and start, you know, arguing with liberals in my comments or anything. Although I will say I was tempted. I was really tempted, but. If you like to do that sort of thing, if you like to you know, throw a wrench in the Newsom 2028 machine, then feel free to do that, and also watch the VOD because I know a lot of you are interested in Friedland's technique there, and I do think that, you know, I don't know if it'll go viral like the Richie Torres or some of the other ones, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed seeing that guy squirm simple commandment to try to be human is too much for the guy. Anyway.
Will be moving to be special envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. We are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. Again, this is a huge deal.
At Homeland.
This is the first time he is firing a cabinet member. He has been incredibly reluctant this term to fire, to shuffle any of his staff, any of his officials, because of the perception of his first term when he was in office, that it was a revolving door. However, as we reported, we were told that the catalyst for this was essentially this appearance that
I stopped watching because Gavin was boring as fuck. See, that's a classic fuck up, Tanky Geiner. Classic, right? It was actually all in the last 10 minutes. Anyway, I was happy.
She made this hearing in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee in which
I mean, he was squirming the whole time, right? But the really interesting part, because he just tries to go flaccid and be like, no, Adam, you're right. Yeah, no, I should listen to you. No, yeah, I need to be a normal guy, right? And then at the end, he's just like, why don't you, instead of like, playing into the right wing and into Republicans' hands, why don't you do this? Anyway, it was a thing of beauty. If you want to, you can fast forward to the last 10 minutes, and that's the best part.
she claimed President Trump had signed off on a $200 million ad campaign that featured her asking illegal immigrants to self-deport. President Trump has now said publicly he didn't do that. And of course, all of this is amid the fallout that we saw from Minnesota, from Minneapolis. And there had been pushback on the Hill and from many of President Trump's allies that Kristi Noem was not the right person for the job. But many of them had been careful to walk a very thin line, not getting too far out there. But clearly, we are told now that this hearing put Trump over the edge in terms of his anger factor. Now he has fired Noem, replacing.
Yeah, so this hearing is what I was commenting on, that I thought the people were kind of ignoring, including myself. Like, I couldn't even think of it. I was like, I know there's something happening right now that Trump probably doesn't want people paying attention to. And I made a mental note, but I never like followed up on it. But I made a mental note, to cover Kristi Noem. So here we are now. We're going to cover it today. There are several hearings that she was in that are not boring. Okay, that are not boring at all. That are quite horrible for Kristi Noem. And you could also see the moment where Donald Trump watching at home, right? Other people might not have been watching the Kristi Noem hearing because they're holding on to their asses, trying to avoid being blown up in World War Epstein. But Trump was definitely paying attention. And yeah, it caused him, I think when they exposed the ad buy that she did, I think that was the final straw, right? People are also talking about her affair with Corey Lewandowski. I don't know how much that was probably just like kind of a irritation for Trump, right? Just something that he finds distracting.
Him with replacing her, with this Oklahoma senator.
All right, Kristen, this is huge news as we are getting this, that Trump is replacing Kristi Noem as DHS secretary and moving her to a special envoy position, which is certainly a demotion and something that is meant to give her a little cover as she is getting ousted here. Kristen, thank you so much. If you could stand by for us there at the White House. Let's go to Priscilla Alvarez.
Yeah, it is absolutely cover for the fact that Trump is firing her. And it's mostly that it's not that I don't think he has a lot of love lost for Kristi Noem anymore. Like, I think he was done with her. And you will see later, there's a few things that the Trump administration has said that kind of feel like them putting the knife in her a little bit. So she has definitely been kicked off the ship. But yeah, given that he made up a new office, the, what was it? The Shield of the Americas. All right. So supposed to have something to do with foreign policy, maybe something to do with the Don Roe doctrine. But in reality, it's just like an exit ramp for her so that it doesn't look like she's being fired. So that Chuds in my comments, and this happened, chat, this morning, right? I wake up to Chuds in my comment literally saying, like, you're lying, you're fake news, you love Biden. Trump didn't fire her, she got a promotion. And I did jump in the comments at that point and say, yeah, she got promoted just like those dogs that she shot got promoted to heaven. Yeah, definitely.
Who has been tracking this for us. What are you learning?
Well, I have been hearing from Homeland Security officials who are stunned. Of course, they had been talking amongst themselves over the last several weeks and months, anticipating that the secretary may.
Yeah, that's surprising. They did admit that this is a demotion. They were not trying to do. I don't know. Is Fox News trying to sell this as a promotion? Because I mean, that chud got it somewhere. Tony Gonzalez has dropped his bid for re-election. Now Mike Johnson doesn't need him to vote nay on the War Powers bill anymore.
Be out soon, given a series of missteps that they perceived she had done over the last several weeks. And one of those in particular, or many of those in particular, are stemmed in what happened in Minneapolis. Recall, of course, that surge of federal agents for that immigration enforcement operation where 2 U.S. citizens were fatally shot by federal agents. And it was the secretary who came out in that immediate aftermath, calling them domestic terrorists, something that she was grilled on during the congressional hearings this week, but that also shocked Homeland Security officials that she would so quickly draw conclusions over such incidents. And recall, too, that President Trump, in the aftermath of those shootings, had dispatched White House border czar Tom Homan to try to resolve the issues on the ground. It was the most high-profile rebuke over the course of the last year of the secretary and the way that she was managing the department. And
Someday, chat, there's going to be a lot of there's going to be leaks, there's going to be exposition, there's going to be exposés on the inner workings of this Trump White House when stuff like this happened, right? Because like it's so weird to look at it from the outside. You got Kristi Noem. It's like everybody is their own sideshow. You know what I mean? You got Kristi Noem dressing up like a SWAT agent, walking around, you know, trying to like look hot and dangerous at the same time, I guess. And then you got Greg Bovino, like the world's smallest fascist, walking around like he thinks he's mini Mussolini. They're like, it's so hard to, and then they bring in Homeland, like all these different forces, right? Like Kash Patel, like the number of Trump officials that are just here to go on television or to give quotes, right? That are podcasters, that are not serious people. It's crazy. It feels like a clown show or a bad drag, I guess. Yeah. Like those dogs promoted to heaven. Yeah, made me chuckle. Oh, thank you. But seriously, there are okay, yeah. So there's my second thing. Look, I am no comment check. You know why that name became a thing? Do you know why I named my channel that? I didn't have a channel when I named it that. I was watching YouTube videos and somebody said something stupid in the comments. I was like, don't. And like some point I was like, no, I got to comment, right? I got to comment. And I blast them. And there were many years that my like engagement of on YouTube looked like that, seeing stupid questions, stupid comments in the replies. And just, you know, jumping in there, right? Before I even started doing videos. And if you want to be a little no comment check out there, you can jump into the comments, okay? Now, I would recommend you not like, you know, if somebody's like super persistent, if somebody's a troll, right? I would not recommend you like, you get into like long back and forth with them. But yeah, feel free to jump in the comments, especially when you see something like these people are literally think that Kristi Noem got a promotion, chat. There's people in the comments of my community post right now that are going under that as that are calling me on my bullshit. I'm wrong. I lied. She got a promotion. She didn't get fired. Trump loves her, right? Everything is good. She graduated, chat, to a higher form of fascism, and now Tom or what's his name, Markway Mullen is coming in to like fill that position, right? It's like they're convinced that this is like this is fine, right? They're in a burning house of the Trump administration. So yeah, these are if you enjoy making fun of pathetic hogs like that, there are pathetic hogs to be dunked on in the comment section of my community post right now.
The immigration enforcement mission. Now, of course, the White House said at the time that she was in lockstep with Tom Homan, but it was also clear internally that there had been long simmering tensions there. So All of this to say that it had been building over some time now, what was happening in the department, the management of the department between her and her chief advisor, Corey Lewandowsky, who was serving as a special government employee. There had been multiple concerns from within the department about the way that she was handling things, even most recently when she said that she was suspending TSA PreCheck, and then the department had to reverse that within hours. So this has been just a shock for a lot of Homeland Security officials who.
Hard to argue with that level of cope. Yeah, it's easier to point and laugh.
Even though they thought the writing was on the wall with her leaving at some point, the fact that it has happened now in the wake of these hearings just has them all scrambling.
Priscilla Alvarez, please stand by. Let's go to Manu Raju, who's live on Capitol Hill. Manu, I promised that at some point I would ask you about the situation with Kristi Noem and these hearings.
I need more caffeine.
Clearly, they were disastrous.
Yeah, and no question about it. And there had been a lack of support for Kristi Noem throughout, and a growing number of Republicans expressing frustration, concern, and actually, frankly, not even saying if they would support her continuing in the job. And no doubt that echoed at the White House, and the President Trump clearly had some of those similar concerns as well. But I want you to listen to what some of the Republicans told me just in the last day about whether they would continue supporting Kristi Noem staying in that job.
Do you have confidence in Secretary Noem?
Time will tell.
Would you vote for her again if you had a chance?
Time will tell.
Do you have confidence in her,
I'm not
Secretary?
going to answer that. That's not my decision.
But you voted to confirm her.
That's not my decision if I have confidence in her or not.
That's not my decision. If the president, that's up to the president. I want to be a team player, and I want to secure the border, and I want to enforce our immigration laws. But I'm tired of trying to explain behavior that is inexplicable to me.
If you had a chance to vote for her again, would you?
I'm not going to answer that, Manu. You can try 1,000 times, mate. Lots of luck to you.
Who is this guy? Who is this guy? He's a dying breed on the Hill, right? I feel like half of Republicans and like a third of Democrats used to sound like this. This is like a Dixiecrat. She sounds like a Dixiecrat that joined the Republican Party at some point.
If you had a chance to vote for her again, would you?
I'm not going to answer that, Manu. You can try 1,000 times, mate. Lots of luck to you.
Lots of luck. He's such a character.
Markway Mullen almost.
You can try.
No, come on. Who is this? Who is this? Who is this?
Supporting
Lindsey Graham.
In her,
I'm not
Secretary.
going to answer that. That's not my decision.
Do you have confidence in Secretary Noem?
Time will tell.
Would you vote for her again if you had a chance?
Time will tell.
Do you have confidence in her,
I'm not going
Secretary?
to answer that. That's not my decision.
Who is this guy, Chad? I love this guy. He's got that thing where he almost whistles. He's almost like, now you see here, back in the 1870s when I was first elected to Congress, a feller like me would run in the Democratic Party and there'd be no problem. Now, if you run in the Democratic Party, you've got to sign on to sexual reassignment surgery for hobos and immigrants. Like, I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I don't know. Why do I think I could do? Like, his voice is so like I gotta. So one of those things where you think you can do somebody's voice, but maybe he doesn't actually have the whistle, but he almost has it. Like the whistle would fit in his voice. He's the weirdo that reads books in Congress, detailing sex scenes. He's seriously that guy? He's seriously that guy? Like the guy that's like, wait, I'm trying to remember, what are the books that they obsess about? Genderqueer is like one of them. The guy might have read the gay sex books. Supposedly they're very feminine old. Oh no, I sound like the family. That's the Family Guy. That's the guy that whistles, right? The pervert from Family Guy, right? The guy that is always comically trying to diddle the son of the Griffins. It was Kennedy. This is Kennedy. Wait, this is Kennedy's the one that is that Kennedy. Who is this guy? I should recognize him. He's a quirked up old man. Anyway.
But you voted to confirm her.
That's not my decision. If the president, that's
not my decision. Now listen here, Manu. You come over here and bring them creamy thighs.
Team player. And I want to secure.
Hassan plays the clip every so. What is the clip of him? What is? Okay, is it Joe Kennedy or what's his name? Joe Kennedy, Louisiana. Is that who we're talking about? Listen here, Manu.
At Narwhalby, super chatted $10. John Kennedy from Louisiana.
Thank
He
you.
had a commercial in 2024 that said the next time you need a cop, call a crackhead. He read about a trans black woman's experience graphically.
Like graphically, like I can't watch it on Twitch or John. Oh, John Kennedy. Wait, shouldn't there be like a And also, thank you for the super chat, Nar. Well, shouldn't there be like a limit on people using the name John Kennedy? Like that, like after somebody dies and is famous, maybe you retire the name. John Kennedy, trans? How many genders are there? Questioning the human rights campaign chief about gender. Clashes with judge over trans inmate in women's prisons as sparks fly. Confronts nominee with her past statements about housing trans women in... Oh, about like... Oh my God, I don't know. John Kennedy, he's very interested in trans people, apparently. Calls out radical transgender activism. What about Reed's book? Reed's book. John Kennedy Reed's book. Is that what we're looking for? John Kennedy reads. Is it a children's book? Reads graphic quotes from children books at he says Trump called him mad as a murder. Wait, there's new news about oh wait, this is the clip that we just watched, isn't it? Here. Let's see if this is where the source material is actually. Oh my God, cursor disappearance. I hate it when my cursor disappears. Cursor disappearance. I will not get it back is what I fear. Don't you hate it when your cursor disappears? I need to get my cursor back in here. Cursor, cursor, cursor. There we go. The cursor is back. Thank God. All right.
Can we get your reaction to Senator Mullen being named DHS?
Actually.
I didn't want to mention it before because it would have violated the confidence, but
Wait, isn't there like a guy in Dukes of Hazzard that talks like this?
the president, when he called me Tuesday night, the night of the hearing, when he was mad as a murder hornet.
Oh.
He asked me what I thought about Mark Twain, and I said, A, I like him. B, he's very smart. C, he's a very good businessman.
I've known Mark Twain now for a good amount of time. It is not about the head of this agency. It is about what the agency is doing in our communities. And obviously there'll be hearings, and I think a lot of this should be brought out. But we have an agency that is out of control, and what they're doing in our communities, what they're doing to the Constitution, their reckless, continuous violation of court orders. Even Republican-appointed judges, they are routinely violating those court orders. That makes this whole agency, to me, morally bankrupt.
Okay, so that is the clip that we just watched, and now I think this is the one that people are talking about. Reads graphic quotes from a children's book, right? Is this the one that Hassan watches? Please don't get me banned with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to read from the from a novel called Genderqueer.
We are coming on the air with breaking news right now. Our exclusive interview with Iran's foreign minister who joined us.
We should watch that.
Confess I'm a little confused, and I appreciate the argument or discussion that we've been having, but for me it's a little too conceptual, or I don't know, metaphysical or theological or whatever you want to call it. I want to try to understand what you're asking us to do. Let's take two books that have been much discussed.
Is this the one, chat?
I've
watched it before. I've watched this before. I blocked it from memory. Is it that bad? Is this the one? They played it on the Majority Report too? Okay, so it's not going to get me banned at least.
The first one is called All Boys Aren't Blue. And
I think all boys are blue, actually. Boys prefer blue. Unless they're told by an evil liberal teacher to pick pink instead, in which case we have to deprogram them from gender ideology.
And I will quote from it.
Before they fog their own mother by looking more feminine than she does.
I put some lube on and got him on his knee.
No!
And
no!
I began to slide into him from behind.
And this is the thing. They'll find books that are like, I don't know, like not in your kid's like library. And they'll be like, it's in your kid's library. It's in your kid's library. We found it in one library somewhere. Maybe it was a college library. But we're going to go ahead and say this is being taught to your kids in school. Like there's going to be a test on this. What did the man put on his, what did he slide on before entering the other man? Like, and it's multiple choice, like lube, a fresh t-shirt. Oh, no, chat. Socks, chat. They put on socks first. Oh my God. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter.
I pulled out of him.
Yeah, pink was the original boy color. That's right, yeah.
And kissed him while he masturbated.
Wow, he masturbated.
He asked me to turn over while he slipped a condom on himself. This was my ass, and I was struggling to imagine someone inside me. He got on top and slowly inserted himself into me. It was the worst pain I think I have.
No one remind Haas this exists. That'll end up on the soundboard. Yeah, you're right.
Ever felt in my life. Eventually, I felt a mix of pleasure with the pain. Close quote. All boys aren't blue. The second is another much discussed book. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Glad I'm high as fuck for this. I read a lot of Stephen King in high school. And it was full of, these are not good sex scenes, right? I could see somebody, questioning like the, if this was like part of a sex ed, I don't know. Like, I mean, you're not going to teach, freaking erotic literature probably, but.
It's called genderqueer.
Oh, here's genderqueer. Okay. I've heard of this.
Let me read an excerpt from that. Quote. I got a new strap-on harness today. I can't wait to put it on you. It will fit my favorite dildo perfectly. You're going to look so hot.
Has he never encountered a power bottom before?
Can't wait to have your cock
is that shocking?
In my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me. End quote.
Damn.
Now, Mr. Secretary.
He was in my ass, got a lot of replay. Now, Madam Secretary, is this what you want our elementary school children to be learning in their class? In their language arts class?
What are you asking us to do? Are you suggesting that only librarians should decide whether the two books that I just referenced?
Do you think, oh my God, these motherfuckers think that librarians are like out there trying to give kids like erotic material? What the fuck?
Should be available to kids? Is that what you're saying?
A librarian is a woman, and women are of inferior intelligence to a person such as myself.
No.
Hasn't Hassan also said that this guy's actually smart? Is this the guy that Hassan said was like actually smart and he just pretends to be? He's like a Yale grad or something like that, but he just puts on the now listen here. All right. when you're slopping a hog, you got to make sure to. Sorry.
Okay. Tell me
this
what
is
you're
the guy.
saying.
Well, first of all, there's this.
Don't give me a speech. Tell me what you're asking me to do.
With all due respect, Senator, and
Get down on your knees, Senator, and I've just gotten a new strap on.
the words you spoke are disturbing, especially coming out of your mouth is very disturbing. But what I would also tell you that we're not advocating for kids to read porn, to Senator Booker's
What
point.
are you advocating for?
We are advocating for parents, random parents, not to have the ability, under the guise of keeping kids safe, to try and challenge the world view of every single manner on these issues.
That's the other thing too, is that like these aren't books that are being challenged in like a high, probably even on like a high school, right? I would guess, right? These aren't books that somebody found in like certainly not in a middle school or elementary school library, and probably not in a high school, because if they did, it wouldn't be a challenge. It would just be like, oh shit, we fucked up. That is not age appropriate, right? Libraries do, like children's school libraries, like that's one of the criteria for what goes in the book. Or the thing is, these people they're not, chat, let me just let you know the real deal about this shit. All right, I just gotta say this, right? They're not worried about genderqueer or the other book that he read that is like, a sex scene in it and whatever. They're worried about they're worried about gender. Jennifer has two mommies, okay? That's what they're trying to take out. They're worried about a children's book where one of the parents is trans, right? That's what they're trying to take out. They don't want children to know that if they feel different than the description that's given for every, this is how you should, at this age you start feeling something for the opposite sex. If they're feeling it for the same sex, or if they don't feel at home in the gender that they're assigned, these are books that let them know that's okay. You're not the only one experiencing this. They're getting rid of books, chat, that say, you have a future. You're not wrong. You're not bad. You have a future. And here's an idea of what it could look like, right? It pisses me off. It pisses me off. Anyway, we're going back to an old controversy. We kind of got a sidetrack. Is there anything else? Should I keep on playing it? Is it funnier? Like does he do other funny stuff? But yeah, he's a funny old man. If people tell me, like, let me know, chat. Should I go back to this? Or should I finish this, or just... Did I get the funny part? Kennedy would worry about the hellfire he's going to be experiencing, because if his God is real, he ain't going to meet him. The funny is done. Okay, we'll get back to the content. We'll get back to the content.
Good evening.
Oh, that's content too. Oh my God! Wow. Yeah, this happened like live on air. I think the MR had already done a segment earlier about Kristi Noem, and then it came out that she had been officially fired.
Secure the border, and I want to enforce our immigration laws, but I'm tired of trying to explain behavior that is inexplicable to me.
Well, if you had a chance to vote for her again, would you?
I'm not going to answer that, Manu. You can try 1,000 times, maybe.
You can try to tempt me with your ways, Manu, but I'm a strong Christian man.
Lots of luck to you.
I wasn't tempted by those books, and I won't be tempted by you either.
Now, Markway Mullen almost certainly would get the support of a majority of United States senators to be confirmed as the next Secretary of Homeland Security.
Okay, look. I mean, majority of the senators, it could just be Republicans, okay? Whatever. But it's going to be Fetterman, and it's going to be more. Didn't Cory Booker even, was there some kind of a... No, it sounded like look. If I'm giving Cory Booker the benefit of the doubt, I'm going to assume that his statement means that he's going to try to hold Markwayne Mullen to task, right? That he's going to try to use the Senator Corey, yeah, he's a senator. He's going to try to use the confirmation process to put the DHS on trial, if I was to guess, right, in front of the country, right? That sounds like, I don't know. I don't want to think that Cory Booker ends up voting for him. I don't want to think that freaking Chuck Schumer ends up voting for him. But like, you got a little bit from Cory Booker. It sounded like maybe they were friends. That's what worries me, right? Is that, like, look, there's probably a good way of doing this and a bad way of doing this. I know that, AOC and Bernie talked to some people on the other side of the aisle and stuff like this. But if you are just like, kind of like, becoming friends because I don't know, I worry about, like, Democrats being like, oh, Markwayne Mullen's not such a bad guy, and just like letting the Republicans get by with all kinds of bullshit. Meanwhile, that does not happen on the other side. There's no fucking Republican out there saying Hakeem Jeffries is a good guy. Never fucking happened.
Senate tends to look favorably upon its own. He has served in this body for 3 years. He's a former House member for about 10 years. He's a former mixed martial arts fighter as well. And he's also been a staunch defender of President Trump's agenda. It is unclear.
Do you think he wears a rash guard, chat, under his shirt? Do you think he wears a rash guard under his clothes?
Exactly when it was informed to Mullen.
Does he stay senator for now? Yeah, they kind of need him. I don't know how they're going to actually do the transfer. Good point, hermit orologist. Yeah, my understanding is that he had, it's not a negative one. It's not a -1 for the Senate for the Republicans immediately.
That he would be Donald Trump's pick, because he did speak to reporters at about 12:30 this afternoon. He was asked about these rumors about Trump floating his name as a replacement. At that point, he said he had not spoken to Trump all week. And then he went, who's holed up in the number 2 Senate Republican's office.
Do you think he needs anger management classes? Adric, why would you say that? Why would you think that Markwayne, are you talking about Markwayne Mullen? You're telling me that Markwayne Mullen needs anger management classes. I don't know how to spell his name, but is it Sean O'Brien? Okay, there's Sean O'Brien with Markwayne. Oh wait, it was O'Brien that he got in a fight with?
On what Mr. O'Brien just said about right-to-work states versus forced work states. I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be.
Wait. What is this?
Pretty hard and long hours.
Responding to a social media post, Republican Markwayne Mullen challenged labor leader Sean O'Brien. Yeah, this is the Teamsters guy. He showed up. He did the Republican convention this year, and definitely there's like rank and file Teamsters that have been voting for Trump. So, but a guy like Sean O'Brien knows enough to know that Trump should know enough to know that Trump is not on his team. The Democrats are not always on their team either. But yeah, anyway. Responding to a social media post, Republican Senator Markwayne Mullen challenges labor leader Sean O'Brien to a fight during a Senate hearing.
Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud.
So always are these things that Sean O'Brien is saying about Markwayne Mullen? My understanding of Markwayne Mullen is that he ran a plumbing business that I think he inherited from his dad. So his work, his industry is thought of as like a blue collar industry, plumbing. But depending on how big of a plumbing service you run, you're kind of not. You're literally a capitalist, right? I mean, it's we don't. I'm not sure how big the business is, right? But I mean, we want to hear about a plumber going to Congress, right? We want to hear about people like a bartender getting elected to Congress, right? And that does sometimes happen, but yeah, more often than not, it's some small business tyrant that tries to turn the business that they inherited from their dad into like some kind of a stolen honor from the working class. Anyway,
has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me.
What?
Clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, cowboy.
Okay, so low key, it kind of looks like maybe Sean O'Brien, challenged him on Twitter, and then what? They brought him in front of. No, I'm trying to put together the order of events that caused this, right? Sean O'Brien, Teamsters leader, writes this about Mark Wayne Mullen on social media, maybe before he's going to go in front of a Senate hearing. I don't know.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
This is a time. This is a place. Sure.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it.
Want to do it now?
Stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution every
Hold it. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Chat, I think he wore his rash guard to work. Again, this is not a big man, but if you know jujitsu and you can, depending on where you are, you could actually, like, if you know how to take somebody down, and you're a better grappler than them, you'll usually win, regardless of how big they are.
Down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold it. If
Hold
we
on.
can't, no,
This is
I have
what
the
he
mic.
said.
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing. And God knows the American people have enough contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies.
You have,
And that's
you
what-
have,
I don't like you because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
hold it. You have the mic.
Yeah.
You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
Then let's do this, because I did challenge you and I accepted your challenge, and you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet.
Hold on.
You challenged me to a cage match, acting like a 12-year-old schoolyard
Hold
bully.
it. Excuse me. Hold it. No, excuse me. I have the
I
mic.
will say exactly.
Senator Mullen, I have the mic. You have questions on any economic issues, anything that said, go for it. We're not here to talk about physical abuse.
You brought.
We're not
him
talking
in.
about. Of course, I did.
And let me show you his hearing, because I want to expose this thug to who he is. And
Could you not point at me? That's disrespectful.
I don't care about respecting you at all. I
I don't
respect
respect you at all.
So
All right, hold
let
it.
me
Hold it. No.
You're one of
Yeah,
100 of the most
hold
elite
it,
people.
please.
Act it.
Please. All right. This is excuse me. This is a hearing to discuss economic issues. All right. If you have questions for Mr. O'Brien or anybody else on what he has said, go for it. But we're not here to talk about.
This is Chud on Chud
or
violence.
anything else.
Chud versus Chud. Oh my God.
To defer to Senator Mark Wayne Mullen.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And I want to make it very clear, I'm not against unions. I'm not at all. Some of my very good friends work for unions. They work hard and they do a good job.
Yeah. Chat.
And so
Some of my best friends are a bunch of union thugs. Yeah.
So my statements, please don't make an assumption that I'm anti-union. But I also want to set the record straight. All three of you guys have talked about employers being intimidating their employees. But you guys haven't ever spoke about when the unions try to unionize, the intimidation they have to other people that aren't wanting to unionize. You guys don't mention that. Because, see, I started with nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Oh my God.
I started below nothing. And I started growing this.
I think this is bullshit, is it not? This is bullshit.
Plumbing company with 6 employees to now we have over 300 employees. And back in 2009,
He had 6 employees. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God. You tried to unionize me, motherfucker. They wanted your employees to have a fucking fair deal, asshole, because you wouldn't treat them like human beings. They're tools to you. The union is a way for the employees to put their power together to fight back. Oh my God.
My guys were making money. They're getting paid more than the union halls were paying their plumbers. Our benefits were better.
Classic
But because we started getting
gaslighting.
jobs that were union jobs and winning those, union pipe fitters decided they were going to come after us, they would show up at my house.
Is that why he had to learn jujitsu? Is that why he learned jujitsu?
In fact, sometimes I look forward to it. That's not my problem. But when you're doing that to my employees, and then
now, for the record, like I said, jujitsu is the great equalizer in the MMA ring, right? People that are not physically big can sometimes take down people that are physically big, and if they're better at grappling, they can win, right? That's true, right? Also understand that the ring, the octagon, is not a parking lot, all right? And so I don't want you to think that I'm saying like he's gonna fucking, choke guys out on the asphalt, all right? Like if he was gonna get in a fight with some union guys, like it probably would not go well for him, right? I mean, if he wanted to challenge them to a cage match, maybe that would work.
They started picketing our job site, saying shame.
Picketing? Oh my God.
Shame on Mullen. For what? For what? Because
union busting, you bitch.
Because we had better benefits and we wasn't requiring them to pay your guys' exorbitant
Mark Wayne Mullen
salaries?
picks his nose on the Israel trip?
You talk about CEOs that are making all this money? And what do you make, Mr. O'Brien?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question.
Yeah, I know
Senator.
what you make, because in 2019, your salary was, what is this, $193,000? I'm sure you got some pay raises since then.
Yeah, when I was a
And the average UPS driver, the feeder driver, makes $35,000 a year. And what do you bring?
That's
to the table?
inaccurate.
Hold on a second.
That's inaccurate. State
no,
facts.
I've got it right here.
State facts. That's inaccurate.
The average UPS feeder driver makes $35,000. If you don't know your facts, then maybe you should.
Oh, I know them because I negotiate the
So
contract.
I say one thing to you. What do you bring for that salary?
What do I bring?
Yeah. What job have you committed, or have you started? What job have you created? One job, other than sucking the paycheck out of somebody else that you want to.
He broke the law, and he's mad at this employee. His employee yelled at him at his house.
Say that
Is that where this all started from? So he does have employees that are not happy. Like he's trying to represent it like the union is trying to force themselves on employees. Mark Wayne likes sticking his finger in other people's noses. Is this a thing? It wasn't his own nose. It was somebody else's. He looks like Lana Del Rey's husband. The alligator. Oh, I don't know this guy.
You're trying to provide because you're forcing them to pay dues. And
no, we don't force them.
Senator, you've asked the
You're
question.
out of line.
Let him
man.
answer
Actually,
the
I
question.
haven't, and don't tell me I'm out
You
of line.
are out of line.
Don't tell me I'm out of line.
Well, you frame.
Don't tell me. I'm
frame,
making a
you
statement.
frame
Sir,
the statement
you need
like
to
a
shut
tough
your
guy.
mouth
Yeah.
because you don't know
You're
what
gonna tell
you're
me to shut
talking
my
about.
mouth?
Yes,
Yeah.
I did.
This is good.
Tough guy. I'm not
Senator,
afraid of physical.
Senator,
You don't have
hold
to be,
it.
but don't sit there and tell me I'm out of line.
Senator, you made a statement. You asked the question.
I didn't ask a question.
You did.
I answered the question.
I kind of want to see him fight.
About how
Well, it
much
was
money he made.
rhetorical.
Let him answer.
It was a rhetorical
Well,
question,
you
sir.
may think it's rhetorical.
It was
Sounded to me
rhetorical.
like a question.
O'Brien is a lot
answer.
bigger than he is,
I'm not
though.
yielding my time to him. So if you're
From what
going
I
to
can
keep
see.
my time, that's fine.
You'll have your time. Let him. You ask
your
a question. He has a right to answer that.
As far as my salary goes, my salary, if you follow me around, I actually look at this building. I bet you I work more hours than you do. Twice as many hours.
That's impossible. But
No, that's true.
Sir, you don't even know
Secondly-
what art work is. If you want to follow my schedule,
Secondly, I'll do it in a minute. Secondly, UPS feeder drivers, and you can quote Carol Tomei, who quoted this. They make $93,000 on the lower end. Some of them making $150,000.
I said feeder drivers.
Feeder drivers, tractor trailer drivers. Some of them making $150,000 per year.
Some of them do.
And
I don't
most of them
disagree
ma-
with that.
most of them
After
make
you've been
over-
there
most
four-
of them-
after you've been there 4 years.
Most of them make over $1,000.
Okay.
Most of them make over $100,000.
So reclaiming my time, I go back to the whole fact that, sir, you haven't created a job.
We haven't?
You haven't been there. You haven't.
Sure we have.
You haven't.
Sure we have.
Tell me one job that you created.
What are you talking about? Be specific.
You're an
What do you mean?
employer?
No, we're not
You
an
employ
employer.
people?
No, but it's funny.
So, no, then hold on,
create,
then
we
that's
create
not creating
opportunity.
jobs.
We create opportunity because we
Sir,
hold
that's not-
hold greedy CEOs
That's
like yourself
not-
accountable.
You're calling me a greedy CEO.
Oh yeah, you are. You want to attack my salary?
Small business tyrant.
What did you make? What did you make when you owned your company?
When I made my company, I kept my salary down at about $50,000 a year because I invested every penny into it.
Okay, all right. You mean you hid money?
No, I didn't hide. Oh, hold on a second.
Okay, Coach.
He said that's out of line. You said
All right,
I
we're
was out of
we're
line.
even, we're even.
We're not even. We're not even close to being even. You think it's smart? You think you're funny?
No,
you're not.
You think you're funny.
No, I never said. Did I smile?
You frame your opening statement.
Hold on.
You frame your opening statement saying you're a tough
Senator,
guy.
continue. Senator, please continue.
What do you think I'm a clown? What do you think? Am I here for your amusement? You think I'm funny?
Behavior. But sir, this is. I think it's great that you're doing this because this shows their behavior on how they try to come in and demonize a shop.
No,
and they say about intimidation, and it's not about intimidation.
This may show your behavior here. But stay on the issue, please.
The issue is, if you're really for the employee, then why are you against right to work? Why are you against private ballots? Okay. If you're really about the employee, let the employee make the choice. I'm not anti-union, but when you don't want to have a private ballot, that's not intimidating? That's not intimidating? Why wouldn't you want a private ballot? That is intimidating the employee. If you don't want a right to work state, don't force somebody to pay dues to an organization they may not agree with. Don't force somebody to do something they don't want to do. That's called employee choice. If you want to be part of a union, God bless you, be part of a union. I have no issue with that. But don't sit up here and say that an employee is the one that intimidates their employers are intimidating their employees not becoming a union.
Okay, Senator,
that's not accurate.
Thank you very much. Senator Murray.
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
Patty
Chairman.
Murray.
I actually would like to start by
my senator. It was my senator. All right, let's get back to the
illegal immigration facilitated by criminal networks.
Oh yeah, apparently Stephen Miller's he went quiet for a little while, right? He's become loud again. We'll have to check in on that. But I really need to get the base. We're trying to get to just the basics, but yeah, like that was a great little sidestep into Markwayne Mullen. Thank you, chat, for facilitating my ADHD.
John Barrasso, he was not seen for some time. He left the Capitol without commenting, perhaps taking a call from the president at that point. So a surprise to many here, and maybe even to Senator Mullen. Guys.
Some fascinating color as Mullen leaves Capitol Hill, potentially taking a call from the president, refusing to comment about Trump considering him for DHS secretary, and just moments ago, Trump confirming that the new DHS secretary is Senator Markwayne Mullen of Oklahoma.
In our national lead, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is back.
Has Markwayne spoken yet?
Facing bipartisan criticism for her job performance. Yesterday from senators, today from House lawmakers, both often focusing on the aggressive, many would say overly aggressive, immigration crackdown in Minnesota and elsewhere. One Republican senator giving her a particularly harsh assessment.
Madam Secretary, you are back. What we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, we're beginning to get the American people to think that deporting people is wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way you're going about deporting them
he
is
likes
wrong.
the deportations.
I read your book last week. And honestly, some of the parts of it impressed me, but some of it distresses me. And I'll give you a good example.
Is that a hog that is going hard on her?
Where you talk about killing a dog that was 14 months old.
My God.
You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices.
And North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis joins me now live in studio.
Is this a Republican?
Let me ask you, why bring up the story of her killing Cricket?
Tom Tillis.
I thought it was a bizarre story too, but you think it's actually relevant?
I think it's relevant because if you read...
Is it D? Oh, I can't tell. Is it R or D?
I got the audio book. I read it.
R. It's R. He's an R.
She tries to suggest that a 14-month-old dog...
Dogs are mad at this guy too?
What most people who train dogs, particularly for hunting purposes, is necessary to have that dog be reliable. So she gets angry at a dog that she puts into service long before it should, and then goes and kills it in the backyard, and before that dog is dead. She made a bad decision there.
Wasn't it in front of the kids?
She fielded it too soon without training. Then she goes back to the farm, grabs a family goat, and shoots it because it made her mad. That is not, that's a thought process. So look
that's the description of a future serial killer. That is the behavior of a future fucking serial killer.
The fact that she acted precipitously on limited information, not really understanding that she had put something into a situation it was not ready for, felt a lot like some of the decision-making that was done in Minneapolis.
Like calling Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists.
Immediately jump into that. So she was rationalizing killing a dog behavior because it didn't perform properly, but she was wrong. She could have had that dog perform properly. Her then rationalizing that these were terrorists was the expedient. It was the easy way out. I want leaders behind President Trump that do the hard work so that they're preserving the Republican majorities in Congress and the president's legacy. She's far from that.
Well, one of the interesting things about the Preddy and Good situations is that she immediately came out and said things that were false, that we saw on video were not true. And
no credible. And look, the reason why I asked her who Tom Homan reports to, because I knew the answer, and she said he reports to the president.
Right.
If there is no better example of a vote of no confidence as somebody who was in front when the Preddy incident occurred, and now she, who is the head of Homeland Security, is replaced by somebody for a Homeland Security mission who doesn't actually even work for the Secretary of Homeland Security. That's a vote of no confidence, in my opinion, by the president.
So your Republican colleague, Senator Kennedy, was also critical. He was here earlier, and he was specifically critical about...
Do you see what he's saying? Do you understand what he's saying here? Like, this is crucial.
Secretary of Homeland Security. That's a vote of no confidence, in my opinion, by the president.
So you're Republican.
Well, by the president?
By somebody.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so, right? So anybody trying to cope about this, that this is a, she's needed for the Office of the Shield, for the American Shield Foundation or whatever the fuck. That's not right. She's lost the confidence of the president, right? And that is, his evidence for this is that, like, we didn't take like the second in command, right? We didn't say, the agency is good, but the leadership is bad. Let's bring new blood in, somebody that's already in there, somebody that's already done that. They brought in somebody from outside, right? Which, if you've ever been in working in a job where they bring in a new boss, like that is from outside the system, generally, that indicates a shakeup. Generally, they want somebody to go in their own direction, because what they've done so far, what's been done under Noem, is not working, right? So this is hog-on-hog violence, chat, that we're experiencing here. We love to see it.
For also, a Homeland Security mission who doesn't actually even work for the Secretary of Homeland Security. That's a vote of no confidence, in my opinion, by the president.
So you're...
Saxla, thank you for the 300 bits.
Republican colleague, Senator Kennedy, was also critical. He was here earlier, and he was specifically critical about a multi-million-dollar...
We're at 31 now, chat.
...campaign that DHS ran.
We already beat last night's total.
A competitive bid process for the contractors who produced it, and the president had approved of the ad campaign. Democratic Senator Joe Neguse questioned her about the contractor that made these ads, Safe America Media, today. Take a listen.
Oh, yeah, these ads.
Where's Safe
We
America
haven't seen
Media
the ads, have we? I don't think I've showed you them.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer
is you should know. But yeah, this is what this Majority Report video is about, right? Let's take a look, because I don't think I've shown you the actual... I feel like we're talking about the reaction to the ad before we talk about the ad itself.
Kristi Noem has testified now. She testified in front of the Senate and House Judiciary panels yesterday and Tuesday. So, earlier this week. And apparently there was an item in Punch Bowl this morning that Trump is supposedly calling a bunch of other Republicans on the Hill to ask for advice about whether or not he should fire Kristi Noem. And apparently it was this exchange with Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana, who asked her about this $220 million contract for this ad campaign that was awarded to a company that I think it was like.
Oh, interesting. We got a disagreement here. She didn't lose the confidence of the president. All she did was throw him under the bus when Kennedy asked about the funding for her photo ops. They're both crooks. Definitely, they're both crooks. So you feel like this is hog-on-hog violence, right? But it's not Trump on Kristi Noem. It's like Kristi Noem on Trump, and Trump kind of like, in a way, almost like understandably, is like, don't bite the hand that feeds you, and slaps her away. Interesting. I hadn't thought about it like that, but throws him under the bus during the Kennedy question. We'll get into that, yeah, over the photo ops. Yeah, a big thing that she's been, like, my understanding of why she pissed off Trump was, that, first of all, that ad buy, and then the way that the commercial got made, the way that the commercial is a vehicle for increasing Kristi Noem's name recognition. And again, like, what could you do if you're doing a video about, like, Donald Trump and I, think that you need to come into the country and immigrate the right way. So if you're in here illegally, you need to self-deport and blah, blah, blah. Right. What could she have done? She could have brought in, she could have thrown in some Trump. It would have been an easy thing to do. Trump talking about that same thing, like, should have been maybe part of the commercial. Trump sees her putting herself first and foremost in this $220 million ad buy, and he doesn't like it. He does not like being upstaged. This has happened time and time again. Anybody that starts to get more attention, Steve Bannon, I think people speculate that was part of the reason that Bannon was fired. Bannon was, getting called Trump's brain. How does that, George Bush might have put up with Karl Rove being called Bush's brain, but that doesn't mean that Trump thinks he's a smart guy. Trump thinks he's a stable genius. He graduated from Wharton University. I'm supposed to be impressed by that. I don't know, Chad. He thinks he's smart.
10 or 11 days or something like that. It was
Eight days.
So a week and change. That's how old this company was. That the DHS.
Well, you don't like startups?
I don't like innovation. They got this major contract, and what do you know? It was connected to the husband of the DHS spokeswoman.
Direful's got another interpretation. It's actually the Congress people versus Noem. You're talking about the Republicans in Congress. Obviously the Democrats don't like her either. They hate how she is making them vulnerable, so they are willing to do her dirty. Trump has, basically, they exposed her in a way. Okay. So it's Trump for once feeling in that. Compare this to Bondi. Yeah, Bondi stuck around despite being, if she was a Minecraft skin, chat, Bondi would be covered in arrows, right? She's taken a lot of flack for Trump, for doing his dirty work and for being his functionary like that, right? For having 100% loyalty and 0% competence. That's what Trump likes. Whereas Noem is actually. So, Darfel, you're saying harming the election chances of people in Congress, therefore that provokes the the series of gauntlets she was run through in terms of congressional and Senate hearings, and then they basically finally got her with. There's a lot of people talking about the exact why and how Noem was what was the final straw for Trump. So we'll get into that in a second. She made him look bad, and that is what he got mad about. Yeah, so you're saying it's more about the performance in Minnesota. That's definitely there. Like, when I say it's like the last straw, I'm talking about with the idea being that there's lots of other straws that have fallen already, right? When Kitty asked her about Trump, if Trump knew about the hundreds of millions that she spent on the photo ads, she said that Trump approved it. Okay, well, we're gonna get to, you're getting in front of us here, chat, but we will get to that.
Who resigned 2 weeks ago. So here is Kennedy asking Kristi Noem about that, and this was apparently the thing that made Trump most upset about her hearing.
What? Because he didn't get a cut?
Probably, or because she was getting more attention in an ad campaign.
Sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly,
Did the president
worked
know
with
you were going to do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did?
Yes.
Okay.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
Well, they were
overwhelmingly
effective in your name recognition.
Nice.
I mean, I personally.
Okay. Hassan's right. He just plays the old, not so bright Southerner, but no, he's on top of it. He is very. He was not letting her get away with that bullshit.
I mean, to me, it puts the president in a terribly awkward spot, and I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. It's just hard for me to believe, knowing the president, as I do, that you said, Mr. President.
It's weird, chat, because I started off the stream talking about how the two other branches of government had become ineffective in controlling the executive. Had become just like utterly useless, right? But it's not entirely that way. We don't see a lot of the House and the Senate rolling Trump, although it did happen with the Epstein files, right? Remember that? There was definitely a majority before Trump released the votes, right? He did at one point when he realized he was going to lose the vote, to pass the Epstein Transparency Act. He just told his people to go ahead and vote for it. Right, so as to not hurt their chances of re-election. But so we have seen, the Republican House and Senate kind of roll Trump once at least. This looks like they're not so much rolling him as they are complaining to him. So at least the Republicans, and this is what I'm assuming, right? I could be wrong about this. I don't know how much it is from the. I mean, the Democrats take a shot at Kristi Noem too. We'll take a look at some of that, right? But I think that what got Trump. I'm guessing that this is the outlet that they have. If they can make enough noise in hearings, then they can, and tell Trump, this is really bad for your image. This is really bad for your president. We want you to succeed, Mr. Trump. They got to kind of come to him like on their hands and knees, and they're like, please, Mr. Trump, take the ice Barbie away. She's ruining our re-election chances. Please, Mr. And then finally he's like, all right. I heard you. I got it. And especially if they can say, she kind of fucked you over too. And here she is fucking him over too.
Here's some ads I've cut, and I'm going to spend $220 million running them, that he would have agreed to that. I don't think Russ Vogt at OMB would have agreed to that. It's something we have to defend. I'm on the Appropriations Committee. My research shows that you did not bid them out, that you pick, in fact, one of the people you picked, the strategy group, Safe America Media was a company formed 11 days before you picked them, and that the strategy group got most of the money. And
you're saying, Direful, that the president, you were exposing yourself, putting the president in an awkward spot. It's probably more about them. It's probably more about their 2026 reelection than the president's just kind of cover. It's a little fig leaf for what he's really worried about is the effect of the campaign in Minnesota on senators such as himself. Which, look, the situation in the Senate is thus. All right. I would normally tell you on a year like this that the Democrats have little to no chance of gaining, control of the Senate. That a more likely, it more likely might be that the Republicans even increase their lead, right? Just because the map doesn't look good for them. But you know what does look good for them, or what looks bad for the senators, is this shit, right? The Trump unfavorability being tied to that, and what we've seen from special elections. So hell, what we've seen from the Texas primary last night with the record-breaking, numbers of voters on the Democratic side of things, right? It really does look like this year could be different. And if we see the Republicans losing senators like in states like Texas, right? If we see Cornyn or Paxton go down, then it could be, it's not, it's still kind of a moonshot, right? But, there's some chance that they could lose the Senate. And no doubt Senator Kennedy on some level realizes that.
Head of that is married to your former spokesperson. Look, we all have friends who are qualified. I'm not quibbling with that. It troubles me. A fifth to a quarter of $1 billion of taxpayer money when we're scratching for every penny and we're fighting over.
Okay, I hate that he can see that this expenditure is a problem, but he can't see the insane price tag. I don't know. What has he said about the Iran war, Chad? Is he going after Trump on the expense of what they're doing in Iran, on the expense of what they did in Minnesota, right? Like, I'm glad. Look, I'm glad that they recognize this, but like the fucking campaign to go into Minnesota was expensive. Everything they're doing with ICE is expensive, right? Like, it's insane amount of money they appropriated from ICE, and just like they are absolutely spending like drunken sailors. And this guy is finally seen. Well, I don't know about this ad buy. $220 million sure seems like a lot of money just to get Kristi Noem's name out there when she's hurting our chances of re-election and hurting our chances of retaining the majority.
Packages. I just can't agree with Madam Secretary. Are you still running those ads?
No, Senator, I did not have anything to do with picking those contractors. No politicals at the Department of Homeland Security did.
I understand. Are you
Clear
still
officials
running those
followed
ads?
the competitive bid process.
Are you still running those
ads?
ads?
I think the ads are due to end here in March. I think within a week.
So
or two.
they
I'm
are
not
still
sure of the end
running?
date.
I don't think I've seen her this nervous so far.
The one that is running is focusing on angel families. Have you seen that? It is the one that's talking about this is our why. This is why we work every day.
Okay.
Is for the angel families.
And all the money that the government gives us in contracts. And the angel family.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen that one? It's fantastic.
Narwhal, $1 trillion for the military for a war for Israel, but in a roundabout way, you're right.
Fantastic.
The angel families
That's what
one?
she says to Kennedy. Have you seen that one?
Right. Well, let's play
to see this.
Let's play an example.
Look, chat, they're so I guess they're hurt, right? This Angels family thing, they thought they were really onto something. You know what this is? If your relative loses their life in a violent incident, you might get like a news story write up about it or something, but it's kind of like, oh well, that's a tragedy for you, right? But if the person that does the unaliving it happens to be undocumented, well, congratulations, you're an angel family. And they thought that they had this thing. They thought that they would to try to, because the reality of the reality, chat, is that you are like dying by violence due to violence perpetrated on you by an undocumented immigrant is like probably less likely than you being eaten by a great white shark in the Caribbean, in waters that like large sharks, you know what I mean? I'm trying to think of something like, right? It's like being struck by 5 lightning strikes at the same time. It's very unlikely. It's very unlikely to happen. But how do you make people feel that maybe it's not so unlikely to happen? Well, all right, if there's 60 families that were affected by violence perpetrated by a undocumented person, then you can bring 60 families. That looks like a lot. That's a lot of people, right? Bring them to the Congress, be like, look at all these people that lost a relative to an illegal. We got to do something about it, right? We got to call Senator Kennedy and get those illegals out of here.
Of this, because clearly this has to be why Trump was upset about it. Brazen corruption, giving contracts to your friends from, I guess,
Republicans don't care about spending. They haven't cared since Reagan. Well, part of this is like, I think you're right. I think that maybe John Kennedy from Louisiana does not care about the expenditure as much as he just wants Trump to get rid of Kristi Noem. I guess they think somehow I don't even see that like increasing their chances. But I mean, I could see the argument to get rid of her just from, an incompetence point of view too, I suppose.
Back in South Dakota, come on, there's no way that Trump is really that upset about something.
I don't like that kind of business.
I run a clean operation here, okay?
The way Kennedy sort of dismissed the idea that she had Trump's permission makes me think that he has information that Trump has been unhappy with this.
Oh yeah, 100%, Jennifer. You're much more likely to be a victim of predation by a white man than any crime of a undocumented immigrant. Yeah, the rates of crime amongst this population is lower than the rate of crime amongst citizens. So it's literally, bringing in immigrants, technically lowers your crime rate, if anything. But yeah, you're not gonna. I just wish that we could start to like shine a flashlight on the fucking amount of money that these assholes are wasting, and then pair it with Doge stuff. Trump and Elon talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, right? Just pair it with their hypocrisy. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see as far as ads go.
Prior to that line of question,
I think that's also why you're seeing that leak in Politico, that Trump is making the rounds, calling Republicans on the Hill.
She's such a showboat, which I hate.
And she's been in...
I got a pee chat.
Attention seeker, makeup, plastic surgery. These are all things I famously hate.
Why does she think she's in one of my pants?
Chat, I'm sure they're going to say something. Just let me know. Let me know if there's something I need to rewind it to. I'm going to, once again, hover the cursor over the video so that way you'll be able to see the timestamp. If there's anything that you want me to go back into when I get back, apologies, chat. Unfortunately, I can't stream from the toilet, so I do have to go pee. Yeah, if there's any timestamps that you want me to go back to and react to, make sure to take note of them and then chat them to me when I get back. Then we'll go over. We'll see where the poll's at and everything, and we'll go from there. All right, let's let this go, and let me go and answer the call of nature.
Yeah. I honestly,
Why is there a woman in her 40s on a campaign?
And why is she brunette? Hasn't she dealt with Kristi. That already? Look, girl, she's barely recognizable these days. But if you want us to go blonde, it's not that hard.
But we have to watch these ads that she had no idea who was getting the contracts for.
Yeah, and this is why Trump is upset, is because of her desire to be a celebrity and prominently featuring herself in these ad campaigns.
Why do I love these wide open spaces? Remind me of why our forefathers came here. Not just for its beauty, but for the freedom only America provides. I'm Kristi Noem. From the cowboys who tamed the West, to the titans who built our cities, to the dreamers who chased the impossible. America has always rewarded vision.
Oh, finally
grit.
Trump.
Our greatness calls people to us for a chance to prosper, to live how they choose, to become part of something special. Anyone who searches for freedom can always find a home here, but that freedom's a precious thing, and we defend it vigorously. You cross the border illegally, we'll find you. Break our laws, we'll punish you. Harm American citizens, there will be consequences. But if you come here the right way, your American dream can be as big as these endless skies. From President...
Whatever, man.
I did not appear in that ad until halfway through. They prioritized the slow motion video of Kristi Noem wrangling cattle.
I love the idea that they still pay lip service to the idea that it'll come here the right way, which we're trying to make it harder to do when every single second there's anything happening in the rest of the world. Our first comment is, yeah, we're not accepting any refugees from there, even if it's our bombs that are causing it. This idea, like, it's weird that they even need to pay. I think it's a sign that, like, they know that fundamentally people aren't on board with this, frankly, Stephen Miller Nazi-style closing of the border.
And isn't it amazing when you contrast this, like, slush fund with the understanding that when Kristi Noem took over DHS, that she required that, and this was under, I think, the one big ugly ass bill, when after she got all of that money, $150 billion for DHS, they still had this policy that she had to personally approve any payment or any grant over $100,000. And that included like her new responsibilities as it related to things like disaster relief and funds that people would need just to have like the that would be, I guess, kind of greenlit in a normal circumstance. Any payment over $100,000 within a $150 billion budget means you're just putting every contract or grant on hold unless it appeals to Trump or it's like helps Republicans. But here's hundreds of millions of dollars in this slush fund for my friend and her husband.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security is what it says at the end of that ad there.
Woo!
That is a 200 million, what is this? Nagu says $143 million of taxpayer dollars going to a company that has no headquarters, no website. Do you want to play this Nagu thing too before we...
Yes, do it. What number is this?
It's like right after.
Okay, yeah, here is also another
this was the
exchange.
AJ one, I guess. Is this a different...
This is the House. This has got to be, though, a different...
This is a different
contract.
company.
A different $100 million fraud that she's involved in?
Right, because I would assume, let's hear what he's talking about here. I haven't seen this yet. This in just a second.
Two of them were inaccurate, Madam Secretary. I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies.
Mm-hmm.
4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States. You identified 4.
Mm-hmm.
One of those is this Safe America Media company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll tell you about it.
Madam
Madam Secretary, the address is registered to a political operative. Madam Secretary, the company, and then I'll give you an opportunity to respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
Yes,
that $143 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website, has never done work for the federal government before, and is registered apparently or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions is that this is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And
so I guess the polymarket odds on which Republican or which Trump administration official is going to get fired first, she's got to have like negative odds right now, Kristi Noem, right?
Yeah, her or Pam Bondi.
I feel like Pam Bondi has eaten so much shit that it's like, much. I mean, she's right. Exactly. I think she does know too much. Kristi Noem is an easy scapegoat because they can
go back to Pierre.
But Tom Homan, he speaks with more authority. I can't understand him, but there's something I trust more about what he says. And then you know Stephen Miller is just in his ear like, she bungled this, we should have done it my way or the highway. And he's back on television now selling the Iran war to the public. Maybe we'll play his hysterical spitting in the fun half here. But I just am tickled by the idea that of all of these scandals, the thing that is embarrassing Trump the most is this expensive ad campaign that was incredibly corrupt going to her buddies. And he doesn't care about that on principle. He cares about it probably because he's seen the ad and he doesn't like how he's not central in it.
I think there might be a pattern of commercial media grifting going on by Kristi Noem, because this ad came out and it made waves in 2019. And the tagline is "Meth, we're on it."
I remember this.
I remember that.
So are you suggesting that, like you had suggested to me with Drake, that there are people that are working on Drake's ghostwriters, that they're working on Drake's songs and they're putting in
to embarrass him,
things to embarrass him secretly? Are you trying to say that that's the dynamic in Kristi Noem's ad campaign?
I just think they like to scam this way by giving media stuff, and they don't really care about what they put out and how embarrassing it looks. But let's just watch this Meth campaign ad.
I'm on meth.
I'm on meth.
Wait. Did I come on? Oh, no, this is not. I missed it, didn't I? Did I miss the commercial that got her ass fired? I think I did. Anybody got a timestamp for me? Yeah, Noma's like, now that we took the land and killed everyone, just make sure to come here in the right way, folks. I mean, this is really discordant, consider like in light of the ICE agents that that told the the First Nations people they saw, "You're next," right? It's they started off as like, we're gonna get really bad violent criminals. Don't you want the violent criminals gone? You don't want to be the victim of a violent crime. Okay, everybody agrees we get rid of the violent. Okay, so we're just going to get rid of the violent criminals. Like anyone who broke the law by being here undocumented. And then we're going to change the law so that more people that were not considered in violation of immigration can be considered, and then call them immigrant, right? It just kind of spreads, right? And they're like, oh no, this isn't about like ethnic cleansing or anything like that. No, it's just it's your immigration status, right? That's all we're concerned with. And pretty soon, I mean, this is how like fascism always tries to stick its nose underneath the tent and be like, please let me put more into the tent until the camel of fascism is fully in the tent, and the person that was in the tent has to leave, right? This is the real great replacement. Go back 9 minutes or so, says Narwhal. Thank you so much. 8 to 9 minutes. Okay, I'll try. I'll give that. Wow, I can't believe was I really away for that long? 8 or 9 minutes ago? That's like almost at the beginning of the video. Do you mean like 8 when it says 8 or 9 minutes? Okay, I can just scrub, can I? Oh, there it is. I'll show you. Wow.
Trump is upset is because of her.
Chat, the thing that really disturbs me about the Trump administration, and I want you to always keep in mind, I don't know, maybe you shouldn't keep in mind. Maybe this is my own neurosis and you should like not be like me, but I always keep in mind, what if their bullshit actually worked, right? You see what they're trying to do with Kristi Noem? She is kind of Ice Barbie because she, you buy the doll and then you got to get her more outfits, right? We got the cowboy outfit over here.
Her desire to be a
we got the there's a cowboy outfit. We got the SWAT outfit. We got so many outfits for Kristi. I mean, look, by herself, right? I'm sure her salary is not exorbitant. You're not paying that much for Kristi Noem. But where they really get you on is all the accessories and the play sets, and she really is Ice Barbie. She really lives up to that name. And then you got to get her a plane. And then in that plane, you got to make a private bedroom for her to have an affair with Corey Lewandowsky, because that's what Ice Barbie does, right? You got to build that into the plane, right? It becomes more, if you really want to play with Ice Barbie, it gets expensive. It gets really expensive. Maybe like, if your parents are really rich, you got the whole, Ice Barbie mansion, set or whatever, all the outfits, everything. But most people Most people can't afford all that.
Why our forefathers came here, not just for its beauty, but for the freedom only America provides.
The other thing about her too, and I don't want to go in on her about her looks, because I really don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. But the other weird thing I gotta comment on is the glow up that she got when she was selected for the Trump administration, right? What she looked like as governor of South Dakota versus what she looks like now. You know, it's like, and I'm just like, did she decide to do that? Did they tell her to do that? If you apply for Fox News and you've got a good resume and you want to be like on-air talent, you want to be like on the news, right? You got a great set of legs and everything, all the qualifications for being a Fox News anchor, right? But your hair is brunette. They may they may suggest a hair dye for you. They may suggest a color. They may suggest a stylist. Is there something like that going on with Kristi Noem? Because remember, this is the reality TV administration. And like I said before, you got all these weird little dudes running around. You got Kristi Noem with her fucking SWAT get up. You got Tom Homan. You got Bovino, popping around, town and throwing what was it, like throwing tear gas badly. You got, but so yeah, like, I mean, like, what I guess I don't entirely understand like how this shit works, right?
I'm Kristi Noem.
Did she decide that if she was going to be in the public face, she wanted to glow up? Because, nothing wrong with that, I guess.
From the cowboys who tamed the West, to the titans who built our cities, to the dreamers who chased the impossible.
The titans that built our cities. Wait, the titans? Wait, chat, is she admitting? Chat, did she just admit to something? Oh, chat, are our cities actually Titan? Like in Attack on Titan, how the wall was like, they bust the wall a little bit and there's titans in there. The wall titans. Chat, do we have wall titans? Did she just admit that there was wall titans in the US? I don't know, chat.
America has.
I don't want to give Donna. I don't want to see fucking Barron Trump try to do the rumbling. Okay.
Always rewarded vision.
Oh, finally
grit.
Trump.
Our greatness calls people to us for a chance to prosper, to live how they choose, to become part of something special. Anyone who searches for freedom can always find a home here, but that freedom's a precious thing, and we defend it.
Oh, that's nasty. That's nasty. Because, like, here's what they got. They got, on one hand, we are a nation of immigrants, and that is not even like a statement of like ought. That is a statement of is. Like, literally, the vast majority of the people, that live in the United States did like they have their fairly recent ancestors like came here, right? But then you've also got this whole tough on immigration shit, right? And how do you resolve those? By pretending that there's a right way to do immigration. We all did it the right way. We're immigrants too if you go far back enough in our family tree. But all of our, we did it the right way, which is just such complete bullshit.
Vigorously. You cross the border illegally, we'll find you. Break our laws, we'll punish you. Harm American citizens.
Wait, what? When she was governor, she got in trouble towards the end for having an ad company that did her veneers with, it's a contribution in kind. I see. And it actually kind of is, the way, with how shallow people are. It probably does help you out with your campaign. Also, how there's no justice for people, her thugs killed on the street. Yeah, this is the other thing. Like, you can't get too excited about it because they're just replacing her with Markwayne Mullen, who is also bad. They're gonna dial it back at the DHS, but more so for optics. So, bad stuff will be going on. We just won't necessarily be seeing it, they'll try to do it. I mean, remember Obama deported an astounding number of people without doing like any of this kind of shit. So, they can still fuck up people's families. Honestly.
There will be consequences. But if you come here the right way, your American dream can be as big as these endless skies. From President.
Whatever, man.
I did not appear in that ad until halfway through. They prioritized the slow motion video of Kristi Noem wrangling
horse.
cattle.
I love the idea that they still pay lip service to the idea that it'll come here the right way, which we're trying to make it harder to do when every single
they're
second
closing the doors
happening in the rest
they're
of the world.
pulling up the ladders behind them.
Yeah, we're not accepting any refugees from there, even if it's our bombs that are causing it. This idea, like,
remember the exception? Remember the exception? The group of people that Trump took a special interest in, like expediting the immigration of, yes, that's right, it's white South Africans, specifically white South Africans.
It's weird that they even need to pay. I think it's a sign that like they know that fundamentally people aren't on board with this, frankly, Stephen Miller Nazi-style closing of the border.
And isn't it amazing when you contrast this like slush fund with the understanding that when Kristi Noem took over DHS, that she required that, and this was under, I think, the one big ugly ass bill, when after she got all of that money, $150 billion for DHS, they still had this policy that she had to personally approve any payment or any grant over $100,000, and that included like her new responsibilities as a
chat. I'm going over stuff you've heard already, aren't I? I should probably speed it up for you. I should probably make it if we're gonna rewatch, make it at 1.5. Let me know when we get to the part and I'll put it back. And I also told you I would take a look at the poll. I guess I should I was supposed to do that right when I got back and I got distracted. Let me take a look now. Okay, so oh my gosh, chat. As far as the butterfly goal goes, you got 1 out of 10 so far, right? So we're like missing 9, and we have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to do it. I should have mentioned that earlier. It's better if I check in on that, but yeah, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. If you want to see the butterfly in my hair for today, it's about to fly away otherwise. Oh my god, it broke. Oh, chat, I was like holding it by like one of the wings and it broke. I need to get some, I think I have some like glue that I can maybe fix it with. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on that. As far as the bonus, oh my god, it's a tie still. It's a tie. 69 of you have voted, okay? I feel like you got entertained by the fact that it was at 69 and decided to stop voting at that point. If so, please continue to vote. We need to hear your vote. We need to see what wins because it's close tonight, chat. It's 32-32. It's straight up tied. Shoe on Head versus Denims tied with XTYT employees Spill the Tea. It's both 32. Second place, we got Professor Jiang and his rabbit hole continued. Deeper down the rabbit hole, more commentary on the Iran U.S. conflict, and as well as maybe a little bit of the goofs and gaffes from deeper down the rabbit hole in his what do you call them, like the conspiracy theories that he gets into. Anyway, fourth place, we got burger mogging. CEOs from 2 different major fast food restaurants are trying to mog each other by eating their product, which they totally do all the time. Yeah, they definitely love their product. Yeah, 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the butterfly goal. And, well, a little bit longer than that on the other goal. We are at 31 right now. That is about a third of the way there. Wait, Weasley little liar dude just got weaseled? Chat, is that Weaselception? What's going on here? Narwhal by nature with the 5 gifted memberships. Weasley little liar just got weaseled, chat. I don't think we've ever had anything like that. Is it recursive? Is that dangerous? Should I read it out? Craig Huber, you just got weaseled. Beans R. Graham, you just got weaseled. Twalk, you just got weaseled. Tobias Sraff, you just got weaseled. And should I say it, chat? Weasley little liars, dude, received a gift membership by Narwhal by nature. Thank you, Narwhal, for the gifted memberships. And wow, I don't know what to say. Weasel squared, chat. Weasel to the second power. It's like meeting my doppelganger. Is my doppelganger a weasel? Potentially. I don't know. They are like cute little woodland creatures. Can we have one normal political appointment as a treat? What's fucked up is I'm afraid Mark Wayne Mullen might have gotten normalized. You know what I mean? The way that Cory Booker was talking about him, right? It gave me the sense that he wouldn't normally have a problem with him, right? That he has a problem with, he has a problem with what DHS is doing, which is great. I wouldn't want him to like just be like, okay, I'm okay now that Kristi Noem is gone, everything's fine. Obviously it's not, but he's just like, oh yeah, Mark Wayne, he's a great guy. I hang out with him all the time. And I'm like, oh God. It's like when ContraPoints took that picture with shoe on head. And Armored Skeptic. What is weaseling? It's like if you get weaseled, then it's weaseling.
Related to things like disaster relief and funds that people would need just to have like that would be, I guess, kind of greenlit in a normal circumstance. Any payment over $100,000 within a $150 billion budget means you're just putting every contract or grant on hold unless it appeals to Trump or it's like helps Republicans. But here's hundreds of millions of dollars in this slush fund for my friend and her husband.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security is what it says at the end of that ad.
Woo!
That is a $200 million. What is this? Nagu says $143 million of taxpayer dollars going to a company that has no headquarters, no website. Do you want to play this Nagu too before we?
Yes, do it. What number is this?
It's like right after.
Okay, yeah. Here is also another
This was the
exchange.
One, I guess. Is this a different?
This is the house. This has got to be though a different.
This is a different
contract.
Company.
A different $100 million fraud that she's involved in.
Right, because I would assume. Let's hear what he's talking about here. I haven't seen this yet.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little
in just a second.
Liar, dude.
What a fucking
Weasley little liar, dude.
Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies.
Literally lying.
4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States.
Anyway, that's the origin of the Weasley little liar. Wait, should I find the other weasel clip? I don't know if this is still up because it's technically not. It gets caught. Oh, I can't find it. And there's too many cute weasel videos that are in my way. Look at that. Look at the weasels. Look at the weasels, chat. They're freaking cute. Weasel ball? Wait, there's no weasel though. It's for like your cat or your dog, right? Okay, that's not as fun. That's a weasel. I can't find the clip of me saying weasel. There's definitely a weasel zone. Okay, anyway.
States, you read from the note.
out here. I haven't seen this yet. This in just a second.
Two of them were inaccurate, Madam Secretary. I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States. You identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media company. Where's Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll tell you about it. Madam Secretary, the address is registered to a political operative. Madam Secretary, the company, and I'll give you an opportunity to respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia. Do you know, just by way of example, whether this company that received $143 million in taxpayer dollars, has it ever done work for the government before?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is it has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days. 8 days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board? Yes, that $143 million of taxpayer money just happened to go to this one company that doesn't have a headquarters, doesn't have a website, has never done work for the federal government before, and is registered apparently or attached to a residence from a political operative. And of course, one of the subcontractors of that contract, as you know, is a political firm that's tied to you back when you were governor of South Dakota. The reason why I ask these questions...
Is this tying into the veneers scandal at all? She got veneers paid for as like a low-key in-kind contribution?
Is taxpayer money. And I presume, I don't know this for a fact, but Senator Tillis noted yesterday the way in which your agency is blocking the Inspector General from 11 different investigations that it is trying to conduct. I don't know if this happens to be one of them. I certainly hope it is, because eventually the facts will become public in this regard. And
so I guess the poly market odds on which Republican or which Trump administration official is going to get fired first, she's got to have like negative odds right now, Kristi Noem, right?
Yeah, her or Pam Bondi.
I feel like Pam Bondi has eaten so much shit that it's like, much. I mean, she's right.
Not being hateful, but Cory Booker is trash, Irene. He basically said his constituents are too poor and ignorant for socialism as a defense for not supporting Zoran. Yeah, no, Cory Booker is not a great guy, but like even not a great guy should be able to vote against Markwayne Mullen, you know, like and should not be like kissing his ass. That's all, right? He's trash, the Democrats are trash, and they fucking got no spine. They always seem to bend just enough for Trump to get his way. And it's super frustrating. But thank you for the member chat.
Right, exactly. I think she does know too much. Kristi Noem, Kristi Noem is an easy scapegoat because they can
go back to Pierre.
But Tom Homan, he speaks with more authority. I can't understand him, but there's something I trust more about what he says. And then you know Stephen Miller is just in his ear like, she bungled this. We should have done it my way or the highway. And he's back on television now.
Wait, who is Ruth? Who is RuPaul's first cousin? Totally different scandal. The veneers were when she was... Oh, no, but this ties into South Dakota. But yeah, maybe different people. A different, a different illegal donation. I don't know. Wait, who is RuPaul's first cousin? We're not talking about Markwayne Mullen, are we? Cory Booker is. Oh, okay. I was confused. I was really confused. Okay.
Now selling the Iran war to the public. Maybe we'll play his hysterical spitting in the fun half here. But I just am tickled by the idea that of all of these scandals, the thing that is embarrassing Trump the most is this expensive ad campaign that was incredibly corrupt going to her buddies. And he doesn't care about that on principle. He cares about it probably because he's seen the ad and he doesn't like how he's not central in it.
I think there might be a pattern of...
That's what I said. All right. People have different ideas of the exact reason that she got shit canned, and we can talk about that. And that's a fun thing to discuss. But yeah, personally, I think it's the whole, this is the original sin. You cannot outshine the golden one.
commercial media grifting going on by Kristi Noem, because this ad came out and it made waves in 2019, and the tagline is "Meth, we're on it."
I remember this.
I remember that.
So are you suggesting that, like what you had suggested to me with Drake, that there are people that are working on Drake's ghostwriters, that they're working on Drake's songs that they're putting in
to embarrass him,
to things to embarrass him secretly? Are you trying to say that that's the dynamic?
Chat, I low-key think this about PETA too. Low-key think maybe this is going on with PETA sometimes.
Like in Kristi Noem's ad campaign?
I just think they like to scam this way by giving media stuff, and they don't really care about what they put out and how embarrassing it looks. But let's just watch this meth campaign ad.
I'm on meth.
I'm on meth.
I'm on it too. So am I.
So am I.
I'm on meth.
Meth is not someone else's problem. It's everyone in South Dakota's problem. And we need everyone to get on it.
I'm on it.
I'm on it.
I'm on it too.
The implication is that not enough people are on meth.
A little bit too clever. If
I was gonna say, did Armando Iannucci write that commercial?
No, but okay.
You know that the meth heads in South Dakota went nuts when they played. They felt seen. You know, like the people that smoke weed and they watch like Scooby Doo, and they're like, the people that made Scooby Doo, I bet they were also on weed when they made it. Yeah, there's no way you'd think of like having the monster come out like that unless you were also on weed. Yeah. And like drawing Shaggy like that, that's something only a weed head would do, right? It's like that, but with the like the meth heads are gonna be like, we've got somebody inside. Finally, right? Somebody working in the government is on our, feels us, like relates to us, right? Is also on meth. I just feel like you're making meth cool, and you probably shouldn't do that. You probably shouldn't try to avoid making meth cool.
So it could work. It could work, the "I'm on it" turn of phrase, if all of the people that they showed previously weren't cuddly grandmas and boys on the football team. Like,
yeah, just show them fucking. Now I'm imagining the grandmas actually hitting the glass pipe on the commercial.
They would have
Shaggy Rogers, vegetarian icon for real.
Had to show them
he doesn't eat meat in those sandwiches.
As struggling and having difficulty.
Well, I think
but it's like everyone in your community's on meth. You got to get on it.
No, they're on
too.
it like we're on stopping it.
No, I get it. That's the divide.
No, I think you're both wrong. I think what they're saying is meth is something that it doesn't go to the stereotypes you usually think of, and it's a wider public health crisis. I'll just say the solution to that isn't an ad that's too clever by half. It's to treat it as a public health crisis.
No, Brian, you were right that I was wrong. So everybody.
Or else ellipsis, I feel seen. Look, I would too if I could get my ADHD prescription sorted.
Everybody in that ad is supposedly taking on meth.
Yeah, we're on it, boss.
Okay.
We're on meth.
That's the double entendre.
Okay, that's the double entendre.
We're on it now.
I didn't know if there was a transition to the people that were like tweaking on meth to the others who were helping fight it, but it is a little too convoluted for a PSA, I gotta say.
But I hope they got a nice little government contract.
That's
for
probably
it.
$100 million commercial. Probably coasters in every bar in South Dakota.
Wait. So is she? Did this have to do with Kristi? Is this just a South Dakota commercial, or was she responsible for this somehow? The popular name in South Dakota is Tina. Oh, I did not know that. Oh, wait, I think I've heard that before. Oh, that's what that means.
We honestly probably should try to find some of those t-shirts in the way that we have that Jeb merch somewhere around the office. That's
Casey Kasem voiced Shaggy, and he was a longtime vegetarian and refused to voice Shaggy if it showed him eating meat. So every time he gulps meat, that's not Casey Kasem. They get the what do you call that? Like a stunt voice actor in there and be like, all right, gulp down this chicken leg.
It's like that's a collector's
I haven't
item.
seen the Jeb Cup in a while. We still got those.
It probably hasn't been washed in like 3 years.
You know, when I would see shit like that on TV, like the old cartoon shit of like food, making like gigantic sandwiches and stuff like that, I really thought that somehow you could eat like that. You know what I mean? I thought that was real. Like I was like, oh, that looks so awesome. And you take you got the cold cuts on one side, you got the bread on the other side, and you just fold them into each other like and like cards, right? You're just like shuffling cards together to make this, you know, and the olive on the top of it. Like the sandwich is already impossible to get in. Oh yeah, wait, they tie they like tie like a string around the sandwich then to get it to smush down to like, so they can actually put it in their mouth. Or no, I think their mouths actually extend. I don't know, Chad. I thought you could do that for real, right? I really thought that depictions of eating in cartoons were like, you know, accurate or possible, right? Like I wanted to for real like jump into like a Willy Wonka, you know, river and just like eat all the chocolate.
Breaking news: Kristi Noem has just been fired as the DHS secretary, according to Donald Trump on Truth Social. This is breaking right now. People are reporting it. You know, all the normal sources, you know, are tweeting about it. I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from great state of Oklahoma, Markwayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security, DHS, effective March 31st, 2026. The current secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, open parentheses, especially on the border, exclamation point, close parentheses, will be moving to be a special envoy for the shield of the Americas. Is that like a Marvel thing?
I don't even. He just created it, whatever it is, right? So when you get moved to something that just got created, it's probably not good.
No, if I could talk about that as a demotion, it's
the office is in the supplies closet. Actually, that's her new office.
Almost like a public like it's almost like a public spanking. I don't want to give that imagery out there, but like from DHS secretary to this made up thing.
I feel like MAGA dudes would jerk it to that kind of thing. If there was like a picture of Donald Trump with like Kristi Noem bent over his knee, like about to spank her, they would like that. They would like that way too much.
That sounds like Marvel. Yeah.
Our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. Oh, this is part of the Don Roe doctrine.
It's like the freaking Sagar. What is his name? Not Sagar. Oh my God, Samir Bhavnani. It's like the Samir Bhavnani video of the old. He's supposed to be the dad though, but he looks like a grandpa, and it's like the friend has her, or the daughter has her friend over, and the friend is like, you can't talk to me like that to the dad, and the dad is like, oh yes I can, bend over my leg, and all. Like, I don't know, like, Samir Bhavnani is this, it's hard to explain, but yeah, we're doing Samir Bhavnani skits with the White House staff, with the Trump administration. It's kind of gross.
We are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland. Okay.
At
Homeland? Like the show?
Right. I know. He put it in quotes. Like, yeah. Okay.
The rest of it is from Mark Wayne, where they make sure to emphasize that Mark Wayne is the only Native American in the Senate.
Wow. So Markwayne Mullen going out there and completely tripping over himself.
Wait, there's a non-zero chance Ben Garrison has drawn Trump/Noem smut? Oh, yeah, he would. God, do artists do that? Do they draw their own, like, spankology material?
Yeah. Paid off.
About the Iran war paid off?
Nice, yeah. A senator is so great, they named him twice, Markwayne Mullen.
Well, glad we did that whole segment on Trump probably firing Kristi Noem. We could have saved it for right now, and it really would have had some kick.
Actually, I mean, I think like Dorsey can probably just tag this.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean,
you gotta do the breaking news alert after the opening segment,
or maybe open with it and say like, "Hey, everything that follows was whatever happened after.
Right up to
so,
this, yeah.
I mean,
Um,
funny
this
that
just
2 days ago, Mark Wayne Mullen was in front of an escalator going, "Look, this is war," and they're like, "So it's a war?" And he goes, "No, it's not a war." And then they're like, "Promote this guy."
that guy knows how to lie, even when he's on camera saying it 15 seconds before. That's the kind of guy that we need at DHS. I mean, if they're gonna keep killing people, that's a great asset.
Honestly, the best time to make a prediction is right before it happens. And so I think you guys made a great decision to talk about it earlier in the stream because this news is just dropping.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the update. Breaking.
Yeah, and so this dropped, chat. I for some reason it was like 1 a.m. for me. I woke up and I couldn't immediately get back to sleep, so I turned on the majority report. Oh fuck, it's not going to be here. I turn on the majority report, and this right as it happened, right as Kristi Noem was fired. Oh no, are there more like things going on? And that was when I fired off this community post. I can grab the link here. Okay. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, so like my reach generally when I post on the community tab, right? Which is like, you click on my channel and then there's a bunch of tabs and like, it's like, home video, shorts, live, what is it? Is it community or no, I think it's like posts or something. But anyway, I had to fire this off because I was so excited. And normally I don't have like that much of a reach. I'm a random small streamer chick, right? So not that many people are going to see, my posts. But look at this. Look at these chuds. Give it a rest. She was promoted to a different job with more autonomy. Biden supporter media hacks. What do you think, Chad? Are these bots? Do we have bots in my comments here? Not fired, you fake news jerks. Fake news jerks? Chat, they're calling us fake news jerks now. That's not very nice. But yeah, somehow I managed to reach out and touch MAGA, so that was good. Anyway.
It has not. And do you know why we know that? Because it was incorporated 8 days. 8 days before this contract went out. You want the American people to believe that this is all above board?
And we should know one of the other reasons why people are so suspicious of this is one of the subcontractors affiliated with that contract is a company run by the husband of her former spokeswoman, Tricia McLaughlin. What do you make of all this?
Well, look, I mean, let's also, I was sitting right next to John when he was asking the questions, and I don't think people picked up on how proud she was of making any decision over $100,000 in FEMA across her desk and any decision for Homeland Security over $15 million across her desk. How can you go from saying that you scrutinize everything in excess of 15 millions and in the same 10-minute period say, I didn't know any of the details of a $200 million purchase? Yeah. This is somebody that is out of her depth and apparently only situationally interested in transactions over 15 million, except when it involves her family members or friends.
So one of the other things you asked for before you ran out of time yesterday, Charlotte's Web. That's the immigration enforcement operation in Charlotte, North Carolina, run by DHS. You have been waiting for more than a month for basic.
That's wrong. That's wrong. You're talking. This is like a children's story by who is it? Like E.B. White or something. Charlotte's Web, right? They're so awful. They're stupid names, right? We got Operation Epic Chungus, Fortnite, MLG 360. I don't know. In Iran, this is God damn it. They're so bad with these names. I hate the Charlotte's Web. Don't get caught in Charlotte's Web, or else you might be deported. Should rewrite the story so that, like, anyway.
Answers from her about this. You're a United States Senator. Did she ever give you answers?
No, even worse than that. An hour. One of the reasons why I was angry.
Yeah, exactly. That'll do, pig.
Is that an hour before, after waiting a month, I was told I wasn't going to get the data. I asked for anonymized data that recorded the incidents, the outcome, whether a person was illegally present or not, were they detained.
Just the oversight responsibility of the legislative branch, yeah.
She says that she's got a world-class law enforcement organization. I could go to a small town in North Carolina and they could produce incident reports immediately for me. So she either doesn't have it or she doesn't like what it's going to say. And my suspicion is that she had a very low success rate. In that hearing, she made it a point to reserve the first few rows with victims of people, family members and survivors, angel families, for people who were harmed by these people that I want deported. She was trying to say that but for her, that wouldn't happen. I think because of her, not enough of them are being apprehended because her and Stephen Miller are more worried about hitting artificial numbers that sound big. But when you dig below the surface, like I want to do with Charlotte's Web, I want to understand what their success rate was. And if they're successful, they should be moving heaven and earth to get.
Let me get this right. Is Charlotte's Web, is Charlotte's Web the actual ICE operation or DHS operation in Charlotte, or is he talking about he's trying to like investigate it? Is there like an investigation? Anyway, chat. I'll run it back and figure it out. I just wanted to blast off really quick if we can. This is my Blue Sky post. If any of you are users of this platform, I should probably start blasting off on Twitter because I don't know if blast offs work on Blue Sky at all. But let's go ahead and try to get the stream out to more people. If anybody wants to go and interact with that post, it would help me out greatly. Oh, should I check again and see where we're at? The poll is like strangely close. Okay, we do have a leader now. All right. Shoe on Head versus Denims is in first place. XTYT Employees Spill Tea in second place. Professor Jiang Rabbit Hole in third place. And Burger Mogging in fourth place. 73 votes have been cast. Make sure to cast your vote. If you haven't already, you just go over to youtube.com/nocommentchick and click on the stream. And you too will be able to vote on the bonus content, even if you're watching from Twitch. You can feel free to just go back to Twitch after you're done voting, but just make sure to leave me a like while you're there because it helps me out a lot and I appreciate greatly. We're at 49 out of 100 on the bonus content meter, so almost halfway there. We can almost say living on a prayer. Don't worry, I will not sing the Operation Epic Chungus Wungus. Because if they named it Operation Epic Clusterfuck, Congress might just catch on. Yeah, Operation Failed State is what they should call it, right? Because that's it's so frustrating that's what they're doing.
Give me that information.
Oh my gosh. But anyway, there's the post over there on Blue Sky. If you use Blue Sky and you want to go over and interact with that, I might switch back to Twitter. Right, chat. I don't like the idea of feeding Elon Musk's basilisk. I really, really don't like that. Well, this was like almost over anyway.
The fact that they're stonewalling makes me really concerned with what I'm going to find. And if I don't get the information by March 19th, then I'm going to hold up more processes than I already am for Homeland Security.
I'm going to write a stern. No, actually, he will do something. Right. This is the Republican. Right, they're actually worried about getting reelected, so they're doing stuff that's actually making Trump react, as opposed to the Democrats. So at least there's some mechanism. I don't know. It's more of a MAGA feedback mechanism, right? They're not interested in doing the right thing here. They're interested in although maybe to some degree on the Epstein thing they are, but like they're for the most part like this bringing the hammer down on Noem lets Trump know that this is a huge Achilles heel for him, and he needs to patch it up. And they patched it up the best they can with Markwayne Mullen. Let's see what Tim Walz has to say.
Starting us off tonight is none other than Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Governor Walz, when I saw the news this morning, you were the first person I thought of, given everything you have been through, everything you...
Yeah, is it like wrong? Why is it that Tim Walz, he seems like a Chris Farley character? Like, I expect him to come in like a too small of a jacket and to be like, this, and be like, well, actually, Jen, the Trump administration came in. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. What's wrong with me? He looks nothing like Chris Farley.
Have
something about his facial expressions, though. I don't know, something
lived through, and the people of your state have lived through. So Kristi Noem is obviously on her way out. You've lived through.
I mean, he is kind of in a van down by the river politically, though. He was going to run for re-election. He surrendered on that instead of like trying to fight back. Tim Walz really did nothing wrong. He's it was his administration that found and prosecuted the fraud in the first place. But yeah, he just like kind of prematurely accepted the Trump narrative. Oh, there's the Tom Tillis thing. God damn. There's so much stuff. There's so much, and I'm gonna run out of time. Wait, when am I gonna run out of time? All right, let's think about this. Should say, yeah. 1 hour, in 2 hours, I will run out of time. That's the time that you have to hit that bonus goal. All right, we are kind of running on a time limit today, and that's a hard out that I have today because I have Thai class. I absolutely have to stop streaming at that point. But yeah, we're halfway towards bonus content, so it's entirely possible. I just wanted to keep my eye on the time a little bit because there's so much to get to. There's so much. I really gotta kind of try to prioritize some of this. Figure out what's important to watch.
There's so much on her watch. What was your reaction this morning? What's been your reaction to the news?
Well, good to be with you, Jen. Well, good news has been kind of scarce since Kristi Noem and Donald Trump's folks showed up in December. And so glad she's gone. But
Curious about burger mogging? Me too.
I think you understand it and everybody else does. It's the people who are putting them in place. A rogues gallery of incompetent, cruel cabinet secretaries, and this one was particularly loathsome. But what I think we need to make clear is the damage that she's done here and continues to do. I remind your viewers that there's still 650 of these folks here. We're trying to recover from this, and it's going to take us years, and it may be generational trauma on our children. We don't know where our kids are at. We need answers. And so I'm glad she's gone, but it gives us an inflection point. And this is what I would really encourage Congress to do their job, Republicans in Congress. And as you're talking about, whether it's Senator Mullen, whoever it is, put the guardrails on right now. We need to be part of the investigations into Renee and Alex's death. We need to know where our children are at. We need them to quit taking Minnesota's money. So, I
hope Walz didn't give Trump the voter rolls. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even sure what mogging is.
I think it's okay to celebrate at times. And former Secretary Noem and I go way back. And the trouble started long before this when she chose not to address COVID and spread COVID throughout the upper Midwest, killing people across the area. And this incompetency then to be picked. I think it's really interesting what you said was she wasn't fired for killing Alex or Renee or being in charge of that. She wasn't fired for taking children. She wasn't fired for dragging American citizens out of their home with no shoes in underwear when it's 20 below zero.
Yeah, that was fucked up. That was fucked up.
Only make changes when it becomes politically problematic for them, because they're not going to change what they want to do.
That poor guy.
They still want these mass deportations. Stephen Miller is still there whispering in the president's ear, and they still believe they don't need warrants. They still believe they don't need to give us accountability for murdered Minnesotans. And so I think this is an inflection point that Kristi Noem was incompetent. She was cruel. She was terrible. But the institution at DHS and what was carried out and what the White House is saying, that's what needs to be addressed.
As you noted, and I think it's so important for people to remember, and everybody watching followed what happened in your state, was still happening in your state so closely. She's no longer going to be in the cabinet. What should accountability for?
Okay, so let me see if I can explain mogging. So if you were to go to a potluck with Governor Tim Walz and you brought some hot dish, and because you know it's Minnesota and they like hot dish, and you made you found out how to make a hot dish, right? And you were like, that'll impress them, right? And maybe it would, right? Maybe if you brought the hot dish to most potlucks, people would be impressed. But you have the misfortune of putting your hot dish down next to Tim Walz's hot dish, and somehow he is the hot dish master, right? He is like the Professor Oak of hot dish. And so even though you've made a pretty good hot dish, his hot dish mogs your hot dish. And it's embarrassing for your hot dish to be seen next to his hot dish because it's so much better. It's so much better. Right? That's what mogging is with hot dish.
Kristi Noem, given everything she's done, look like in your view?
Well, and there needs to be, and I think that's one of our founding principles, that no one's above the law and they're accountable. I would just say at this time that former Secretary Noem should probably get used to spending more time in Minnesota, because I have a pretty good feeling
what
she may be doing.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! Cops and robbers
people who are involved in this, and the ones that were caught.
He's coming for you, Kristi.
Minnesotans, and again, they're out of Minnesota because Minnesotans took to the streets, and it turns out they like their constitutional rights. They like to protect their neighbors' human rights, and that's what Minnesotans did. And we need accountability on every single one of those. So from whether it's the murder of Renee and Alex, whether it's why Liam Ramos ended up in Texas, why we don't know where some of our children are, why they tell stories where a gentleman with a fractured skull tripped and fell in detainment, and the hundreds of other aggressions, all the way down to gassing of children with chemical munitions out there. It's ridiculous. And at this point in time, and I was on the Hill yesterday testifying in one of their diversions, Kristi Noem's down the way being asked to simply state calling Renee and Alex domestic terrorists is incredibly painful for Minnesotans and their family. And she doesn't even have the decency to do that. And so here's my question is, well, maybe the president could do that for her. Maybe the president could say, you're right, that's why she's gone, we would do this. So I don't know, on a day like this, I'm glad she's gone, but they just keep lining up sycophants. There's one qualification for this job, and that's loyalty to Donald Trump. And your story there of saying that, when she shot Cricket, all the rest of us are, of course,
that was her dog.
By this, whatever. Donald Trump thinking that would be good for border security, boy, there's a psychology study right there of what they think about this. And that's the way they've approached this. The whole operation in Minnesota has been cruelty.
It tells you so much. I just want to ask you about something you just said, because I think accountability is something so many people are hungry for in this country. When you say she should expect to spend more time in Minnesota, what do you mean by that? Tell people watching what you mean by that.
Well, look, our folks are going to be looking into each and every one of these incidents that happened. We're going to want answers. Who gave the orders to do this? Who said that these folks could do that? Why within 20 minutes before understanding what happened, she found the need to slander Minnesotans, American citizens? Why did they not retract that? And why were Minnesota investigators at the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension not allowed to be on these scenes? Where's the evidence? We need the evidence to do this. And I know both County Attorney Moriarty, I know Attorney General Ellison, people are looking for accountability. That's what the system is. This isn't, as Donald Trump is, he came here on retribution. We're not looking for retribution. We're looking for justice. And we're looking to make sure that no one's above the law. So Kristi Noem, it sure seems to me there's a lot of unanswered questions. I wrote her in early December asking about the detainments. I wrote her in January, and I wrote her again this week, and I have not received an answer. We have children who we don't know where they're at. They're still unaccounted for. And I know that whether it's the war...
This is Jen Psaki. Why did she quit anyway? Wait. I think she was Biden. Wasn't she a Biden press secretary? I don't know if she stayed with Biden for the whole term, but most of the time they don't. Right? Have you noticed that? I think they usually have like at least 2 press secretaries. I don't know what is behind that, right? I almost feel like as a press secretary, I mean, you're definitely sweeping for your president, right? And in a lot of cases, you're probably lying. You're probably straight up lying. And like, it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe there's only so many hits that you can take to your reputation. You know, like there are some people just like wear out. They're like, I thought I wanted to do this, but this really sucks. That I am constantly feel like I'm having to lie for this job, and I am constantly feeling like the reporters are going to expose my lie, and this is not, I got to get out of there before something really embarrassing happens. They lie so much they can't. Last 4 years, their brain. Maybe it's like a mental thing. Yeah, absolutely.
It's Epstein or everything else. Folks are moving on. We're still in the midst of this. She was still, until this morning, in charge of that, and they chose to totally ignore us. They chose not to answer. They don't believe they're accountable. And so I can't say it enough. Don't give them any money. Don't confirm a DHS secretary. Continue to drag them in front of you and put the
she offered an NBC gig or something. I thought she left at the end, right? I thought she left it. For some reason I thought she left at the end of Biden's term. I could be wrong.
Rails around. If a DHS, ICE, Border Patrol, whoever it is, federal agent is involved in the killing or violence or violating constitutional rights.
Oh wait, no, wait. Yeah, Karine Jean-Pierre, right, was the last press secretary.
Be able to be part of that investigation. And at this point in time, they're stonewalling us. And if you recall on the third shooting we had here where the gentleman shot in the leg, she went after that. That was a planned attack. And that night she said she held me accountable as a domestic terrorist for encouraging them. Well, lo and behold, they were lying. And now those folks are supposed to be under investigation. But our folks were driven off that scene with the gas that was being thrown by ICE. So there's a lot of unanswered questions. And I think the way this White House operates is we'll get rid of this, we'll talk about something else, we'll flood the zone, and people will forget about it. I think what I'm saying to Kristi Noem is we will never forget. We will never rest until we get justice for the people that were harmed in this. And if we don't, and all the rest of your listeners, this is coming to your state. We were a testing ground, and the people of Minnesota pushed back, but they'll just do it in the dark. They'll make it more difficult. So I don't think we've had the fundamental changes that we need to ensure that border security is done right. And again, this false, narrative of, well, you don't care about, violent criminals being on the street. Of course
you probably like the violent criminals. You're probably in league with the violent criminals. You're bringing the violent criminals in on purpose because you like when yeah.
But I don't think a 5-year-old boy in a bunny hat was the one you were going after. I don't think Alex Preddy, a VA nurse, or Renee Good, a mom just driving home. We know that this thing was botched, but they didn't fire her after that. They fired her after a disastrous testimony, and as you said, promoting herself to be president. So there's a lot.
Oh, okay. God, I think I've heard this theory. What do you think about this, chat? It was John Kennedy from Louisiana, I think, that was calling her on the self-promotion that she was doing. But self-promotion to what end? And I think I've heard other people that have this theory that thought that, see, this is what I'm talking about, chat. You got the world as it is that is thankfully, not going their way, right? And then you've got the imaginary world of like, what if it had gone their way? What would they be trying to get away with now? Matt Miller was the White House press secretary during Biden's, was that during the second term? God, I didn't keep track of his press secretaries.
A lot more work to be done, and I don't think anybody should lose focus on this. There's one person responsible for all this, and that's the president.
You are definitely not losing focus. We will keep focus on it as well. It sounds like you're saying, and I don't know.
He also looks like he's just got a cancer diagnosis or something. It's sad. It's sad. Or like that he's sitting on the toilet and not having much luck. I don't know.
I talked a little bit about Senator Wayne Mullen. I'm not sure how familiar you are with his background, but it sounds like you're saying you really want Democrats in the Senate to hold up this nomination, given how ICE is continuing to terrorize communities, including those in Minnesota. Is that what I should be hearing from you?
Yes.
Or was that what I was hearing from you?
Yeah. No, it is what you're hearing, Jen. They need to make the changes now. This is their job. Rein in this rogue agency and make them sit in front of you and answer the questions. And my demand for all the senators who are voting, don't vote for anything until they let us be part of the investigation into these murders and these crimes. What we need to know. And I am familiar with Senator Mullen, and I would characterize us as friendly.
I hate that. I hate that you make friends with this guy. Look, I get that maybe you can keep some distance and you're not going to let it compromise you, or you're not going to let him like manipulate you. Hopefully that's true, and stuff, right? Hopefully this is not Republicans getting one over on you. But the fact that you fucking like that guy, it just like, it makes me question your judgment, your judgment of character.
Senator or former Secretary Noem as friendly, but they kind of change when they get in Donald Trump's orbit. People that I worked with.
I don't know. I mean, Chad, it is good to sort of, be default nice to people, and you don't need to like dig into people. You don't need to insult people. Generally, if you can like avoid doing that, even if people are gross and disagreeable, generally that's a good policy. But I just don't. Mark Wayne fucking Mullen, like, some of these guys are just such creeps. I can't imagine. Like, I feel like if my toilet was overflowing, I wouldn't call Mark Wayne Mullen. I'd like wait for the next day till another plumber was open. Okay, if Mark Wayne Mullen comes over to my house or nothing, I would just, close those bathroom doors and try to open a window. I don't know, Chad. It sounds like a bad situation, but
in the House, and I'm not going to pass judgment on Senator Mullen at this time, because he and I did get along. We were friendly. We did some charity work. We did the Congressional football game to raise money for fallen police officers. So I do have a history there, but if you put him back into the same organization that is meant to terrorize, being taught.
Are you becoming an abolitionist, Governor Walz?
You're training these guys in less than 40 days, and you're telling them that they don't have to have judicial warrants to enter
47
homes,
days.
and you're telling them there's no accountability. And I will remind folks, in the hours after the murder of Renee Good, the Vice President of the United States claimed they had absolute immunity. Which was basically a blank check to do whatever, and they did. They did for 10 days. They terrorized the state like we have probably never seen. So I can just tell you that the people of Minnesota demand accountability, and this is a moment in time to demand that, because if you just plug another sycophant into that job, they're going to do the same thing.
Walz is becoming buddies with the fascists. Like, it seems like he's ready to go fishing. Sorry. Fishing with JD Vance on the debate stage. Remember when he was like, I've become friends with school shooters?
Thing.
Sounds like a lot of his rhetoric is similar. We will certainly see, but it sounds also like you are going to keep at this, which does not surprise me at all. Governor Tim Walz, thank you so much for being here.
Keep being friends with school shooters. There's so much shit vying for my attention here, chat. I can't decide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, thank you for being here. I'm really glad that a lot of my Republican colleagues talked about the disaster that Biden and Mayorkas, your predecessor, created. It was absurd. You heard the things from Senator Brett, people that came over here who themselves were traumatized by the very people who then come to this country and traumatize American citizens.
So Hayes like, look, I am fucking hog coded, okay? I made all kinds of moral panic about the previous administration, and was trying to basically enact a pogrom, of ethnic displacement, the likes of which have not been seen until since Operation Ethnic Slur from the 50s, and everything was going along fine until you made all this noise and gave deportation a bad name. How dare you, Kristi Noem? I'm sorry, Chad. I
heard Senator Schmidt.
I think I've seen a little bit of this.
Saying the same thing. A lot of us are very frustrated with the disaster that President Biden left behind and a failed DHS. It's why I'm angry, and it's why I've been critical of you, Secretary Noem, because we're missing an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen,
we could be getting those dirty immigrants the fuck out of our country, and you've made that unpopular. You've associated that with violence that it could actually affect you regardless of your ethnicity.
One of the reasons President Trump won a year and a half ago is because people were sick and tired of a Democratic administration's open border policy and allowing millions of people to come to this country, 1.7 million called gotaways. We don't even know where they are, but we know when you pay a premium to a cartel to get them into this country, they're bad people. Now, why have I been critical of Secretary Noem?
Wait, isn't that not true? I mean, don't a lot of people pay to safely travel across the border, pay some pretty bad people who sometimes take advantage of them, but nonetheless, the people trying to cross the borders are not necessarily suspicious. It's like sometimes the people taking them across the border or agreeing to take them across the border, taking their money and leaving them high and dry someplace, right?
Because I don't think we're focusing on, we have limited resources. ICE can't be everywhere at once. There's very few people in Capitol Hill that support law enforcement more than me, including the sworn ICE officers. In fact, I've just been told, fortunately, in about a week and a half, we're going to get a plaque on the wall over the Capitol, thanking the Capitol police officers and all the agencies that responded on January 6th. All those thugs.
So what's this guy's deal? I'm guessing he's not one of Trump's favorite Republicans.
Have actually been pardoned, and yet we haven't thanked the Capitol police officers for their work here. So when I say I'm unapologetically pro-law enforcement, you can count in every single sworn officer in Homeland Security.
And when I say I have not passed a bowel movement in over 6 days, you can rest assured that I...
So why am I disappointed with Secretary Noem?
You can rest assured that... Anyway, sorry, Chad. Why does everything go back? It's after I learned about that Thai word, right? Let me look it up. It's like the word that you say before other words, and it literally means poop. But when you combine it with like an adjective, it's like, tends to be lazy, right? Wait.
Concern.
No, that's not the one. Oh, this is the one meaning you're like a poop head, maybe. Oh, I can't find it. It's like a short word. Oh, key. Yeah, key is the word. And it normally just means poop, but when you say like key, what is it, like yacht? It's like means lazy. Anyway, it's a weird thing. It's got I've got,
because we're not going after enough people who did this damage at the expense.
Just something about this guy. Just I don't know.
Running numbers that Stephen Miller wants out of the White House.
Like I expect to see like a giant vein on his forehead just bursting.
We just want numbers. We want 1,000 a day, 6,000 a day, 9,000 a day, because numbers matter, right? No, they don't matter. Quality matters, not quantity, quality.
We want quality racism.
And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen
is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens. I could talk about the culture that's been created here with Stephen Miller aiding and abetting. I heard
wow.
that he was the one that said it was a domestic terrorist situation where 2 people lost their lives in Minneapolis. I've heard that report. Maybe you can refute it. I don't know that we'll have time for you to respond because I'm giving you a performance evaluation.
Nice.
Here.
Oh my God.
And I'm saying, Ms. Noem, that time after time after time I've been disappointed. But before I get back to looking at the vicious people that did this damage to these families, I want to talk a minute about FEMA. You have a policy right now that anything over $100,000 has to go through your desk for approval.
What?
I asked my staff, because I'm a management consultant, I don't try to do cheap shots in here, but the facts do not lie.
Oh my God.
This is your administration for FEMA response. This is President.
I almost swallowed a boba. Joel Severwood with the 5 gifted memberships. New member 1, you just got weasel, or you just got jellyfish. Crazy Chicken 55, you just got jellyfish. Scouse Roar, you just got jellyfish path test. You just got jellyfish. And Skippy 582, you just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. Thank you for the gifted subs, Joel. That brings us up to, what is it? 79. I think we're at 79 right now on the poll. We're kind of coming up to I'm trying to give you the early warning of when I've got a hard out here. Yeah, it's like 4:15 my time at 5:45 my time. That's when I got to be at class. So we're getting closer to closing it on that bonus content, and may actually have time to watch it as well. I should update people on what's winning, right? Because it's been very tumultuous. Let's just say 74 of you have voted so far. Make sure to vote if you haven't voted already. And now Shoe on Head versus Denims is back in first place. Second place, XTYT Employees Spill the Tea. Third place, Professor Jiang and his rabbit hole continued. And fourth place, Burger Mogging. Could you put my subs towards Shoe on Heads versus Denim? I could indeed. Oh my God, chat. I keep on, like, I don't know what it is about boba tea, but I always end up, like, either swallowing some water or swallowing the boba. The bobas go down the wrong, like, they go, I get boba in my lungs. It's not good. That's because I have too many good options. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it.
Trump's first administration. Which one would you like to have? If you're a state that has a $60 billion disaster, your biggest disaster in South Dakota that I can tell that when you were an elected official was about $500 million. So 1/100th of this single storm where thousands of people are hurting in North Carolina and you're just barely catching up. This is what competent FEMA leadership looks like. This is what incompetent FEMA leadership looks like. And people are hurting in Western North Carolina.
What are we looking at?
The most significant storm they've ever experienced. This is what we need more of. I'm convinced you can't do it. If you're requesting or hurting and you're just held that when you're which the facts has to go through your desk for approval. I asked my staff, because I'm a management consultant, I don't try to do cheap shots in here, but the facts do not lie. This is your administration for FEMA response. This is President Trump's first administration. Which one would you like to have? If you're a state that has a $60 billion disaster, your biggest disaster is...
Wait, which one is which? The solid line is Noem, and the dotted lines are the Trump first. I don't understand.
South Dakota that I can tell that when you were, which one would you like to have? If you're a state that has a $60 billion disaster, your biggest disaster in South Dakota that I can tell that when you were an elected official was about $500 million. So 1/100th of this single storm, where thousands of people are hurting in North Carolina, and you're just barely.
Wait, what are we looking at? What's at the bottom axis? Is this like months or something? We got like dollars, net obligations and outlays. So number of what? Natural. I don't understand this fucking graph.
Catching up. This is what competent FEMA leadership looks like. This is what incompetent FEMA leadership looks like.
The red is Trump 2, the blue is Trump 1, and the difference is they're spending more. I don't get it.
And people are hurting in Western North Carolina from the most significant storm they've ever experienced. This is what we need more of.
The bottom line is admin 1. The orange lines are admin 2. The dotted and bold is needs versus funds.
I'm convinced you can't do it. If you're requesting a review of $100,000 and up, then it begs the question, why? Why would you be involved in that? Why would that be a policy? And in a minute, I'll ask about some people that are involved, some special government employees. Why are they involved in it? Thank you.
Senator,
no,
that $100,000
you can finish.
That $100,000 only had to do.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
I will hold the clock until I finish.
Okay.
The bottom line is I've done the analysis. And you can say whatever you want to. I've worked with the Democrat governor. I've worked with the Republican governor. I've worked with fiscal research. We have people contacting my office now to get the information to better understand the failure of this department. You failed at FEMA. And in fact, if I get to it, actually, why don't I cover this right now? The Homeland Security Act of 2002 expressly prohibits the Secretary of Homeland Security from restricting or diverting FEMA resources from the agency's mission. Based on your disaster response, the chart that I just showed you, I have reason to believe that you're violating the law, either knowingly or unknowingly. So I'll be asking and getting a submission to the record, submitting a question for the record.
Net obligations and outlays. So basically the money that is due to disaster victims that is not, that is like outstanding. Is that the idea?
What the total amount of FEMA reimbursements are currently being held by DHS.
The Republicans look better than the Democrats here in terms of how they're going after her.
Awaiting for final approval. Held by DHS, awaiting for final approval for an.
I mean, look, he is pro, deportation, but he's anti like this administration's ICE. You know, you've got Democrats that are that do not want to, like, just like him, do not want what they're saying to be taken as that they are wavering or they are soft on immigration, right? And that's why they're so silent on so many of the most important issues of the day. The Democrats at first, like when we started, right, when the Trump administration started, James Carville was just like, roll over, play dead. We're gonna hope that Trump fucks it up on his own, right? That was all that they're gonna do. Just like, please, just like be quiet, don't say anything, right? Was how the Democrats were functioning. At some point, they got the idea that people cared about the economy still, and people weren't happy about Trump's economy. So talk about the economy, right? And they kind of took this because their whole thing is they think that they're gonna get tricked. Trump is gonna be like, Trump is going to say something like, I'm going to do bad stuff to trans people. And if they fall for it and say, don't do it, then it'll change the narrative or something. They won't be able to, get him on, affordability or whatever, right? They're afraid to, they're afraid to embrace unpopular issues. And really they're afraid to embrace any issues at all. Now that you've got Trump's immigration program, the agency ICE being underwater, more than 50% of Americans want ICE gone, want it abolished. The Democrats are still afraid that somehow if they actually get on board with that they're going to pay for it. That this is just a passing thing, and in the future, people are like, oh no, abolish ICE, that's crazy. Of course, we got to have big, beautiful ICE deporting lots of people, hurting people.
Agency that you should not be obstructing the disbursement on. I'm going to give you time to answer to it under penalty of perjury so that we can get it right. Now, going back to Minneapolis, why can't we just say we made a mistake? I will ask you one.
That is anti-Trump's brand. That's why. That's basically why. The whole fucking premise of Trump's politics is you never apologize, you never walk backwards.
Question, if you can just give me a quick response. Who does Tom Homeland work for? You or the president?
The president.
Okay. Why is that? Because I believe the president recognized that you weren't getting it done in Minneapolis, and you're putting us further away from pointing to this. We're beginning to get the American people to think that deporting people is wrong. It's the exact opposite. The way
Sorry, dude. We're already there. We're already there.
Is wrong. The fact that you can't admit to a mistake, which looks like under investigation, is going to prove that Miss Good and Mr. Pretty probably should not have been shot in the face and in the back. Law enforcement needs to learn from that. You don't protect them by not looking after the facts. Not only should the FBI be investigating it, but every single law enforcement agency in that jurisdiction should be invited to it, so our law enforcement officers do not have this pall cast upon them. One of the reasons why ICE officers are having threats, and damn the people that threaten ICE officers, because
damn those people, I say, damn them.
So many of them are doing a good job, is because you've cast a pall on them by acting like...
Cast a pall? Is this some biblical thing I'm not aware of?
We should investigate things differently. Officer-involved shootings have a formula that we should go through every time. And we're not going through that formula. As a matter of fact, in Ms. Good's case, I think that they were even saying that maybe there wasn't even a need to do it in the DOJ. I hope that that's changed. But I'm telling you, it was a civil rights review. I saw your frown. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But originally, Blanche said there wouldn't be an investigation. Folks, law enforcement, we've got to have their back. We've got to make it clear when they make a mistake, then they get corrected for it. But you don't walk away from it, and you've done it too many times. Now, Secretary, I read your book last week. And honestly, some of the parts...
this is the one with the book is the one where she shoots cricket, right?
It impressed me. But
yeah, officer involved shootings, or as they're commonly known, murder.
Some of it distresses me. And
cast a pall. Like cast a pall, like cast a pallor? Is that the like cast a like interesting.
I'll give you a good example of one that does. The passage where you talk about killing a dog that was 14 months old. I train dogs, all right? And you are a farmer. You should know better.
I can't wait until they subpoena Hassan Piker and drag him before here and have this guy explain to him how shock collars are not the appropriate the shock collars are not the ideal way to train a dog or something.
You should know that if you're going out to a hunting lodge and you're putting pheasants out and you're putting dogs out, you don't take a puppy out there. A 14-month-old dog is basically a teenager in dog years. You decided to kill that dog because you had not invested the appropriate time in training, and then you have the audacity to go into a book and say it's a leadership lesson about tough choices. It's in your book. We could play it if we had time. At that same lunch hour, you killed a goat. And you killed the goat because you said it was behaving badly. You are a farmer. You don't castrate a goat. They behave badly. You should have probably done that before. But my point is, those are bad decisions.
You left those balls on that goat, and it was a predictable outcome that the goat would misbehave. This is why you have to castrate your goats. Do you not understand? Secretary Noem.
Made in the heat of the moment. Not unlike...
Brave says, I train dogs, and I sure know a bitch when I see one. Yeah, justice for that goat, too. We don't get the goat's name. We get the dog's name, but...
Like what happened up in Minneapolis. I expect... We're an exceptional nation. And one of the reasons we're exceptional is we expect...
I mean, like, as much as I don't want to compare, the death of people to the death of dogs, yeah, there is, like, a common thread here. in that somebody innocent, something innocent pays the price for Kristi Noem's mistakes. That's what it is. That's the common thread. He's actually right about this. And please, if you're watching this stream, I don't know, several months after the fact, I don't want to see you in the comment section saying, I can't believe that No Comment Chick said that this was like understand what I'm actually saying, that Tom Tillis or whatever this guy's name is a good guy. I don't want to see that kind of shit. Like I can notice something about a person that is surprisingly not as bad as I expected it, without the interpretation of that being that I now like this person. I'm gonna, be following the political opinions of them. I don't know. For whoever needs to hear that.
Exceptional leadership. And you've demonstrated anything but that in the time that I've seen you responding to the emergency in North Carolina and across the Southeast, and acknowledging when mistakes are made, and speaking too soon for the expedient of social media or whatever it is. I'll leave you with this, Ms. Noem. I'm expecting answers to Charlotte's Web. I requested it a month ago. That was one of the
the spark notes on Charlotte's Web.
Investigations in Charlotte, 20 minutes from where I live. All I asked for, if it had to be anonymized, was information so that I could determine if your hit rate is right.
So that I could make sure that my literary analysis of the works of E.B. White were correct.
I want to find more of those people, and I want to detain fewer of the others. And Mr. Chair, in my remaining time, I have a lot to go. But I want to submit this letter from the Office of Inspector General that cites 10 different instances under Ms. Noem's leadership where they've been misled and not allowed to pursue investigations that they think are critically important. Does anybody have any idea how bad it has to be for the OIG in this agency to come out and do this publicly? That is stonewalling, that's a failure of leadership, and that is why I've called for your resignation. And if I don't get an answer to these questions, I don't want an applause. Please don't do that for me. If I don't get an answer to these questions, if I don't get an answer that you've had a month to respond to, and the remaining ones, as of today, I'll be informing leadership that I'm putting a hold on any en-bloc nominations until I get a response. And in 2 weeks, if I don't get a response, I'm going to deny quorum and markup in as many committees as I can until I get a response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh my God, chat, there's so much. There's so much here. There's the Lewandowsky thing that we got to make sure to watch. And then there is the, this is what New York Times is claiming. Did we already watch this? We might have already seen this. This is what they're saying the moment that got Kristi Noem shit-canned.
How do you square that concern for waste, which I share, with the fact that you have spent $220 million running television advertisements that feature you prominently?
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way. That has been extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements, is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed, and since then as well.
Okay, so there it is. The president asked you to run those advertisements. I don't know if it's true, if it's not true. I'm guessing it's true, and Trump expected her to cover for him in some way. Trump expected her to avoid saying that. And if you want to see how that works, watch Pam Bondi, be interviewed or questioned, right? And you could see the way that Pam Bondi, answers everything with did you know that the Dow is you change the fucking subject. But here's the deal. If you don't go to these hearings when you get subpoenaed, you could get held in contempt. Usually you don't, but theoretically you kind of have to do it. But you don't have to really answer their questions, right? They've got a certain amount of time. They're going to say some things to you, and then they're going to ask you, some questions, or using their time to ask you questions. And if you filibuster the way that Pam Bondi did, I think that's what Trump expects. I think that is the standard, right? That is the brand standard. And Kristi Noem did not live up to that. She was forthcoming when she should have obfuscated. That's what this looks like.
Did you bid out those service contracts?
Yes, they did.
Wait, what's going on? 50K Jones points? Oh, yeah.
Competitive bid, and career officials at the department chose who would do those advertising commercials.
And the people that you ended up picking were people who had formerly done your political work back in South Dakota. Is that right?
No, that's not correct, sir.
I think it is.
No, it's not, sir. The individuals who, I believe the careers who...
Would she need Trump's approval? Do they have a budget? I mean, I think she said that Trump told her, or she discussed it with Trump, right? Is that were those her words?
They chose were two different media firms. There's been conversation about their subcontractors, but we have no legal authority to look into subcontractors on work like that.
Okay. And you're saying that you're testifying that President Trump approved this ahead of time? Is that my understanding?
Oh, here we go.
We had conversations about making sure that we were telling people...
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president know
worked
you
with
were going to
OMB.
do this?
Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
And one thing, Senator, I think would be helpful to know is how effective that communications has been. That
well, they were
overwhelmingly
effective in your name recognition. I mean, I personally just...
It's hard to make an argument, right? Because the whole thing that this ad, like this isn't an ad, first of all. It's supposed to be like a public service announcement. It's a public service announcement from a fascist government, but a PSA nonetheless. And the PSA is this: if you are in this country illegally or suspect you may be, not documented, please download this app. Put your information in it, and the app will walk you through a series of procedures to self-deport. Because that's what they're advertising, right? They're trying to get people to self-deport. They've got an app for it, right? They'll even sometimes pay for your plane ticket to self-deport, and that's how they're trying to kind of bump up the numbers some more. But again, like think of I don't know. It's just like everything about the way that Trump does stuff. First, he justifies something as being really important that's either harmful, straight up harmful, or just not necessary, right? And then after he does that, he'll find a way to spend way too much money at it. Every single thing that he does, it's just like this giant overblown thing, and this giant ad by I don't know, if she is either lying. Why would she lie and say that Trump had approved it when he didn't, though? That one doesn't make sense. Yeah, I guess she's just telling something that Trump didn't want people to know, or that puts him in a bad light, or that casts blame on him. And that is why, she's out. She is out.
It's the president in a terribly awkward spot. And
Wait, another administration require the president approval, or is it part of their budget? I'm guessing it's part of the budget for DHS.
And I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. It's just hard for me to believe, knowing the president, as I do, that you said, Mr. President, here's some ads I've cut, and I'm going to spend $220 million running them, that he would have agreed to that I don't think Russ Vogt at OMB would have agreed to that. It's something we
I don't think Russ Vogt at Project 2025. I mean, OMB.
To defend. I'm on the Appropriations Committee.
I don't see a $2 million ad buy in Project 2025's playbook.
I mean, my research shows that you did not bid them out, that you pick, in fact, one of the people you picked, the strategy group, Safe America Media was a company formed 11 days before you picked them, and that the strategy group got most of the money, and the head of that is...
Okay, I think we already watched this. I just wanted to rewatch it to just kind of just hone in on the reason the moment that she probably pissed off Trump.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for joining us. Finally, you are in charge of protecting the homeland, and so your judgment and the judgment of your senior staff can be the difference between life and death. So I think that judgment would need to be unassailable. Why then, is the question, have you made Corey Lewandowsky your de facto chief of staff who possesses an unchecked level of power at DHS? Under your leadership, this person has...
So here we go, chat. Here we go. All right, with about an hour left in the stream, we are at the question of the relationship of Miss Noem and Corey Lewandowsky, who are not who are both married, two different people, and yet you know, are supposedly spending a lot of extracurricular time with each other, if you know what I mean.
Done things like fire your FEMA administrator while sitting behind your desk, which is your job to do, lobby to...
Oh no, like I think that like it's the whole thing is like, if there's a bad thing, you know, like the expenditure for this ad buy, you don't blame it on Trump, even if Trump signed off on it, right? You don't ever do anything to make him look bad. I think that's the logic.
Build the controversial...
She's actually not, you know, necessarily... this may be Trump's fuck up here that he's mad about.
Detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz, which has turned into a legal boondoggle costing Florida millions, and have veto and reviewing and signing power over large DHS contracts and grants, which again is your job. DHS has critical agency components like the Secret Service, FEMA, Border Patrol, cybersecurity. So does Corey Lewandowsky have national security experience, military experience, law enforcement experience? No. He is a lobbyist, a failed campaign manager, which is causing my constituents who are waiting for their FEMA dollars and me to wonder what...
Yeah, wasn't this guy managing Trump's 2016 campaign up to a point at which they weren't doing well, and I think he was fired and replaced? I can't remember who came in, but yeah, I think he got fired from Trump, from the campaign, and then somehow he came back. Or did he have a scandal? Was he fired because Trump was mad about how the election was going, or was he fired because of a scandal?
Or are his qualifications for this job? So according to the Wall Street Journal, you and Mr. L have a close relationship.
Mr. L.
That has made President Trump, quote...
That's what she calls him. She's like, oh, Mr. L.
The president reportedly denounced Corey Lewandowsky as your chief of staff due to reports of a romantic relationship between the two of you. So instead, you designated him as a special government and employee, a position he has had well beyond the allowed 130 days and requires him to disclose if he is making money off of his position. Trump knows that this guy is shady. Corey has a decades-long record of physical battery, sexual harassment.
That was it. Yeah.
Venezuelan oil company and bringing a loaded gun into a federal building. Despite being fired or removed from virtually every position he has ever held due to misconduct, he now wields unchecked, unconfirmed,
As far as I know, though, I don't think he's on the outs with the Trump administration. I think they dumped him like a hot potato because of, one of these scandals. I think it was the battery scandal, in fact, right? Just like reflect a normal administration, when somebody does, something like this, will get rid of them because it's harmful. Like a lot of times Trump will just tank it and be like, nope, it's all fake news. Fake news, didn't happen. Don't see it. Haven't heard that. Nope, fake news. Sometimes they'll deny it while they can, but here reality check has bounced.
Disclosed power over your department. This person has no experience running anything close to Department of Homeland Security or even advising someone in your position. He is unqualified, which again has left my constituents and I wondering why he is your top official. So Secretary Noem, at any time during your tenure as Director of Department of Homeland Security.
I want to hear her question. I know this is petty chat and she shouldn't do that. She's a professional. She's an elected official. I'm not. Okay, so I'm wrong here. I'm wrong. But I still want to see her question Kristi Noem's taste in men, okay, based on Lewandowski. I want to see her pull up a picture of Kristi Noem's husband and Lewandowski and be like, you're giving up this for this? What are you thinking? Like, this guy is not nice to his, did he, when we're saying battery, are we talking about like within a domestic situation? Because anyway.
Have you had sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski?
Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that we're going down and peddling
Answer the
tabloid
question.
garbage in this
Answer the
today.
fucking question.
One thing that I would tell
Answer the
you
question.
is that he is a special government employee who
He's a
works
special
for the White
guy.
House. There are
You wouldn't
thousands of
understand.
them in the federal government.
So reclaiming
and
my
is an
time,
advisor
Secretary, it is
and has
okay for
no,
you to be
no
offended
authority
by
to
the
be
question.
making any
It is
decisions.
okay for you to
has
be
no
offended
authority
by the
to
question.
be making
But it is
decisions
also
and
a
putting
real
up your
question.
position. So what I would say
And
to
you should be able to
is
answer
that
the
what we do at the
question
Department of Homeland Security
clearly
every single
and without
day,
any hesitation.
every single day is to protect
if
this
someone
country
is
and
asking
to make
if
decisions.
you or any federal official is sleeping with their subordinate, that should be the easiest. You should be wanting to answer that question.
Is garbage?
Because it is not about
It is
your sex
offensive
life.
that you have brought
It is
that up.
about your
So
judgment.
that kind of garbage
It is
has
about
been refuted
reclaiming
for
my
years,
time so
and
that
you
I
need
can
to
hear myself.
recognize-
Time belongs to the gentlelady from California, but it'd be nice if you would let her respond.
I will. I want to let you know it is about your judgment and decision making. It is about the 260,000 employees that work under you that want to make sure that you are giving information and making decisions clearly. It is about conflict of interest. It is about a national security risk. Department of Homeland Security was created right after 9/11 to protect the homeland. And DHS has circulated an internal bulletin to law enforcement partners warning that the conflict of the war we're in could inspire lone actors or small-scale cyber activity inside the United States, according to a memo obtained by ABC News. So American lives are at risk. The people who work for you are at risk. And they want to know that the person at the top, you, are making decisions clearly, without any sort of cloudiness, and that they're your decisions because you're the secretary who was confirmed. That's what this is about. Saving the lives of Americans and not costing them millions of dollars.
She's suggesting this is Corey Lewandowski's way of kind of finding his way back into the Trump administration without being, without being named for anything.
And not having a secretary who's compromised.
Like, for the record, chat, I don't think he's necessarily on the outs. They did get rid of him, but they're not like, I don't think there's like a, he does sound like a huge liability though.
Decision making. And Mr. Chair, before I yield my time, I would like to enter into the record some articles, and I'm asking for unanimous consent. Noem tightens her grip on DHS. Lewandowski fired FEMA admin.
Without
while sitting
objection.
Okay. The next one is Kristi Noem secretly took a cut of political donations from ProPublica.
Without objection.
Kristi Noem fires pilot over a blanket, but is forced to reinstate him to fly home. While
Did you hear this story? Yeah, I mean, like, I heard it was Corey that did the, which, you know, doesn't make sense because you don't have the power. So maybe, I don't know what went on, right? But she's on this jet. She's flying around, you know, to Minnesota and all these other places to make appearances as Ice Barbie and do, you know, fucking basically influencer shit for the administration. And Corey's going with her. This is the jet, I think, that supposedly has a little bed, you know, for them to do who knows what in. And but yeah, there was somehow the blanket when she transferred from one jet to another, the blanket that she was using was not transferred, and she ends up firing a pilot over it. Right, the pilot was supposed to get her blanket, I guess, and then when they didn't realize they got nobody else to fly them, so they have to rehire. After firing the pilot, they rehire the pilot, and you know, he takes them wherever.
Wall Street Journal.
Without objection.
Lewandowski taking out trash at Noem's D.C. home. Daily Beast.
Without objection.
Barbie's mile-high privacy chamber with alleged lover exposed.
Ooh.
Wall Street Journal, how Corey Lewandowski became Kristi Noem's gatekeeper at DHS.
Objection.
A pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket and the constant chaos in...
You understand how that works, right? It's a situation where she makes herself kind of inaccessible, you know, maybe because she's lazy, and he makes himself accessible, making him like the power broker. Anybody that wants to get a hold of Kristi has to first get a hold of Corey, and, you know, they got to be in good graces with Corey, or maybe they got to do something, you know what I mean? It puts him there, it gives him, you know, power, right? And it lets her like avoid doing her job.
Inside DHS, Wall Street Journal. Police charge Trump campaign manager with assault. PBS News.
Objection.
Woman who accused Corey Lewandowski of assault speaks out. I don't want this to happen to anyone else.
Oh my God.
CBS News. Lewandowski's firm quietly inked deal with Venezuela-owned company Politico.
Objection.
List of U.S. cities raising security amid Iran conflict. Newsweek.
Objection.
Kristi Noem, I have a few more, I'm sorry. Kristi Noem misled Congress yesterday about top aides' role in DHS contracts.
Objection.
Policy number 10271.
Okay, so you get the idea. Chat, just want to point out right now, I got like 40 minutes. No, sorry, I got like a little bit more. I got a little bit less than an hour probably before I need to go to class. So we're at 79 out of 100. Of course, if we get to 100 out of 100, I will switch probably at this point immediately over to bonus content and start doing that. But I'm just like telling you, regardless, the stream is gonna. I'm gonna have to get to class in a little bit less than an hour here. But we are pretty close to bonus content. We got some top moments from the hearing. Oh, a protester.
Well,
I gotta pee one more time. Which hearing is this?
Steve Bannon,
Senate Judiciary.
Advisor to the president, one of his earliest public supporters, recently said that ICE should be deployed at the polls in the next election. Will you rule out the deployment of ICE or CBP to polling places this November?
There are no plans to have ICE officers at our polling locations. And
I'm glad to hear that, but would you rule it out? Would you say it will not happen?
Do you plan on illegal aliens voting in our elections, Senator?
I do not. In
okay,
fact,
then
the
there should be
Heritage
no
Foundation,
need to, unless you plan on illegal
Madam
aliens
Secretary,
voting.
The Heritage Foundation recently concluded that over a 20-year period where they reviewed hundreds of millions, billions of
sorry, I need to pee, but this is actually really interesting.
Voting cases, they found only a small handful of actual cases of illegals voting. So I'm concerned by your rebuttal, which suggests you may be unfamiliar with 18 U.S.C. Section 592. Are you familiar with this?
I also want to see if I can find, did Mark Wayne Mullen give a speech?
Federal statute that relates
I gotta pee,
to
though.
sending armed
I'm
men
gonna do that
to
now.
polling places.
I'll be back as quick as I can.
Any of our law enforcement officers to
But,
polling
Madam Secretary, you're
locations.
clear it would
There
be a
have been
federal
illegal
crime
You just
to
need
do so.
There are illegal aliens that have voted, and
So
it's been
frustrating.
proven in the past in certain cases in certain states. We provide a program to states. I think we have 27 different states that utilize our SAVE program now to verify individuals that are eligible to vote in their elections. And as states run their election systems, we encourage them to use that to make sure they maintain their election integrity.
Madam Secretary, can you understand how when Steve Bannon says publicly, we should have ICE at the polls, and you say there are no plans, that's not enough to rule out the possibility of a violation of this long-standing federal law? Will you issue a directive that ICE and CBP should be nowhere near polling places this November?
We have no plans to have ICE officers or law enforcement at polling locations. States are responsible for running their elections, and we're giving them tools and mitigation efforts that they can utilize in order to make sure they maintain the integrity of those elections and that individuals can trust their systems to ensure that their vote counts.
Brand them as domestic terrorists. Can you explain why you decided to brand these victims that we all saw on video who were out protesting the activities of your agency and were killed as a result of it? How did you think that calling them domestic terrorists at that scene was somehow going to calm the situation?
You know, Senator, we are working in those situations where there's a tragic loss of life and that there is something that our agents are involved in, that we continue to deliver information.
Is it so hard to say you were wrong?
We continue, as these investigations continue to go, we will provide, I absolutely strive to provide factual information, and we'll continue to do that.
And when you fail, do you admit it publicly?
Absolutely. We always know that there's room for improvement, that we will.
Stop the talk, so.
Steve Porter Jr. and Dr. Linda Davis. They were Americans killed by ICE. You have not given their family any justice. Say their names. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter. Their Black Lives Matter.
I think you can proceed. Could you explain this?
Sir, I'm looking at a picture of an interior, looks like a bedroom.
Of an airplane?
Yes, sir.
You're not familiar with that?
These photos are not accurate. If you're referring to the airplanes that the Department of Homeland Security has purchased and are purchasing, we're using them for long-range command and control aircraft that is dictated in statute by Congress for the Department of Homeland Security to have a plane.
Luxury jet with a bedroom in it?
Yeah, we used a 737. I've been on it once, but it is being used by other administration officials, and it is used for command and control flights for the department. The department has found that in purchasing our aircraft, that we will save the taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars.
Does it have a bedroom
in
in it?
fact, we spent $1.42 billion on ICE deportation flights
Does it
last
have a bedroom
year.
in it?
I believe it's being refurbished and not having a bedroom in it. So it is being refurbished.
What kind of deportee justifies being flown out of the country in a luxury jet with a bedroom and accommodations like this?
There are aircraft being purchased that will be utilized for executive air travel and for deportations.
Well, your
if you
people
remember
said
in the
that this
past,
was
we
gonna
have
be
used
deportations.
jets of this size and this configuration for deportations in the past. If you remember
In this configuration. By this
Well,
configuration, you mean
I
with a
didn't see
bedroom
the
and
inside
luxury
of 'em.
accommodations like this
That
you've
plane-
used for deportations. Is that true?
Sir, we have 737s that are being purchased by the department to replace contracts that we have on ICE deportations. That's what they're going to be used for. And in fact, the Coast Guard is the only entity within the Department of Homeland Security that has jets at this point in time. They had two G5s that were 20 to 25 years old
Let me ask
that are
you
being
about
replaced
the
so that they can
response
continue to serve our
from
Coast Guard and our military
Some senior
for
administration
years to come.
officials about these aircraft. They've been reported as saying, although they don't want to say publicly this, but individuals described as senior administration officials have described these airplane purchases as the world's worst deal and an abuse of federal funds. Can you tell me what the Republicans on this committee who voted for what I call the billionaires bill that gave you the money to buy these jets knew about your plans to acquire luxury jets when they voted for that money?
The dollars for these airplanes was appropriated by Congress. In fact, it's mandated from Congress and rules that you've given us that we need to have a long-range command and control aircraft that will seat up to 17 people in the Department of Homeland Security for national security purposes. We are complying with the law. Those planes are being refurbished and will be utilized for that, and they'll be utilized by members of the administration and other components.
First,
they will also cut our costs, sir, by almost 40%. We are saving the taxpayer 40% by purchasing our own aircraft and operating them rather than being susceptible to the contracts that they have today.
With the fact that you have spent $220 million running television advertisements that feature you prominently.
Sir, the president tasked me with getting the message out to the country and to other countries where we were seeing the invasion come from, with putting commercials out that told them that if they were in this country illegally, that they needed to leave, or we would detain them and remove them, and they'd not get the chance to come back to America the right way. That has been extremely effective.
Ask you to run these advertisements, is that right?
We had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed.
Oh, Joel, I didn't even see it. Also, Siverud is, yeah, I think I've been saying your name wrong. But anyway, a Fair Force One. I had not heard that one, but it's perfect. It's the perfect name.
Confirmed, and since then as well.
Okay. Did you bid out those service contracts?
Yes, they did. They went out to a competitive bid, and career officials
Oh yeah, this is the one. Yeah,
chose who would do those advertising commercials.
And the people that you ended up
advertising commercials. I've never heard it said like that. Like, I don't know. Like, that's like saying, I picked up several drinking beverages on the way home. Would you like one? I picked up several thirst-reducing drinking beverage. Would you like one of these thirst-reducing drinking beverages I've got up with it? Didn't come up with it. No, I just realized I was like saying it wrong. But that's you know, we're kind of re-going over this Mr. Kennedy. I feel like everybody's seen this by now. This is kind of, yeah, like what people are saying got her fired.
Picking were people who had formerly done your political work back in South Dakota. Is that right?
No, that's not correct, sir.
I think it is.
No, it's not, sir. The individuals who, I believe the careers who they chose were two different media firms. There's been conversation about their subcontractors, but we have no legal authority to look into subcontractors on work like that.
Okay. And you're saying that you're testifying that President Trump
here it is.
Approved this ahead of time. Is that my understanding?
We had conversations about making sure that we were telling people.
No, ma'am. I'm asking you, sorry to interrupt, but the president approved ahead of time you spending $220 million running TV ads across the country in which you are featured prominently.
Yes, sir. We went through the legal processes, did it correctly.
Did the president know
worked
you
with
were going to do
OMB.
this?
Yes.
He did?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Does DHS, Madam Secretary, operate on any quotas or numerical targets for immigration arrests every day?
No, Senator, we do not. We do targeted law enforcement operations going after those worst of the worst criminals that are here illegally.
I would certainly prefer it if you did targeted operations against the worst of the worst. But just last year, Stephen Miller, who's the president's Homeland Security advisor and deputy chief of staff, went on Fox News and said, we're setting a goal, a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day. And President Trump is going to keep pushing to get that number higher and higher. He's the deputy chief of staff and
I heard Klobuchar went hard too.
Homeland Security advisor, and he oversees immigration policy for the president. What's your response to his public quote?
Sir, there is no quotas at the Department of Homeland Security. When we do law enforcement operations, we do them on targeted enforcement, getting public safety threats off of our streets and out of our communities to protect the American people.
Thank you.
In the last minute left, will you tell us the real implications of this shutdown on men and women that stepped up to serve our country in the highest way to keep our homeland safe and secure?
Yes, I'm grateful for our TSA law and security officers that are still showing up and doing their jobs, running those security checkpoints, even though they're not collecting a paycheck. A couple of the stories that I had heard when I spent time with them just in recent days was one individual whose wife needed cancer treatment, $1,200 treatment that he couldn't afford, and had to go and borrow money so she could get her cancer treatment because he wasn't getting his paycheck. Another individual who had 9 children was raising 2 of his grandchildren as well, that was struggling to pay his bills, took a nighttime job as a welder just to try to keep food on the table for the responsibilities that he had. These people joined TSA because of 9/11, because they want to be a part of keeping people safe in the United States and defending our homeland. Beyond that, FEMA, our ability to fund disaster response is virtually gone. It needs to be refunded. Our FEMA employees are out there doing work every single day, but we have 10,800 individuals that are funded out of the Disaster Relief Fund that could potentially not be there for them and not respond to individuals who need it when they have those terrible storms or devastating crises.
So what I want to know is, when are you going to get down to the original footprint as promised to us?
We're continuing to work at that, although those investigators will continue to stay there to get to the bottom of that fraud, to make sure that those vulnerable people that rely on those programs actually get services from those federal dollars that are spent, that it's not stolen by criminals and used by individuals to enrich themselves and send it out of the country.
Secretary Chung-Li Tao, are you aware that agents bashed in the door of a U.S. citizen among elder with...
Is everybody okay? All right. Running out of time here. Yeah, we just dropped the stream. You might need to refresh and reload. I might need to type that in the chat so people know. God damn. Refresh and reload. Yeah, what happened? Indeed. Yeah, it's just the internet. The internet went out for a second, but the internet is back. And I just got to make sure that we're all back as well. Are we back? Are we back, chat? Kind of coming down to the final 40 minutes of the stream. We'll see if we can somehow... Oh, look at that. Shoe on head tied with ex-TYT employee spills the teas in the poll. Professor Jiang in 3rd place. And Burger Mogging in 4th place. Let me type this. Refresh. And reload. Sometimes the internet, gets out from under us, and we have to get it back under, right? It's like a skateboard. It's exactly like a skateboard.
And need to be applied equally to everyone.
Chat, this is, I'm eating this stuff that I'm eating. It's called Shoshan. I think I'm pronouncing it correct. This is like a really sour fruit, and you have to dip it in sugar, salt, and red pepper flakes to make it tasty. But if you get it just right, so sour.
Of enforcing the laws and following the laws, did they have a judicial warrant when they rammed through an American citizen's door?
Our law enforcement officers follow the same protocols and procedures that all law enforcement do.
Are you aware that he tried to show his identification to show that he was American citizen and they didn't want to see it?
Again, these officers conduct themselves in processes. If something was done inaccurately, then certainly we will make sure that we correct it and rectify it in the future.
Are you aware that the person they were looking for was in prison and had been in...
They've fucking killed people through neglect. How is she going to tell me we will rectify it? You don't rectify sending somebody to CCOT. You don't rectify stealing people's relatives, and you sure as fuck don't rectify people that mysteriously die under the care of ICE from really either abuse or neglect. Take your pick.
Prison for years. His
Yes,
name
I
is
am.
Lou
That's a
Moore.
target. Yes, we do targeted operations going after and
Do
looking
you
for.
agree that it is unacceptable for your agents to ram into someone's door and drag someone out in their underwear and below zero temperatures when they have the wrong guy?
Our officers conduct targeted operations and utilize the law processes that are given to them and the
You will not answer
tools.
that you think that's wrong.
They needed to identify that individual, and
They couldn't identify him by looking at his identification. Instead, they had to drag him out, throw him in a car, and drive him around for an hour. How about pulling off-duty police officers, Madam Secretary, every single one of whom made clear who they were. They were people of color, off-duty police officers. In Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, the chief described how one off-duty officer, someone of color, a U.S. citizen, was stopped and confronted by ICE agents with their guns drawn, demanding her proof of citizenship. As Chief Bruley said, I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident, but the other chief said it had happened to their own officers.
So why am I disappointed with Secretary Noem? Because we're not going after enough people who did this damage at the expense of running numbers that Stephen Miller wants out of the White House. We just want numbers. We want 1,000 a day, 6,000 a day, 9,000 a day, because numbers matter, right? No, they don't matter. Quality matters. I'm
a little bit surprised, and don't take this the wrong way. Again, I'm not a fan of Senator Tillis, okay? But I'm a little bit surprised to see, like, this guy popping off on Stephen Miller, and a little bit encouraged too. Right? Not that even if Trump got rid of Miller, there are not a million odious people waiting to take his place, right? Honestly, Chad, if he got rid of Miller, you know who he'd probably replace him with is Bannon, right? So, you know, but it's just, I just didn't know that there were Republicans that had this kind of smoke for Bannon. I guess it makes sense though. He's an asshole. He's an asshole. He's contemptuous. He's a piece of shit, right? He's easy to hate.
Not quantity, quality. And what we've seen is a disaster. Under your leadership, Ms. Noem, a disaster. What we've seen is innocent people getting detained that turn out are American citizens. I could talk about the culture that's been created here with Stephen Miller aiding and abetting. I heard first reports that he was the one that said it was a domestic terrorist situation where 2 people lost their lives in Minneapolis. I've heard that report. Maybe you can refute it. I don't know that we'll have time for you to respond because I'm giving you a performance evaluation here. I'm not looking for a response. And I'm saying, Ms. Noem, that time after time after time I've been disappointed. But before I get back to looking at the vicious people that did this damage to these families, I want to talk a minute about FEMA. You have a policy right now that anything over $100,000
There's the
has to
chart.
go to your desk for approval.
Wow, they're
I
real.
asked my staff, because I'm a management consultant.
Holy
I
shit,
don't
is the
try
rest
to
of this
keep facts
Tillis?
in here, but
The rest of this is
facts
Tillis.
do
It's
not
all
lie.
Tillis, chat.
This is your
Tillis has taken over
for FEMA.
everything. Oh my god. Okay, what else we got? I've got some stuff on the playlist too that I want to go over. Oh, this is
How ICE is obstructing state and local criminal prosecutions. A May 8th, 2025 article entitled, "He Faced a Possible Prison Term for Assault. Instead, He Was Deported." A December 26th article entitled, "As ICE Ramps Up Deportations."
Oh my god, this one's really, really right. It doesn't even need sugar.
Texas prosecutors say they're losing key witnesses in criminal cases.
Objection.
A July 12th article entitled, "ICE Deportations Are Derailing Colorado Criminal Prosecutions."
Objection.
A January 26th article entitled, "Prosecutors Stunned as ICE Let Suspect in $100 Million Jewelry Heist Leave U.S."
Objection.
And a February 13th article entitled "Father Who Found His 11-Year-Old Murdered in Texas Nearly Deported by ICE Before He Could Testify."
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Noem, about 3 weeks ago, you stood at a press conference and said, and I quote here, "When it gets to Election Day, we've been proactive to make sure we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country." We all know what you mean and meant by the right people voting to elect the right leaders, but I want to narrow in on a different part of it. What proactive measures have you taken to make sure that the right people vote for the right leaders?
What you're seeing here is the Trump administration in its peak of hubris coming into conflict with the Trump administration of a year later, just trying to go through the motions and get through their, policies, right? This is this is when they were ascendant, when they thought that people supported this. You know how I keep on talking about imagining a world in where what they did, what they tried actually worked, right? I'm imagining a world in which Kristi Noem is, both Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, but also a viral influencer, a social, media creator. Kristi Noem is all over TikTok, and people are like unironically loving Ice Barbie, right? That kind of scary world. That's what they thought. And that would be a scary place. I would be scared. I would be like, oh my God, I don't know what to fucking do. I don't right. If there was popular support for this, that's not where we're at. That is thankfully far from where we're at. But it's funny to see where their hubris was at when they thought they could actually get away with this.
The job of the Department of Homeland Security is to secure our critical infrastructure, and elections are deemed by statute in law
I understand
as
that.
critical
That's
infrastructure.
long
Well, no, it
before.
is.
What proactive measures
So what
have
that
you
means is
taken?
that we go forward and identify vulnerabilities that may exist in that system. And then how that applies to elections is talking with states who run elections, identify and help them see how they can.
I didn't see this before. Are these the Angel families? You see these people sitting behind her? There's one person in uniform, two people that look like they may be politicians or, employees of DHS. And you got a bunch of people with pictures. Like, I'm so assuming of lost relatives. Are these the Angel moms? Are these the Angel families? She thought she could have a PR win by sitting in front of people whose, relatives have died in tragic and horrible ways, right? She thought she could use their fucking trauma to distract from her failure and her incompetence and her cruelty.
Possibly be
I understand.
compromised,
Yes, CISA
and then we
is
offer,
supposed to do that. But let's
mitigation.
discuss, if we don't mind, just to reclaim my time because I want to move forward, some of the other possibilities that have been floated for how you will take or might take proactive measures to, quote unquote, make sure that the right people vote and elect the right leaders. Yesterday in the Senate hearing, you were asked a couple times about whether you would or would not station immigration agents at polling sites. A couple of times you said you had no plans to do so. Is that still your testimony?
That is, I have no plans.
Okay,
no
so we
reason.
all know that no plans today can turn into full plans tomorrow, so it doesn't answer the question. And you're still, am I right, unwilling to say that you will not send DHS agents to polling places. Is that correct?
I'm not certain why you and the Democrat Party are so concerned that that would actually happen. That must mean that you're indicating people would be showing up at the polls to vote illegally, or that you would want illegal
yes.
aliens
Okay,
to
so
show
let's
up and vote.
talk about that because this is
that
the
what you
big
think will
voter
happen?
fraud theory, right?
No, it's.
You're
I'm
aware
wondering
of the
what you're
Heritage
concerned
Foundation,
about.
right?
Because I have not
Are
recommended.
you aware of the Heritage Foundation?
Yes, I am, but I have not
Okay,
recommended.
so the Heritage Foundation, correct me if I'm wrong, is a right-wing think tank created, drafted Project 2025, and it's been on a crusade to convince the American people that voter fraud by undocumented immigrants is a big deal. You know what the problem is? Is that you never talk about any actual evidence. And in fact, the Heritage Foundation's own information, its own data, says that in the 32 years from 1992 to 2024, out of 2 billion votes cast, 10 undocumented immigrants were found to have committed voter fraud. 10 out of 2 billion. Does that sound like a significant problem to you, that your answer about why you might put immigration agents is because there's voter fraud?
Individuals there, and I would think that if you have one
So you don't
person
think that
voting
voter fraud is a
improperly
problem?
in election.
So is it your testimony you don't think that voter fraud is a problem now?
I didn't say that. I said I have
Do
no.
you have any evidence ever, any data,
There are
anything?
illegal immigrants that have voted in elections.
Yeah, they're
before
10.
That has happened.
They're 10.
And you
Do
think
you
they
have
should-
evidence more of that in
So
the last 30 years?
Are you arguing that they should be able to vote? Is that your argument today?
No, Madam Secretary.
Well, wouldn't you
I'm
want to
arguing
fix
that
any
it doesn't
flaw in
ever materially impact an election, and yet
Does anybody watch this and not see how bad faith she's being? Oh, are you saying that you would like to see illegal voters, illegal immigrants vote? Is that what you were saying?
you like to, with your snarky attitude, throw back that we want undocumented immigrants to vote, which is absolute bogus. In reality, you want to create an excuse to terrorize our polling places. Not only that, are you familiar with this proposed executive order, 17 pages, that's been circulating?
I am not. What is it on?
I think people usually eat these with I think like shrimp paste, right? So it's like a really like hearty kind of I think it's like kind of a chili paste with shrimp. So I don't know. But yeah, these are really fucking sour. It's kind of, but if you get a ripe one, it's kind of like a grapefruit, but if a grapefruit was a berry, you know what I mean? If a grapefruit had like if a grapefruit had a little bit more personality, no. Grapefruit has plenty of personality. It's hard to explain, but it's really good.
It is a proposed executive order on establishing the security, integrity, and transparency of elections. And in it, it would propose that the president declare a national emergency, use executive authority to seize voting machines, and ban mail-in ballots. You've not seen this at all?
I have not read that, and I have not had those conversations with anyone at the White House.
You've not had any conversations with anyone at the White House. That's good to know. If you were asked to do any of those things, do you believe you have the constitutional authority to do that?
We are looking at the vulnerabilities to elections,
That's not my
making
question.
recommendations to states.
Do you
on what they
think
can
you
do
have
to
the
make sure they have
constitutional
secure
authority
elections.
to seize voting machines, to seize voter rolls, to prohibit?
Should we look up Mark Wayne Mullen and January 6th? Like that's kind of like right my concern, I guess, immediately, right? Given how evasive she's being about this, is like how how much of a like a stop the steal guy Mark Wayne Mullen is.
Mail-in ballots. Do you believe you have that constitutional
I've not
authority?
done an analysis on that, so I would not be able to speak as a...
You're the secretary of the department that is in charge of maintaining election security. You don't know what your authority is or is not?
My authority is to identify vulnerabilities and to recommend
Well, it would be
mitigation
helpful in
measures.
executing that authority if you knew what your authority was.
Time of the gentleman.
I yield back.
I do think the secretary knows the right people voting are citizens, something that we passed the bill to make sure that happens. And I assume that's what she was referencing when she made that statement.
You should look at the Heritage Foundation study too, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'll be happy to look at it. I just think citizens should vote. You guys think that that shouldn't be a requirement.
So do we.
I now
So
want
do
to
we.
recognize
It's just
that.
And they're still spinning their bullshit. Just nobody's like listening. Nobody wants to hear this shit anymore. Right? This used to work. This used to at least clench Democrats, right? When they would make these claims, oh, you want illegals voting. Okay, well, it's so obvious, it's so transparently not true.
Gentleman yields back. Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert the record an article from the Hill Country Community Journal, Kerrville's hometown paper, outlining, and is titled, Kristi Noem joins governor in support of Kerr community, tours areas of destruction from last summer. I was personally there.
Without objection.
Secondly, I'd like to insert into the record an article titled, Trump recounts daring Texas flood rescue reunites camper with Coast Guard swimmer at State of the Union, for the record. And I thank the Secretary.
Without objection. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. Thank you for being here. I want to discuss in greater detail the expansion of advertising in your department under your tenure, and I believe you testified regarding some of these matters yesterday in front of the United States Senate. In particular, I want to discuss the department's $220 million ad campaign. This is the ad campaign that featured you at Mount Rushmore. You're familiar with this ad campaign, correct?
I am familiar with it. It was an ad campaign that was
I'm going to ask you some questions about it, Madam Secretary. So, as I understand it, this is a $220 million ad campaign. It's split between two contractors. One of those contractors got $143 million. That contractor is called Safe America Media, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That company is affiliated with a former political director of the National Republican Congressional Committee. Now, yesterday you testified, I think I'm quoting you right, you said, quote, or in reference to this contract, that, quote, it went out to a competitive bid. Do you stand by that statement?
It was a no-bid contract where two vendors were
It was a no-bid
chosen.
contract.
If it would have been a no-bid contract, if I'm using that correctly, it goes out to two different vendors.
Correct. So it was not a competitive.
Media
Let me try to explain what the discrepancy, because a competitive bid is very different than a no competitive bid, and I'll just explain why. We know that your testimony yesterday, when you said, again, I'll quote, it went out to a competitive bid, is untrue. The reason we know it's untrue is because under federal law, your agency is required, whenever the agency decides to skip competitive bidding, to file a notice with the public explaining why. And in this case, your agency filed a notice. You're aware of that, right? Justification and approval for other than full and open competition. Your agency made a decision not to proceed with competitive bidding, and one of the contractors that got the award was this Safe America Media Company that received $143 million.
Many vendors got the chance to look at that contract.
Markwayne Mullen is a true crime-ass name, true.
To participate in it.
So
that is why the two of them were
that's
chosen.
inaccurate, Madam Secretary. I'll read from the notice from your agency. Given the immediate action to significantly reduce illegal immigration and border crossings, DHS identified 4 companies. 4 of the hundreds of thousands of companies in the United States. You identified 4. One of those is this Safe America Media Company. Where is Safe America Media headquartered?
I don't know.
I don't know either, Madam Secretary. We can't find it. We can't find a website. We did find an address that's registered for this company. Do you know where that address is?
Is there a problem with this contract?
I'll
Because
tell you
was
about
done
it.
According to
Madam
law.
Secretary,
It was done by
the
career
address is
officials.
registered to a political
It was
operative.
dollars that were spent
Madam Secretary, the
to
company,
inform
and then I'll
people
give you
that
an
the
opportunity to
laws-
respond. The company is registered to a political operative in Virginia.
Oh, wait.
Just by way of example.
Chat, is Shoe on Head versus Denim still winning? We're at 80, almost 80%. I don't know if we're gonna have time. We're really on the borderline as far as whether we'll have time. But I'm just now seeing a Shoe on Head video that's got Emeru and Denims on it. It's called The Cult of Cry Bullies, Why People Hate the Left. The left in quotes. So that's probably what this is all about. Interesting. I don't know if we'll have time for it. Again, we're at 79 right now. If we got 21 more points on the board, we can try to do the bonus content really quick. We got the deep fried fat going over Shoe on Head versus Denims, and actually, I don't know where they'll come out. Do anybody in chat know? Deep fried fats. They might be like, actually, Shoe's really based here. Yeah, this is annoying about leftist. I'm sorry, that's my invitation of a random deep fried fat. I don't even know who I'm doing there, chat. Is that TJ? Is that Paul? Is that Scotty? I don't know. They all sound the same. Just kidding. Shoe is so annoying. I know. But anyway, that's what people, well, that's a combination of the vote and the vote and the donos seem to be going mostly towards shoe on head. But I'm just letting people know we got a short amount of time. If we don't get to 100, and then I'm going to have to call it and just rate us out and get ready for my Thai class, because that's, yeah, I want to have time to be able to show the whole thing. But God damn, is there more stuff? I'm trying to remember if there was, I have a, oh, here's the Chris Hayes video. What's this? We saw that. Stephen Miller being disgusting. Illegal immigration facilitated by criminal networks is a form of terrorism. What a jackass. Other stuff around foreign minister. Sometime we need to watch that.
Tenure of the worst Secretary of Homeland Security since the agency was formed has come to an end in spectacular and humiliating fashion. Kristi Noem, and we assume her special government friend Corey Lewandowsky, are out. Fired today on Truth Social by Donald Trump, quote, "The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to be Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas," a thing I didn't know existed until today. "Our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere we are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi for her service at Homeland." He also announced her replacement. That would be current Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullen, the guy who has been all over cable news in the past week for some reason, although we all know who else watches a lot of cable news. He may be no better, but tonight is for reflecting on the end of Kristi Noem's ignominious cabinet career.
And he was the guy, chat, before I forget it. Markwayne Mullen is the guy that Markwayne Mullen Iran. I'm trying to figure out where it was. Is it this?
Is this not a war of choice? The president ran, and did the president not run on not starting a war with Iran?
He ran on two things: ending wars. He's ended 8 of them. And he also ran on keeping America safe. This isn't a war. We haven't declared war.
Is it really not a war?
What he declared on us was war, meaning us as Ayatollah. He declared war on us. We are not at war with the Iranian people. The Ayatollah who declared war on us, we've already taken him out. Now we're eliminating the threat. The Iranian people, we want to see them take back the country that the
Daily Caller is like
pillaging them
right wing, right?
For 47 years. So we're not at war with Iran. We're making sure that they do not.
This is the version
to harm us anymore. They have.
This is the version Chuds want you to see.
Injured thousands around
there's
the world, American citizens and military personnel for 47 years, and not one single president has had the backbone to do anything about it until President Trump. And thank God we have done something about it.
Is this not a war of choice?
So there's one.
Are there measures being taken not to eliminate other possible alternatives to leadership?
This is war, and we're taking out the threat. And if you're part of the threat, then you're a target.
You'll concede this is war.
We haven't declared war. They declared war on us, but we haven't.
War. Secretary Hicks said
Senator, we haven't declared. Just now, you said this is war.
You said this is war, and then you said this is not war.
They called it war. What I was saying, okay, well, that was a misspoke. What I was saying that they've declared war on us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly. But we're taking out a regime that's been trying to attack us for quite some time.
But you're not conceding this is war.
We have declared war. So if we haven't declared war,
it might be war. It could be war, but maybe it's not war.
I don't see that. The president hasn't asked us to declare war yet, but they have declared war on us. We're just simply fighting the threat that's been at our door for 47 years.
All right, so there he is. There's Markwayne Mullen auditioning for the part as new Ice Barbie, and I guess President Trump was impressed, so he got it. We got Stephen Miller over here.
Is a form of terrorism, and those who are
looking more and more like the Disney movie Powder.
illegal.
I'm gonna feel bad, Chad, if he has alopecia. Does Stephen Miller have alopecia? Did I just do a ableism or something? Stephen Miller, alopecia. Wait, is alopecia? No, alopecia is not the thing from Powder, right? He has bad. I don't see anything linking him to alopecia. Hair loss, side-by-side photo. Anyway, what is it called? Is it
immigration?
Like I think Powder doesn't. I can't remember. Chat. Anybody ever see this movie? Oh God, wasn't the director like exposed for being a predator too, or something?
Facilitated by criminal networks?
But yeah, he's too white and he's too bald and he's too shiny, and everything
is a form of terrorism. And those who are stealing your children and stealing your families and stealing your human capital are part of that terrorist continuum and should be thought of as such. It is not a victimless crime when people are paying human smuggling organizations, because that money then fuels assassinations, it fuels violence, it fuels instability, and it continues this cycle. For decades, a lot of organizations were sent to your
albinoism. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of albinoism, but you don't get albinoism. You are born with albinoism, or you are not born with albinoism.
countries. These are known as NGOs. I think you know the term, non-governmental organizations. And they gave you
He's giving Marshall Applewhite, yeah.
that advice for a very, very long time. And basically they told you, in short, that you needed to be softer and gentler and nicer to the criminals, and that you had to demilitarize your approach and extend more rights and more opportunities to the people who are sabotaging and destroying your society. I would make the point to you, as others have pointed out before, including the president of El Salvador, that the West only achieved the place that it did in human history because it spent previous centuries eradicating the criminal elements within its territories.
Yo, or because it spent previous centuries enacting slavery, chattel slavery, apartheid, and all kinds of other indignities. Yeah. He's basically like, look, the West wouldn't be the West if it wasn't racist as fuck. If they didn't exploit others, it wouldn't be the shining city on the hill. That's literally what this asshole is saying. What a...
The West that we came to know, that had the great music and architecture and science and the most powerful economy, it has spent centuries previous to that establishing order first, so that by the time you get, to say 18th century England, 19th century England, there have been centuries of previous history in which ruthless means were used to get rid of the people who were raping and murdering and defying established systems of order and justice. And then when people could live freely and peaceably, and children and families and women could be safe, then it became possible to pursue all of these higher elements of life. So when people who are coming to countries like yours that have had struggles and difficulties and pains and challenges, and they're telling you anything other than first and foremost, secure your countries and your territory, they're giving you not only terrible advice, but advice if someone had come to Europe centuries ago and they had followed that advice, Europe would have never become the Europe that it eventually became. And the reason why many Western countries are struggling today is they've forgotten the eternal truth and wisdoms they once followed. And that's why here under President Trump in America, we are returning to those fundamental truths. We're returning to those fundamental
like the divine right of kings, yeah.
principles. So I'll just close by saying that you will have in President Trump, in the White House, in the Department of War, the Department of State, and the whole of our government, unwavering support, unwavering commitment and fidelity in achieving this mission, which is very simply to eradicate the criminal cartel.
I am so trying to keep up with like kind of the there's different factions within the White House, right? And I used to kind of know them. Now I'm a little bit confused, right? There's something about Kristi Noem's, absence that like, I don't know if Noem and Miller are butting heads, but basically Miller is the guy that comes in and, calls everybody pathetic, says like you should be deporting like at least 3,000 people a day, which is, nearly impossible. And also like and when he's gotten his way, it's resulted in this kind of like try hard strategy, where they're really trying to just grind, right? If you were going to grind in a video game, would you fight like 1,000, of the most powerful boss there, or would it be easier to grind, like, right? So they're grinding on not criminals, right? Not violent criminals like what Trump was supposedly ran on, the kind of people Trump ran on deporting, but you're just getting the easiest people in the world to pick up. Dad comes to pick up his children at school. You bring in the dad. Now the children are like, left at school crying. You're trying to figure out like, this is what's caused what is not only, a family destroying cycle of misery, but one that is not hidden from the American people who are not affected by it, because Minnesota, it blew up in our collective faces.
And terrorist organizations.
He's a Muppet.
To deprive them of control of weapons, spaces, institutions, and territory. And the human rights that we are going to protect are not of the savages.
Oh my God.
Murder. The human rights that we are going to protect are of the peaceable citizens who have an absolute...
He straight up looks like a goddamn neo-Nazi. I don't know what he did, but he looks more like a neo-Nazi than he did before.
Human right.
Did he just like fucking bick his head? Is that did he finally give up on the last little bit of hair and he just went full Lex Luthor?
To live in physical safety and security every day of their lives. And in that mission, I promise you, we will be your closest partner. Thank you.
Okay, let me look at that playlist that I was talking about.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, that we've already seen.
I hope everyone had a nice break.
I did not.
Welcome back.
Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta check if this is news or not.
Okay, hold on. Wait a second. I gotta check whether or not this is in fact news. Let me just zoom in.
Hold, I gotta zoom in here.
Yeah, it's news. This guy got like 1 mil.
This guy got like 1 mil.
Solid news. He got like 1 million views on this in like upon upload, basically. Game theory number 9, the US-Iran war. This is Professor Jiang. He's like a teacher. He's a Yale guy. Did not know that. He's a Yale guy. He's in China. And he does these videos, these kind of like video lectures. Some of them are pretty good. Every once in a while, I'm like, I don't know about that, Jiang, with some stuff. But generally, I think it's pretty good. But I joke with me mates at the pub about this guy where he'll say something very casually. He'll say something very shocking, very casually in like professor voice. He'll be like, okay, so the world is run by the Illuminati, okay? So any questions about that? Okay, so that's my Professor Jiang joke right there. And he absolutely, I was like, okay, it's kind of a joke, but he, check out this intro. Now he stole my joke.
I hope everyone had a nice break.
Nope.
And welcome back to the end of the world. So as you know, World War III has started.
Okay.
United States.
Wait, whoa. Yeah, okay. Okay, sorry guys, I do perfect. What am I trying to say? What the hell am I trying to say? I can't speak. I do respect Professor Jiang. That is a hard one. In my defense, that is a hard one. I respect him, but my channel is what we call a stupid channel, okay? Any questions on that? So he's giving a very serious lecture here, and you should go watch it and all this kind of crap. But of course, for me, a moron, a common moron, people say wrongly, I of course have to play the funny parts. So here we go.
The Cold War was about flexing.
I'll write that down.
Flexing, okay?
Right.
You see how big and powerful I am? Me, okay? That's all it was.
Sorry. If it is the end of the world, man, we are allowed to laugh, okay? Okay, sorry. Sorry about this. I'm sorry about that, and I'm sorry about...
Smells are racist, and you're racist for Somalia.
Sorry for both. Okay, so what we have here is the end of the world, okay? So any questions on that? No? Whoa, Jiang, yeah, I got a few questions on that one. Can you slow down? Oh, he's back on the digital whiteboard. But, guys, I want to take this a little seriously, please.
Guys, please, let me ask you something, please.
Let's freaking ask you something, please.
Okay. I did see a very touching, heartwarming video. This one was not an AI trick on the elderly, such as myself, where a troop comes home from the war and his cat runs to meet him. Anybody could fall for that, but I did see a very touching video. Cried. You know, like Tim and Moondog, I am masculine, so I can show my emotions.
Just play the video.
But I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III.
It's okay, man. Calm down.
And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I need this, man.
Jesus,
like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. Cry. So it's not that I was delusional. I still hope we can turn it around, but I just...
Oh, waterworks coming. Waterworks incoming.
You hear what I'm saying? Cry. And it makes me cry.
He's crying like this. Okay, dip, I'm getting an incoming report here that Alex has gone to an overpriced restaurant in Austin to try to feel better. He has been kicked out. He has been kicked out for disturbing the other guests at the restaurant. We'll stay posted on developments on that.
I want to bring in retired General David Petraeus, former head of U.S. Central Command, which covers the Middle East region. He's also served as CIA director under President Obama. General Petraeus,
you need that much
being with us.
You need that much screen for this? Okay. Okay, great. And I have been looking at what is it, the goddamn thing called CNN? You know, every once in a while, click over there. And not too far. Definitely not too far from Tim Pool. Definitely not too far from my man.
Where's the payoff? Where's the payoff?
Crap. Junk. Nobody
That's the
watching this
sound
crap, you know?
chat.
But at the same time,
my alarm.
I personally think Trump and Rubio come across as leaders right now.
Okay.
I think
We're fairly fucking close.
Arguably, if things go right,
to hitting that bonus goal of 100. We're only 21 away from
the UN and things like that. Of opposition to not doing it with some sense of the broader principles of international law and the UN and things like that. But they should be clear.
Yeah.
Iran is an enemy of the United States.
Right,
it has done very bad.
Okay, man. I hate to have to do this, but these guys have
Here we go. Here we go. There's the payoff.
Professor Jiang drop now. Okay. Okay, what the hell is this stupid crap?
It does. That's a very me face. Yeah, weird how Fareed Zakaria is like a tool for the right wing war machine just as much as he is for the left wing war machine. Anyway, yeah, we're 21 points away from bonus content, but I gotta go, chat. I gotta go. I don't know what to do. We're so close, and yet so far. I like what is ahead? What ended up ahead? Let's look at this again. XTYT employee at the last minute came into first place in the poll, but guess what? Guess what? The donos are slightly more for shoe on head. So yeah, it would have been shoe on head versus denims, which is this like here. Let me show you the video that we missed seeing today. Cult of the Crybullies, and she's got denims on there, so I'm guessing that's what this came from. That's a 30-minute video by Shu. Yeah, I don't like watching Shu, but this is the deep fried fats video, where I guess they're. Oh, are they reacting to this video? Shu on Head's denim drama bait. Okay, so it sounds like what she. Oh, so they're just saying that the video is like it's maybe they're not on Shu's head here. Who knows, chat? I know in the past I would have expected them to be side with Shu, but who knows? I don't even know the history between these guys and Shu. Anyway, chat, I gotta get going to to language class. I gotta I gotta go down to like immigration pretty soon too, and you gotta recertify your visa every 90 days and pay more money. So I got to get out of here. I'm probably gonna, that's like gonna be in a week or so. No, like a little bit less than a week, maybe, when I do that. So I might have to miss one streaming day, but I'm gonna try to be a little bit more consistent than I have in the past. We're also gonna move the time up again so that people from America will at least have some time to be able to possibly watch me without staying up so late at night that you make the next day at work a nightmare. I don't want to make your next day at work a nightmare, so I'm going to try to start go earlier. I think if I can have enough stuff like in the house and do a little bit of meal prep, I should be fine, right? It's just like having to, you know, if I have to get stuff, or if I have to you know, if I have to you know, I wouldn't want to like try cooking. I don't know. I cooked on stream once. I don't think people liked it very much. I don't think it was it was also for HelloFresh, which you know, we're not doing those kind of, I think that kind of sponsorship is a mistake. I don't think knowing what I know now about meal services, I don't think I'd make that decision again. But anyway, much love, everybody. I got to get out of here. I got to learn some Pasa Thai. And I will see you again tomorrow. I don't know what we'll be talking about. We got that Candace thing still, right? I would love to go through Candace's weird conspiracy theories about Erica Kirk. I don't know how interested other people are about it, but you know, maybe I'll do a poll or something like that. Look for more community posts, look for more stuff. I'll try to see if I can start getting videos out, because I am really worried about, like, you know, people that are just up at the opposite hours that I'm up. I should at least try to put together, like, you know, the major topic as a video every day, so that they can see it as, like, you know, if they can't catch me live, they can catch the videos. So yeah, I'll see if I can do that. Anyway, much love, everybody. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you to Thumb Gang for keeping us relevant, and also let me thank my Patreons. All right, shouts out. I give a shout out to everyone on Patreon who supports me at the $5 a month level or greater. And the beginning and end of each stream, since we're at the end of the stream, let's do that now. Shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Syverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabi, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Zarek's chat. With that, I should have done this already, but looks like somebody else is covering Kristi Noem. Looks like somebody else is covering the same topic. I don't know why I'm trying to make weird noises, chat. It's late. It's been a long stream. Can we get more people in there? Oh my God, chat. I made the mistake of showing my hand as far as ending stream before hitting that raid button. I guess I will try not to make that mistake in the future. Anyway, get in there. Thank you, everybody. I will be back again tomorrow with more content. Until then, I'm going to raid you in on the Twitch side, and I'm going to